Right, so last week we had a few interesting things happen. The first and biggest thing to mention was that the mission to obtain Dr. Morgan and defeat the Lightning Count, re-defeat the Lightning Count, was a success. They went there and were able to defeat him and get away despite the appearance of Agent P, who turned out to be Pequod and got rather badly hurt. After a intense discussion with Julius, she agreed that as long as he said she couldn't go on missions, she wouldn't, and as such was rewarded with the return of her Makarov by General Lorelei. After that, there was the discovery of Malcolm Rhodes and a family viewing of The Curse of Cornstalk. Ignoring, of course, the rather untimely timing that Julius had walking in on Scar and Integra. But I believe that is it, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I'd say that's a good roundabout. So, for 5 days in advance. The only thing I'd say we probably left out is Davine saw Snarf at the end of the documentary. Davine's back home, sleeping. Uh, Probably not doing too great. We'll get to that. Anyway, you are here at the Emu War Memorial that was brought up last week. Jennifer and Sonny wanted to come see the place. They're currently running up the hillside. Scar is following them. Slow down. Take it away. Rolly's here on Sasha's back. The usual suspects, Icy in the arms. Go.
Oh,
Uh,
God. They weren't kidding when they said they made a memorial.
no, they were not. Julius is looking around over his shoulder and everything. You think there are any more emos around?
I don't know, but let's assume that there are. Just be careful. I know we can handle it, but yeah.
Julius holds onto Pequod's hand tightly. Yeah, emus.
Pequod's gonna look up at you as Jennifer and Sonny crest the top of the hill and Scar following. Were they really that bad?
I mean, they were gigantic. These claws. Oh, God, they would have torn me apart.
You remember the raptors, right?
Unfortunately.
These are basically as close as you can get to being one of those without being while still being a bird, aside from maybe a cassowary. The claws on their feet are a good 3, 4, 5 inches long. They're scary bastards, and for some reason the ones here grow even bigger than normal emus.
Sasha makes her way up the hill with Rolly on her back. Pequod drags Julius up a little bit. Same with Sarah's. Pequod looking at you guys. So what exactly happened? Rolly from the top of the hill speaking back. Yeah, Scar doesn't ever talk about that day. And Scar quiet and comes stands here.
Well, we came to the planet for. I'm not sure. My assumption is it was there for some MWF show or something. I wasn't aware because I was on the ship, but after a while, Malcolm came barging onto the ship. And he yelled for us to gear up because we're going to free them from the emus. Apparently, this colony has an infestation of them, or has, I'm not sure. They were brought here for some reason and became invasive, and they were offering a massive bounty for each emu that we killed. And I think he said something of, "We'll make a ton of money. I'll be a hero, and they'll make a statue of me and my darling."
Icy reading the memorial in memoriam of the brave squad of heroes who died. She looks around at all of you, fighting the emus and trying to save our colony. Jennifer died? Speaks.
So, yeah, maybe they assumed that since Malcolm and I think Donaria, if I remember correctly, got trampled over by the emus, that me, Ash, Xerix, Davian, and Dogform, that we all also died.
Saris leaning down on the memorial. Oh man, I wish I could see footage of that day. As Scar, I have some. Stands back here.
Oh, you do?
Sasha, what were you doing on the ground on a combat mission? Scar, Malcolm made me come. She brings her and Rolly over here. Jennifer and Sunny coming down here.
Yes, all hands on deck. The only ones who didn't come was Snarf and Rolly. And, of course, Integra and Gonzalez. I mean, Eloquent and Gonzalez.
Scar, yes. It was to be an easy mission. Malcolm promised me I'd get 5,000 credits per emu I killed. I think we ended up killing very few. As Scar plays the footage. You hear Sarah's, oh, is that Davine in dog form? Pointing at the risk computer.
Oh, yeah, that's David in dog form. She, I believe she said, I'm not risking Malcolm trying anything on me. I'm just going to be in dog form on missions.
Smart. Take it away. Malcolm is leading the troops. You can see up here, Julius is just standing here. This is Scar talking. As you can see, me and Julius were standing around very confused. As I think that guy's name, PT Velk, was malfunctioning. Globnock was driving this big truck with a machine gun poorly taped onto the back, which Ash was on, not shooting the emus till Malcolm gave a command order. And Malcolm was over here wondering who this dog was. And then, of course, Donaria was out here.
As always. Alright, men. There they are. The birds that we've come to kill and free this innocent colony. Give them no quarter, for they will give you none. Now, finish them.
PT Velk malfunctioning, sparking from the neck, walks over to Julius with his arms up like a zombie.
Julius starts to back away from him. Aren't they just birds, though? They don't seem too dangerous.
Don't be fooled by their appearances, my boy. They are demons in feathers. Now, fire!
Xerix lets off a volley with his P90, killing this emu here and this emu here. As Denaria is missing, this emu's down here is actually getting closer to her, just inquisitively looking at her as she misses almost near point blank shots with her bow.
She's counting like Legolas in Lord of the Rings. 1, 2, 3. I'm getting them. I'm really getting them. 4, 5.
Scar in footage in the flashback looks over to Julius. Does she always stand that far away from you guys?
Yeah, she's always out of position.
Oh.
Denaria looks back at Malcolm. I'm getting them, honey. I'm really getting them.
Dumb hick. Looks over to the dog next to him. Can you believe this, whoever you are? She's a fucking idiot. My darling Davine would never be that foolish.
The dog looks up at him, growls slightly, and starts to walk over to Julius.
Scar, isn't that dog your mom, Julius?
Yeah, that's my mom.
Malcolm's really starting to lose it. He gestures back over to Malcolm.
I think he always had lost it, Scar.
Yes, that would imply he ever did have it, looking over the side of the warthog. I told you to fire, you white-haired dumbass! Right, and Ash is going to attempt to use the gun that is taped to the top of the truck.
You're able to strafe fire, kill a bunch of the two of the emus down here as Denaria down here has finally hit this one enough to make it run away, not kill it.
Ha! I got it. He's truly witnessed the power of Denaria. Isn't that right, honey? As she looks back up to Malcolm.
Fucking dumbass. Get back up here! The second wave should come soon!
Denaria, ignoring Malcolm's orders, proceeds further out to impress Malcolm, as this emu just starts walking away. And this one makes its way, right here, has snuck its way past the malfunctioning exoframe and is now encroaching right behind Malcolm.
Ah! No. Zarkos! Zarkos! Tristan! Help!
Julius looks over at the bird. Does it look aggressive?
It is just bobbing its head back and forth, inquisitively looking at Xerix.
Julius squints and looks up at Scar. Yep. Should I? Should I go help him?
I'll take care of this. Scar walks over and clocks the emu in the side of the head, knocking him unconscious. Right here.
Scar, my boy. Thank you. Perhaps I misjudged you.
That'll be 5,000 credits.
Yes, after we're done.
Thank you.
Well done, men! Many dead emus. I think we've gone a long way to liberating this colony.
Denaria, and her connection to the natural world, can feel vibration in the ground, as if a large pack of something is coming over. Sides here.
Oh no. Oh no. She runs over to a like medium-sized rock and puts her ear on it. Oh my. I hear him. She stands up and looks up at Malcolm. Honey, there are more coming. I just know it. A second wave. Sounds bigger than the last.
First of all, don't call me honey, you dumb hick. And second, we've killed almost all of them. There will not be a second wave. We can go and reclaim our reward and my statue.
No.
Coming back here as you continue is the emu that walked away from Denaria.
No. No. She turns around. No, this is just a pricker. This is the thing that comes before the other thing. As she knocks another arrow and starts shooting off, probably missing it and going off into the distance.
This emu inquisitively is just staring back at Denaria and then up at Ash. As Scar, I could hear something too.
Sir, are you sure we shouldn't be careful? Nonsense, boy! They're all wrong. What would they know about emus?
Scar is going to come over. Even though Davine's a direwolf, he's going to pick Davine up and put her in the warthog. I think we better leave. He comes over to you, Julius, who now, PT Velk is almost strangling you, malfunctioning. Sparks, electricity coming from his neck and eye.
Julius is trying to push him off and fight him away. Yeah, why is that, Scar?
There's a big hurt. Look, as he points, you push PT Velk, the malfunctioning exoframe, down here. He just starts sparking. You look to where Scar points and you see gigantic emus. Gigantic emus. Make you think of the big raptors you briefly saw at the end of the island mission. The baby ones are out here. You killed some of them, and now the parents perhaps are coming for retribution. And they look endless. Looks to be, Ash can count about 5,000 to 6,000.
Everyone in the warthog.
Oh my god. PT Valk? Valk!
Valk is malfunctioning. He can't get up on his own. Scar, leave him. He's just a robot.
He's an exoframe. Scar.
He's the second gen exoframe. He doesn't have a personality like that one.
Oh. Damn it, you're right. I'm sorry, Valk! As he runs over and gets into the warthog, putting a hand out to Scar.
Scar takes the head. Denaria! He's screaming out to Denaria. What's Malcolm doing, though, as Xerix is slowly backing towards the warthog?
Stay here! They are of no consequence! Just shoot them, you deserters! Get out of that warthog! There is nothing to fear!
They encroach, running over PT Velk.
Your fools! Witness! Fireball! And attempts to throw one into the group.
He hits. Where's he throwing it?
Right about there.
He hits.
You see, there is nothing to be afraid of. Now stand and fight, you cowards!
Denaria is running away and she hits the cliff face wall and she's trying to reach up to Malcolm. Malcolm, honey, but just help me up now. Help me up, please.
Just looks down at her before looking back at them. Get out of the jeep! Klopnock, if you don't start driving, I'm going to shoot you in the back of the head.
Oh, man. Yeah, probably a good idea. Malcolm, come on, dude.
I'm not leaving. There's nothing to be afraid of. They're birds.
Scar slams Globnock's foot, puts the car in reverse, slams his foot on Globnock's foot. You guys go back. Scar puts the car into drive, spins the wheel, and you guys drive off. And these two and PT Valk are the only ones left, as now the emu's pace has intensified and they are running over Malcolm and
Cowards! Coward! Arcade! Gate!
and what you can see from Scar's camera footage, first person view, the emu's just taking over the entirety of them. We come back here. Scar. It was stupid. Looking right at Sunny, and Sunny's laughing. Jennifer and Pequod is cackling at the top of her lungs.
Yeah, it was stupid.
A little terrifying, but definitely stupid.
Icy, as you guys are paying attention to the footage, there's a little old lady crying in front of them. And Icy's gesturing with her eyes down to the old lady.
Oh. Julius is gonna look around, go over to the old lady, get on his knees next to her, and pat her shoulder. You okay, ma'am?
She just starts almost hysterically sobbing. Such brave men!
Yeah? Did they saved you, guys?
They tried and failed. The
Oh.
Rangers came much later and cleared out the emus for us.
Well, there's
Oh,
that.
well.
There's that, at least.
Sasha, I think I remember something about that operation. It kind of sucks as she moves over here with the Rolly, but I think we just bombed the majority of the emus' breeding grounds and then mopped them up on foot. We didn't even need vehicles.
Yeah. Remember, we were using what appeared to be a farming jeep with a light machine gun taped to the roof.
Jennifer, too bad there's no documentary about this. Pequod, I think it was all over too quick for there really to be a She Watches the Old Lady Cry More documentary.
Yeah, I'd assume so.
Yeah, it was all over so quickly. I honestly don't think there would be enough footage even with what we have.
Banksy, what about the time Malcolm climbed a mountain? As Icy, what? Jennifer, huh?
Yes, he did attempt to climb a mountain.
He's
No.
finagling Icy in his arms, but he's able to pull up this picture as everybody. What the hell is that?
That?
That
You go.
attempted to climb, almost succeeded in climbing, Ash.
Yes.
It's a still shot from Free Colonel,
Yes.
the documentary.
Yes, the one I was in charge of directing for him.
Jennifer coming over looking at Banksy's wrist computer. Wow! Another Malcolm documentary!
Yes. And it was interesting. He, well, without spoiling it, what eventually happens, he attempted to climb the cliff face. 2,200-foot cliff face. Free climbing, so no ropes, no climbing gear, just your hands and feet. There it is. Free Colonel, live beyond chance.
We only agreed to doing this, me, Ash, Scar, even Denaria. We only agreed to let him do this because we all thought he was going to fall and die.
Did he? Pequod speaks. He didn't die, but did he fall?
Well, he fell. Somehow he survived.
Sasha, probably the curse.
Probably the curse. And I'll just, without spoiling everything about it, he made it unnaturally high up the cliff face.
Jennifer, $5.99.
Well, we do have good luck with 5.99 documentaries.
That we do. I'd say there are worse things to grab and watch. I mean,
Can we
God,
watch it sometime? She speaks up. I see. Yeah, of course.
I forgot he climbed it with the fucking hat on.
Sasha, he really made it all that way up the mountain, huh?
Oh, yeah, if I remember correctly, about 2,100 feet, so he was like 100 feet off the top.
It was basically just walking up almost a staircase at that point, and he fell.
Pequod comes to help comfort the old lady who walks off sobbing. Pequod watching her. We should just tell the people of the colony that. Well, never mind, actually.
I'll let them have their heroes, I suppose.
Icy starts laughing. Sasha, so what was the impetus of Malcolm doing something this dangerous? That's not in character for him.
Well, Julius leans back a bit and looks up at the sky. He never really told us. I remember hearing him talk to Globnock one time. I'm going to prove it for me, not anyone else. Everyone always says I can't do things because I look old, but this I can do. Just watch.
Scar, God. We should have. I should have. Oh, forget it. Sasha, what's wrong, Scar? I thought nature was going to take its course, and it did, yet somehow he survived. All it would have taken was a stray bullet from Ash.
Yeah, I offered to when he was about halfway up, but we agreed there's no way he can survive a 1,000-foot fall. And then he hung on, somehow was able to gate back to the ship, and then Eloquin worked her magic.
Sasha, another everybody hoping he doesn't pull through Ash.
We had an actual party set up when we thought it was guaranteed he'd die. We had a literal party set up and were waiting for the good word, and then, yeah,
Yeah, Davine had two of those cone party hats on, and one of those things where you blow into them and it, like, shoots out.
Icy, is that in the documentary?
Yes, she has
Oh,
an
I'd love
interview
to
with
see
Snarf.
that. Oh.
yes, her and Snuff were interviewed together a couple of times about Malcolm's journey to climb Free Colonel.
Jennifer, how'd you end up as the director on this one, Ash? If he hated you, why would he make you the director?
He couldn't be the director for one, because he was doing this, and I believe his reasoning was Ash is a wonderful actor, so he must know how to direct. He'll make me look good.
Jennifer, it has 5-star reviews, says Banksy. I'll buy it for when we want to watch it. Jennifer, that's great! Gets a big smile on her face.
Well, apparently I did decently as a director then. He had me direct a couple of these documentaries.
Scar, I should have just thrown one of those rocks. I was at the top of the mountain looking down, waiting, hoping,
Could have just dropped a boulder on him.
and yet somehow he survived.
I swear Eloquin said he nearly broke every bone in his body in the fall.
I see it. Probably the curse. It has to be.
Yeah, there, other than like a feather fall, but like, he didn't have any components, and Malcolm needed components to cast spells.
Yeah, he didn't have a focus up until he started carrying the musket everywhere.
I see. What?
Oh, Malcolm never. When we started the journey, he used an arcane focus. You know, most combat wizards do, so you don't have to worry about components. He decided that it could be a way for EarthGov to track him once he stole the uniform, destroyed it, and resorted to using components up until his mind had decayed to the point that he turned Stonewall's musket into his focus,
Everybody starts laughing.
which means he was carrying bat guano at all times so he could use fireball.
Icy gas.
Yeah, baguana and sulfur. Not the best smelling thing.
And he'd send Julius off to gather it for him.
I'm lucky I didn't get rabies.
Icy starts laughing alongside Pequod. Saris, well, it's a nice colony. I'm glad the Rangers saved it.
Agreed. So you're saying you guys got here like a week after us?
Sasha, I'd have to check the dates, but I think about 2, 3, probably closer to a month. But I guess after you guys died, the colonists just called EarthGov for help, and the Rangers, Frontier Rangers, were sent. We weren't involved, Saris and I.
Still, that's yet again so close to us being rescued.
Scar would have been great.
Yes, it would have.
Put that away. Banksy puts the picture on.
Being oh God, his fucking face is on the damn memorial.
Squad's gonna come up here. Come on, Julius. Icy. Banksy. Let's take a selfie. Speakwad pulls out a selfie stick.
Alright.
Take a picture. The four of you. Icy, I don't want to be in this. Pequod, too bad, and takes a couple more, hugging Julius's waist.
She's probably gonna show it to Mom.
Pequod might help Davine. She's been down and out lately. Move away from the board.
Yeah. Yeah, she has. As he bites his lip a little, taps his thigh with his finger, and looks away.
Yeah, she's not been doing the best. I've noticed. You guys sure she's alright?
Julius looks over at Icy.
Icy, I think she saw Snarf at the end of the Cornstalk documentary. I won't read her mind. I respect her too much without asking, so I won't do it. But from what me and Suletta saw, I think she saw Snarf.
Oh. So she's, in a very bad strait.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here I thought she was getting a little better. As he takes a step away from everyone and rubs the back of his neck.
Well, to be fair, it's not too long after the fire incident had occurred.
Pequod's gonna follow, put her arms around Julius's waist. Sarah's guilt comes in waves, not all at once.
Yeah. And, well, here's the old man giving advice again. One of you two, looks at Icy, looks at Julius, should probably talk to her about it. I'd try, but she's not going to want to talk to me about anything. You're
Icy
kids.
nods. Maybe we both can at the same time.
Yeah, probably.
Pequod, we could come. Points at Banks. Jennifer, you should take Davey to the zoo.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Uh,
right.
Are there any zoos with pandas? And he looks over at across the group.
Wasn't there one that, Snarf had picked out to take her to?
Oh, Icy face palm.
I have to read the journal, and I don't think she'll let me touch it.
Right. Wouldn't suppose you'd know Scar, would you?
Scar, not a clue.
Well, you'll have to do your research then.
Jennifer, we could just Google on the e-net.
Would work.
Might not
Yeah.
be the one Scar wanted, or Snarf wanted to go to. But
True. And he'll look down at Pequod. Any ideas before we Google it?
Pequod, I know of one that has pandas. They have wildlife from Anova, too. I went there when I was very young with my parents.
And it's still running?
Yes, it's in Seattle. 2 hours outside the city of Seattle.
Okay, yeah. Maybe we can take Mom there. And he looks at Icy.
Icy nods her head. Anytime, anywhere, whatever she needs. As Scar, yes, maybe you could take Zap too. Get him out of the Icy. No. Scar, damn it.
I might have somewhere that we can bring Zap.
Scar, good. He needs to get out of the house.
I need to have a conversation with him and Auntie Soletta about what we're going to put on the mobile suit, what weaponry, and I, you know, might be good to get him somewhere out of the house to have the discussion.
Scar, thankfully he's being good lately, taking his meds. Everything's going smoothly. Jennifer, yeah, you did make sure he drank his chocolate milk this morning, right? Jennifer, what chocolate milk? I saw him pouring chocolate milk out. Scar, no. And just stares blankly.
Scar?
Oh no.
Sunny tugs on Scar's wrist. Scar, we need to get back right now. Did you tell him his meds were in that milk? Jennifer, yeah, of course. Scar, God damn it, and starts running back.
Oh, God.
Oh no, Davine's there sleeping. And he's unattended.
Sasha grabs Rolly, picks him up, starts laughing, and walks.
Oh, God, just our luck.
Think
Julius picks up Pequod and starts walking towards the Nova.
Come on, Cyrus. Looks at Icy. I think you're gonna need to have that conversation sooner than expected.
Icy looks back at you and nods, and double time back to Gateway Pequod as Pequod, fighting back laughter, makes her way to the Nova. And you get back to the apartment. As you're coming back in, everybody's going their own ways, doing their own things. Scar's following you guys, though. Icy and Banksy have here looking at something. However, up here, Davine is having a terrible nightmare about Lazy Eye Ash asking her to adopt him and repeating the Arnaki nickname she called him once. And he's saying, I'm more of a son than Julius is to you. Davine thrashes in her sleep and awakens to see this thing standing there in front of her with what to her eyes looks like Snarf in its arms. It's got him by his lower waist and his neck, and he's reaching out to Davine. Sorry, Davine.
She goes to scream, but her voice catches as she slams her back against the wall and starts hitting it. And she grabs her neck and, oh no! And she lets out the loudest scream she ever has, screaming Snarf.
Up here, Zap, who she can't see behind the large machine, is playing around with some tools trying to get this machine to work and contort. And he is able to play with some of the circuits at the bottom, and he contorts and rips the plushie in half. But Davine sees Snarf get ripped in half.
She grabs both of her ears as hard as she can, covering them up. She closes her eyes super hard, grits her teeth, and starts screaming out even louder somehow. No, 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 no!
Damn it! As Scar. He walks up here, god damn it, comes back, touches the side, and starts walking. This.
I think it'd be good to get up there as soon as possible.
Suletta, what the hell is going on? As Talons draws his sidearm and starts running.
Julius touches the sign, and he busts into the door.
Zap's unmedicated as he's running up with Suletta.
Suletta begrudgingly touches the sign. And even Memory Ann does, as a little kid does. I see it begs me. They make their way here. You guys busted. Town seeing the Terminator. Jesus! Falls back against the wall. And Scar, uh-oh! And walks back here. And Zap. Cody.
Julius kicks the Terminator back, and he grabs both Zap's arms and slams him against the wall.
Terminator falls here. You're here. Towns is it deactivated, aiming his pistol.
Julius looks at it. Is it completely deactivated or still somewhat active?
It's completely deactivated.
It's dead.
Thank God he holsters his pistol.
He looks back at Davine and nods to Icy.
Icy's going to... How, looking at the Terminator, did that get looks at Ash here, and Zap, baby girl.
It was down in JSOC. I don't know. Looks at Zap. How did you get that up here?
I never kiss and tell, Callie. Pequod comes and kneels next.
I... Looks over at Davine. What is she doing?
She is balled up as tight as she can with her eyes still closed, just whimpering and squeaking to herself. Some of the times you can hear a slight no coming out.
Icy, put me down. Banksy puts her down. She points at Davine and then to Julie.
Julius looks back over at Zap, grits his teeth, and lets him go. Get him medicated.
Banksy, can you get that thing out of here now?
Banksy, yeah, copy. As he, Jesus, he starts lifting it. This thing is ridiculously heavy. Dragging it out by the foot. Saris, I'll help. Helps him lift it. Saris, this thing is heavy. Holy crap.
Looks over at Zap. You. Out.
He walks out here, goes and starts playing Swotor. Baby girl's right as rain now. Pequod looking at David. I don't think so. Comes over here.
Julius puts a hand on Davine's shoulder, who immediately jumps, grabs his wrist, and starts twisting his arm. Oh god! Oh shit! Okay, it's me, Mom. And he taps on her arm. Oh no! I'm sorry. Snuff. I'm so sorry.
Icy's going to pick up the plushie and mend it and put it on Davine's lap.
Davine starts looking around. It was that just a dream? Nightmare dream? And she looks up at Icy.
No, somehow Zap got that thing here. Ash is going to get to the bottom of it, aren't you, Ash?
Yes, I am. Ma'am? Scott?
There's no way he could physically carry that thing, right?
No. If a Spartan like Banksy is having trouble moving it alone, a fat, 600-odd-year-old Walren can't. Speaking of which, Scar, could you accompany me and deal with him?
I have an idea. He comes.
Ash is gonna follow him.
Have you ever done coke, Ash?
No, but I've seen it done in movies.
Good. Go get me a spoon and one of your cigar lighters. A Zap just happily plays.
Okay. He's gonna go to the kitchen and walk up and grab a spoon.
Hunk seeing you, Sasha, Leslie. What do you need a spoon for there, honey?
Oh, Zap. He, managed to avoid his medication this morning and, somehow got the, the exo-frame animatronic whatever that severely injured Davine and then killed Snarf.
Yeah.
He got it into Davine's room.
Leslie blinks twice. What? Hunk. Oh god. And starts running.
He got it into there, and from what it looks like, managed to use it to rip her kobold plushie in half, right as she was waking up. Yeah.
Sasha, so you need a spoon to give him his med?
Scar asked for that and one of my lighters.
Leslie, you doing coke there, Ash?
I'm just doing... He's got an idea. The closest I've ever gotten to that is the cigars.
Alright, come on, I'll help you come hold Ash down. Zap down.
Alright, let's go.
Not training anymore, not holding you down. Leslie touches the sign.
Ash will touch it again.
She shivers at the sight of the butt.
Oh, she's approved of it being here, so we won't die.
Leslie looks over her shoulder. Jesus. He's going to stop.
Oh, cornstalk. Here you go, Scar.
Excellent. He pulls out some of Zap's pills, puts them in the spoon one at a time with a little water, and starts melting them. This will take a moment.
Okay.
Laz, what are you gonna do? Fucking inject him? Scar, yes.
Oh.
This Hunk's gonna come in here. What the hell? Hey, the plushie's fixed. He points down at.
Davine is holding the plushie with one of her hands on her cheek. Her hand is shaking and she's shaking her head along with it. Nicole fixed it. I. It. God, first a bad dream and now that.
What was the dream about? Towns speaking up, still holstering his pistol.
Davine looks up at Towns. It was about Ash asking me to adopt him.
Blech. Towns? That's a strange dream, Davy.
He said something like, I'm a better son than Julius is.
Pequod. What? Looking at.
I don't know. Julius just looks around confused and puts an arm around Davine's shoulders. It was sort of scary. He had his lazy eye, too.
I see hand over her mouth, trying not to laugh as Hunk punches her in the shoulder.
Julius has to put a fist over, like, bite into one of his knuckles to not laugh, and he shakes his head. Well, it's okay. He's not gonna ask you to adopt him. And the kobold plushie's fixed. Look, you're holding him right now. She looks down at the kobold plushie and holds it close to her, and looks up at Icy. I thought it was him.
Icy winks at her. All's well that ends well, and pats the kobold plushie's head.
She nods, and as Icy's patting it, Davine puts her hand that was on her cheek onto Icy's hand.
Want to go to the zoo? Julius had a great idea to take you.
To the zoo? Yeah, we were thinking of a zoo right outside of Seattle that has some pandas. Nice panda enclosure. Really? Those... She looks around. Yes! And she looks over at the journal. I think Snoff wanted to take me to one of those. I would love to.
Icy nods her head. As out here, Scar putting a glove on. I need you to do something for me, Ash. Steps right next to
What
you.
do you need, my friend?
Pull his pants down.
Okay.
First, get him out of the chair as Banksy and Saris come back. Saris, pull his pants down.
Zap!
Banksy, we should have just stayed in Jason.
Zap! Come here.
What you want, Kelly? I'm very busy planning on how to help baby girl.
Well, I need to have a discussion with you about baby girl.
Okay. He gets up out of his chair, comes this way. What's the game plan?
Alright, well, I'll tell you, just need you to turn around for just a second.
Turn around.
It's very important. Are you saying you're not going to do something that may help baby girl?
How does me turning around help baby girl, Kelly?
I can't tell you because then it won't work.
Oh, well, if it would work, you would tell me.
Oh, it will. I promise you it will. I just need you to turn around.
I don't know about this, Kelly. He steps back here.
Fine. Oh, look, it's a picture of Snarf behind you.
I won't fall for your damn tricks. Comes over.
Banksy, turn him around.
Before you can do anything. So I pull up his character sheet. Somehow, from somewhere, an immense amount of strength pushing Ash back into the wall, thudding the wall here, and Pequod, Hunk, Icy, Towns. Look at I won't fall for your tricks, LD50 spy. He comes up here.
Right.
Leslie, God, he's strong for such an old bastard.
You are very lucky that I need you and actually care about you.
Banksy's gonna come over here and zap. Will do the same and send him flying back a few feet. What the hell? He catches himself. Sarah's coming over, helping him. Scar, he gets almost retarded amounts of strength when he's not on his meds and thinks we're LD50. Coming up here. Zap looks down at you. Carlock, how could you betray Bloodline?
I've betrayed no one. You have.
I haven't betrayed anybody. As Saris is gonna come over, grab him. Banksy helping Saris. Take his pets down!
He's going to.
You are able to get the belt done as Towns comes out seeing this. What the fuck? Leslie grabs Zap's arm and just dangles him in the air. His buttocks in the air. And Scar and sticks him right in the butt. And you see Zap, oh, Kelly, baby girl, baby.
Right. Pulls his pants up. Joy.
Scar, done. He's out like a light as Leslie's just parading around with Zap.
Don't drop him too hard. Don't want to break him anymore.
Leslie, how did this happen? And Scar, I tried to mix his meds in his drinks, and I think we'll be doing it this way at least for a while. It's back in here. Icy's pulled up the layout of the zoo on her wrist computer for Davey. There's quite a lot of interesting, she looks out the door, animals at this place.
I can see that. You have some normal animals such as pandas and giraffes, and she's pointing on the map, and she's starting to look actually sort of excited, if not tempered by what just happened. And then you have some odd ones, like she points at the Mana Saber enclosure, Mana Sabers, and even what are those magical penguins?
Yeah, we'll get a better look at them when we get to the zoo, but they're penguins from Anova called Aurora penguins, Icy speaks up. The males grow big and get like really armored and defensive, a lot like Zanzibar, actually. And the females are near celestial, at least in appearance.
Oh my! I would... She sighs and sits up and hugs Icy.
She reaches for Julius.
Julius walks over and lays into the hug.
One reason she reached for you is you hear in your head, get her to take a shower before we take her out in public.
Julius thinks for a second. What do you... Oh god, yeah, you're right.
As Pequod, what is that smell exactly? And Suletta, I'm going to go check on Zap.
I think, Julius leans out of the hug a little. I think it's, just something, Sasha might be making in the kitchen.
Pequod, she's not a very good cook. You're right. Not like Saris and you.
No, yeah. So, yeah, we're gonna be going. Julius pats Davine's shoulder. You should get, like, all, spiffied up, you know? It'd be cool. First time we're going out in public, like actual public in a while. And she looks around. Oh, yes. Yes, I should. Maybe. She picks up a strand of her greasy hair. Maybe I should probably take a shower and do my hair.
Icy nods. You should. I'll even dress up.
I'll dress up too.
Pequod, yeah, I always like getting dressed up. Comes out here looking outside the door.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's a date then, Ma. And he pats her shoulder and gives her a kiss on the head.
Icy's gonna sit on the bed next to Davine, touch her hand. Do you mind if I read your mind just to read the mind about the lazy eye adoption dream? Pequod starts laughing.
Davine. I don't mind. Of course, you can always read my mind.
Hunk, what's this about adoption? Icy reads her mind, just the memory of the dream, and Julius, you see Icy shiver. Wow, that was kind of creepy.
Wasn't it? He came out of the bushes, like jumped at me with adoption papers.
Icy's gonna take Julius's hand and let him see the dream.
After he's shown the dream, he lets go of her hand and shivers. I've known Ash a long time. That was not a fun sight.
Hug, huh? As out here, Saris has helped you up, Ash, and takes you over to Zapu. Is being inspected. Leslie has dropped him next to his favorite picture in his recliner. Saris just shaking her head looking.
Yeah. He is very, very fortunate.
Soletta, what do you mean?
Well, I think most other people wouldn't go to such extents for him.
Soletta, I'm sure his family would.
That's true. I mean, that's kind of what we're doing.
Banksy, Jesus, had to see pantless Zap.
Not a pleasant sight. Maybe Icy can wipe it from our memories.
Scar, it's not the first time I've seen it. He came running at me naked from the armory the other day. I slept in. He was without his meds for about 30 minutes. He just came charging at me naked.
Right.
Luckily, I've got a mean haymaker. See? And he points down at a big bruise on Zap's cheek.
I mean, we knew that after you killed that damn emu by punching it.
And don't forget taking out, what was her name? Sandra the Alley Walker?
Mhm.
Pequod starts laughing and goes out here.
Sandra the Alley Walker. I don't know why, but I get the inkling that we're going to see her again.
Scar, I'd hope not. He was a psycho bitch.
She was, but it's something to do with the Saint, which means it's something to do with Tommy.
Scar, didn't the Saint mention something about being in debt to Julius? And Pequod, yeah, Julius is like the Saint's guardian angel or something. It's weird.
Didn't he say something about, protecting your children?
Pequod, I don't think they'll need protection given the family around them, but I guess we'll take protection from one ordained by God. As Suletta laughs and walks.
Okay. I don't even know. Being friends with Tommy does attract interesting individuals to us.
Leslie, like that Brandon Law guy, Julius punted his ass out of the fucking convention center.
Yes, he did. Or old friend, the Menace.
Saris, oh yeah, the domestic menace. Ash got stabbed in the leg by Tommy that day. As Pequod, I wasn't even laughing. Saris was. Saris starts laughing.
Yeah. Or how about Darth Nemesis?
Scar, wasn't he at that comic shop?
Was, yes.
But he was
before.
also a friend of Malcolm.
No, that's Lord Nemesis.
Town's multiple nemesis?
So, from my understanding, Lord Nemesis is Darth Nemesis' father. And there's apparently others in that family that also work for the UIR.
Scar. Oh. Interesting. Always wondered how Malcolm got caught up with the nemesis. As back here, I see taps Davine's hand. Get a shower, rest, and I'll make you something good to eat. I was thinking of making some corned beef sandwiches. He looks at Davine.
Yes, thank you. She nods. That sounds delightful.
I see. You want to come to the zoo, Dad? And Hunk looks at Davine and then back at both of you. No, I think it should be awkwardly puts his hands together like a rainfall day. You know what I'm saying? Icy, are you sure? Yeah, I would like to, but I think it should be a rainfall thing. I'll come on the next one, I promise.
Julius nods. All right, if that's what you want.
I think yeah, just the kids and the in-laws. Son-in-law, daughter-in-law. I think it'd be good for you.
Yes, I would like that too. I would like if you came too, Mark, but thank you for giving me this, she thinks for a second, opportunity.
No problem. Mark's here to help. Hunk is here to help. But just make sure you clear with Lorelai this time, yeah? And he walks in. As I say, yeah, I'll take care of that.
Yes, Nicole. And if she says no, what are we going to do?
We're gonna go anyway.
Okay, that's not the answer I wanted to hear.
She takes Julius's hand, let her shower, come on.
Yes, ma'am.
Coming out here, talking about the Nemesis, they overhear the Nemesis conversation. As Pequod, was that my armor that I saw down here? And Towns, yeah, you wanted it remade. SIS remade it, come on. Towns looks at the sign and touches it.
Everything smoothed over for now with her?
I mean, as smooth as it can be. She saw Snarf when the thing was torn apart, I'm sure you heard.
Yeah.
She's not doing too great right now, but he looks at Icy. Hopefully the zoo can help with that.
The zoo.
Icy claps her hands together and gives 2 thumbs up.
The zoo, and talk to her about it. She's trying to carry that all herself like she always does. She did the same thing when Carter passed, remember? Isolated herself in the gym. She's kinda doing the same thing now. You need to talk to her about it.
Yes, Ash, I understand.
Hunk nods, comes over to the picture. Who acquired this? Pequod, I didn't. Saris, wasn't me. Looks over at Ash.
Wasn't me.
Scar, trust me, I'm sick of seeing his face. Looking at the
Looks at Zap. What, do you think it was him?
Leslie looks down at Zap. If Zap's gonna spend the squad's money, it's gonna be on. She slightly shivers, looks at Lorelai's butt, and then comes over here.
Right.
Saris, wow. It's not a picture from a documentary. Banksy comes over. It's like a hand-drawn artist rendition of Malcolm Cornstalk. Come on, Ash, look, she's waving you.
That had to be expensive.
Scar, looks expensive. Very expensive. Like that stuff Malcolm used to get made of Davy, Julius, those drawings.
Alright. Someone must have ordered it then.
Icy's gonna jump up onto Banksy, and Icy, if you push that red button on the bottom, Hunk pushes it. Hunk's head recoils, Jesus Christ. And he starts
As I've said before, that was the best leader the Majestic ever had.
Icy, it cost 6,000 credits. It was worth.
Julius,
I quite like cornstalk milk.
Julius looks over and squints at her, nudges her arm. It's always the ones you least expect.
She starts laughing. That documentary on cornstalk Malcolm was great. She's looking at the picture.
Yeah, it'd almost be scary if we didn't know the context behind everything.
Lastly, I'd like to see that documentary on the Malcolm Rhodes myself. The guy.
Yes, you're going to fight for the Majestic Heavyweight Championship.
Hunk, I don't know. I'd like to see Saber King myself.
Oh.
Saris, Pequod looks back at Julius. Saris looks at Ash. Scar, I was hoping I could forget about that time in my life. Hunk.
Oh.
Saber's Colonel's madness. Saber
Jesus Christ, did Arya look terrible. Scar, look.
didn't know that was her.
Oh.
Yeah.
Suletta coming back in. What the? Seeing the.
Malcolm found a planet and made a private zoo on it. He claimed it was one of only 3 private zoos that housed mana sabers. To my
Soletta,
understanding.
who is the old woman?
That's
Denari.
Denaria.
Icy starts
He started his zoo. I think he called it I think it was a colony called like GW or something like that. He called his zoo the GW Wildlife Park. It had mana sabers, chimps. It had almost anything you can think of, sadly. And then, to my understanding, he began complaining about the goddamn Denoria Baskins, who he was in a feud with. We assumed he just lost his mind, but looking at it now, yeah.
Saris, oh shit. She snaps her fingers at the pictures, looks around. Damn it. I kind of remember this. We were sent down to that planet to liberate the zoos. There was 3 of them. I didn't know you guys were involved.
Of course, it would be you guys that were the rangers that were coming in.
Yeah, we had to free the mana sabers. Most of them were surprisingly well cared for. At least at the one zoo that was located more on the southern tip of the continent on this planet. Then there was another zoo with a bunch of scantily clad women. Very uncomfortable to be there, and let those girls go. And then there was a really rundown, shitty looking zoo. And it looked like the studio had been blown up.
That was Malcolm Zoo. The one with women was one he gave to Globnock, who, from my understanding, basically started a sex cult. And the southern tip one was, well, Denaria Baskins Saber Rescue.
Hunk, I've seen the trailer for this. EarthGov's putting the documentary out in episodes. Apparently, Miss Baskins, if you will, turned on Malcolm.
Yeah, she wasn't given her nature preservation, as she called it. She sort of stole it from Malcolm.
Yeah.
It was his property originally, and she somehow got it changed into her name, and also got mana sabers there.
Banksy, what did you guys do at the zoo exactly?
I managed the zoo.
He looks over at Julian.
I was one of the caretakers of the animals.
You ever wonder why the robotic hand was so badly messed up?
Pequod starts laughing. No.
Well, there's your answer. It was a top-of-the-line EarthGov prosthetic for the first few days I had it. Then a saber ripped it off and chewed on it.
Hunk plays a clip from the trailer of Malcolm. I'll never financially recover from this.
Ah, damn it. That prosthetic. I'll never financially recover from this.
Pequod,
EMT.
is that an EMT jacket on from the 90s?
Yes, it is. I don't know where he got it. It looked legitimate, so I think he spent an unreal amount of credits on it, so there's that.
Saris, Malcolm Exotic?
Malcolm Exotic. He thought it would make him sound more reputable.
Saris, you speaking of the Nemesis, she looks over her shoulder at Scar. One of the Nemesis was involved in this Mana Saber illegal trade operation, and it's believed he is the one who tipped Malcolm off before we showed up. The same one Icy killed, and Icy starts laughing.
Yes, I believe that's how they originally met, Lord Nemesis and Malcolm. He had a private zoo on a different colony. I think it was on, like, CZ or Pegasi or something like that. He had his own private zoo. Malcolm got into it with him through that, with Malcolm selling saber cubs. And their friendship blossomed from there, which led to Twin Galaxies.
Leslie shakes her head. Another thing you have to inform Lorelei of.
Oh, God.
He comes
Me?
over here.
Yeah.
Go ahead, she's checking Zap's pulse. Go
Uh, well, you have fun with that one, Ash.
Leslie, he'll probably be up soon. Gestures down to
Good. At least we need to keep an eye on him for a bit afterwards, but it should be alright.
Laz, don't forget, any active ranger investigation you have to report to her. since you're rangers now, especially if you know the conclusion of it all, or you were intimately. She looks at you guys and just shakes her head, involved, and walks back to the kitchen, touching the sun.
Well, that's not the worst of it. He'd go to the supermarkets in the area and get expired meat to feed the animals, and on multiple occasions tried to feed it to us.
Pequod gags and grabs Julia's scissor.
Yeah, it was getting to a point where we were definitely considering it.
Scar, he opened a pizza shop at one point at the zoo and used the expired meat for pizza topping.
And then fed it to people.
It was like $20 for a small pizza, too. Many people got sick from my recollection.
They did, and from my understanding, they said you'd be better off buying frozen pizza and leaving it on your driveway for a couple days before cooking it.
Ugh, Scar, god damn it. We should have fed him to one of those mana sabers. Sitting down, starts playing SWOT.
Well,
Fed him to one of the mana sabers, shot him off of a cliff face. There's a lot of things we should have done.
I'm pretty sure somebody did try to get one of the mana sabers to eat him.
Scar looks at the door here, sees it's closed. Yes, I remember Carter oiled up Malcolm's boots when he went in to do that video. With sardine oil, I think.
And the mana sabers attacked him. The only reason he got away was because the sound of his ranger sequoia scared them off.
Siletta, laughing, walks this way to inspect Pequod's armor. Pequod, come on, Julius, I want to show you something. Takes you down this way.
Yeah.
Alright.
These two are gonna come down.
You want to show me?
She points to her armor.
He'll walk over to it and start inspecting it.
Town's fixing it up, lifting the hood. It's brand new. I see, I'm getting a migraine just looking at it.
Ah, you and me both, sister. He starts looking at some of the armaments it has.
The micro missiles in the wrist, a built-in railgun. It's all deactivated, of course. Saris is gonna lead Ash down here as well. Bubble shielding tech. Towns is just lifting it off. The works. Like my armor, not as good and not as many bag of tricks, but quite a few. It's more made for offense.
Julius blinks a couple times. State-of-the-art SIS tech.
Yeah, SAS was nice enough to rebuild from the scraps that were left after the lightning count.
He nods, stands up straight and looks over at her. Well, it's good armor. Protected her enough, at least.
She nods her head. I won't be using it, but I wanted to keep it. Keepsake. Looks cool. Looks good here.
Definitely looks cool, and he looks at the mask on it. Badass, if you ask me.
She nods her head. Yep, I picked it out myself. And then Town stole it for me. And Town's
He looks down at Pequod. Man, you have good taste in all sorts of things.
She smirks just like that M4 Town stole for me from the Ranger Armory. Town's oh god.
Oh. Is that something else we're gonna have to explain to Lorelei? Or she probably already knows.
Towns shakes his head. She already knows.
Oh, thank God.
I'm not up for blame. I think she's over the incident.
Yeah, probably the Makarov is pretty telling.
Pequod got it back just in time to never leave the ship again.
Julius winks at her. Remember, me and Laz are going to be training you up. So, never say never, I suppose. Not until you're trained.
Pequod nods her head. My nostrils got some training being near Davine. Esuleta, oh. Yeah, she hasn't been showering. He looks right back at that.
Ah, poor thing.
Yes.
I know the feeling up until Saris and everyone got back. It was... when you're that depressed, you don't really think about doing anything, right? You just want to lay there and do nothing.
Saris, you don't really want to. I mean,
Yeah, you just do. I didn't want to do anything during that time. Just, I don't know, didn't have any energy.
Zulata nods her head. I understand depression on that level. As she takes memory and walks out here, hello, Spartan. You hear her greet a Spartan and walk into the kitchen. I see her and looks out the door.
Spartan? He's gonna peek out too.
Saris moves out of the way for you. You see Frost standing there with something in his hands. Pequod, she's just looking out the door, not coming out.
What's Frost doing here? Can we see what he's holding?
Town scan.
Towns, do you know what he's holding?
He'll zoom in with his binoculars on his mask. Some type of model kit for something called a mobile suit. The things you have. The thing you have in the basement. And that other thing. Pequod, what other thing? Banksy's secret weapon for Ash's mobile suit. Pequod, oh, okay.
Yeah, trying to get it ready. Mobile suit kit. What in the world?
Banksy, he looks nervous. Usually, I mean, half the reason we gave him the nickname Frost is the cold, calm demeanor most of the time. At least when Jiren was screaming at us, he didn't. Yeah, he looks nervous, like I did when I was first asking you out, and he gestures back to Icy, who smiles at him.
Huh.
Pequod, who likes mobile suits and is around his age, I wonder.
Oh.
Saris! Saris, oh, they're all so awkward. Looks at Banksy. You were so awkward when you first came around. Laughs at him and walks into the kitchen. Banksy, yes, I was.
That's adorable. I think him and Jennifer, huh? I think they'd make a cute couple.
Yeah, they probably would. Now all he has to do is actually give it to her.
Towns nods. Maybe a little advice from his superior officers and mentors.
I think so. You wanna go say hi, Julius?
Yeah, sure, let's do it.
Okay. And walk out.
Pequod's gonna go here and just inspect the armor with Icy and Banksy as you guys go out.
Frost, how's it going, mate?
Hey! He jumps up at attention. Sir! Puts this behind his back and salutes.
At ease.
At ease.
He stands at ease.
You're alright. There's no reason to be formal right now. We're off duty.
Whew! He stands completely at ease, lets his shoulders sink. Yeah,
What you got there?
mobile suit model kit.
Oh.
Oh.
Didn't know you were into that kind of thing.
Flauros. You would probably know more about it than I.
A very slight amount. I don't think it's been in use. Oh god, it's in a very, very long time. By the look of the box, that's what? Decades old?
I got it from Jupiter Falls. Major Lasley got me in. They have a store there where you can buy these things.
Yes, they do. I think I got a Tolgeese model kit, 10 years ago, almost?
It was really expensive.
They are. Trust me. So... is that for you, or for someone else?
He kind of awkwardly shuffles and looks at the ground as Julius hears Jennifer working out in here. Well, he hears Rolly encouraging her, and Sasha sees Sasha helping her lift.
Huh. He looks at Frost. You know, buddy, it's always the hardest step to take, the first one. You're probably thinking, like, what if she rejects me, or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Well, you never know until you try. Honestly, even after like the whole raptor mission where I kissed her and everything like that, I still thought she was gonna reject me, Pequod, when I flirted with her.
I was horrified thinking that Ceres would reject me when I tried to tell her how I'd felt. You want a bit of advice on that?
He looks nervous, staring at the ground.
You miss all the shots that you don't take. And think of it like this. What's the worst that can happen if she says no? Nothing, really.
He doesn't say anything and looks around. Here, enjoy! And disappears, running out of the apartment.
Ah, poor kid.
Icy and Banksy come out. That went well.
Yeah.
About as well as it could have gone. I think he's really in his own head.
Banksy, aren't those model kits expensive?
Oh yeah. Terribly.
From my understanding, these are almost, other than ungodly expensive reselling on the Enet, these are near exclusively found at Jupiter Falls at this point in time.
Pequod comes out, so when's Jennifer gonna be pregnant?
Oh, well, if Frost ever asks, he looks at a watch that isn't on his wrist. Give or take like 3 years.
Icy starts laughing. Towns, you could do some cloak and dagger shit. He looks in at Jennifer. Set him up.
That's a good idea.
He listens to you two, right? Tell him be here at this time, this place. Tell Jennifer the same thing, and just conveniently not show up. As Icy points at Towns and starts laughing.
That's a good idea, but never done something. You see, Ash almost got him a look of realization. I know who we should ask for help with that.
Who?
Who do you think would be the opportune person to ask for help with that type of thing in this apartment right now?
Oh, you aren't thinking that we asked Dad, are you?
I think it's worthwhile. I mean, if anyone knows about that kind of thing, it's him.
Yeah, if there is anyone in this household that knows about setting people up and then spying on them on a date, it is him.
No, I never said anything about spying on them, just setting them up.
Towns is gonna put his hand out, wanting to take the mobile suit box. Excuse me.
Hands it to him.
Towns is gonna. And how cool would it be if this was just magically placed on the table by somebody that could go invis?
And we force our dear boy to take credit for it. Now that is brilliant.
Icy, we put a note on it that says from Frost to Jennifer. Puts her finger up, Pequod starts laughing.
Very good, because then he can't act like he didn't get it for her.
Towns, just let me know the date and time. I'll hold on to this. And he puts it in his pouch.
Will do, we will figure that out.
Tommy's restaurant sounds good. Pequod comes up here, looks in, looking in at Jennifer.
Yeah, Tommy's restaurant. Easy place. Centralized, isn't far away. Sounds good.
Yeah, I think it's perfect. Ah, poor kid. Doesn't get them. She'd probably say yes happily if he actually just asked her.
Icy, oh, she'd say yes. Definitely.
What, has she had her eyes on Frost for a while?
I think so. When we were at the beach, not being spied on. He took off his helmet. She was pretty attracted to him. I wasn't purposely reading her mind. She was just emanating the thought so strongly that I picked up on it before we were drugged with sex fish. She starts laughing.
We're gonna hold off before we tell him that family secret.
Pequod, oh, those sex fish. I enjoyed it.
I'd say it was a very fun time.
Worthwhile.
Pequod, alright, I'm gonna go ask Hunk for help. She starts walking in here.
Yeah, let's go ask Dad.
Towns is gonna go in the gym with Sasha. Pequod, Hunk? He looks up from the table, playing with one of the baby Walrens. What's up? Pequod, Julius needs your help spying on people. Hunk looks up at Julius. What?
More accurately, we need your help setting up Frost and Jennifer on a date.
Pequod, and then spy on them to make sure it goes right. Right, Ad?
It sounds worse put that way, but I'd like to know how it goes, yes. So we're asking you for help because you're the one who has the most experience in that regard.
He's gonna come over here, grab both of you, and give you a big hug at the same time. I've never been more proud of you in my life than right now.
Oh.
Thank you, Dad. And he's gonna pat Hunk's back.
Now you're thinking. Now you're talking. Now you're cooking with fire, let me tell you. So here's what we'll do. I'll handle Jennifer and, what's his name? Frost. I'll get them to meet up. Yeah, you guys have to requisition the equipment from SIS. I'm not allowed back in the armory down there. We need microphones, high-power telescope, binoculars, the works.
Okay.
And I'll tell them, where do we want to have them meet up? Here in the apartment?
No, Tommy's.
Tommy's. We can't have it be something like that where other people can interfere.
Maybe if we really want to go the next step, we should let Tommy know ahead of time. You know what I'm saying?
I think
Might
so.
might be a good idea.
He might be able to help old Frost out, I think.
Tommy, has a way with these types of things.
He'll gaze at him with the lazy eye or something.
Yeah, that's how he does it.
Ah,
Look
yes.
into my eye.
Yes, our generation's version of Struck by Cupid.
Sarah starts laughing as Ash's wrist computer starts beeping.
He's gonna answer it.
It's General Lorelai.
General Lorelai, ma'am. Salute.
Inform the rest of your squad to suit up and be down in JSOC in 10 minutes. You and Julius suit up. You have some answers to questions to answer.
Understood, ma'am.
Make your way down here.
Yes, ma'am.
Sarah's looking at the wrist computer. Well, I guess setting up Jennifer and Frost will have to wait.
Yes, it will, as will getting down to the bottom of that.
Banksy's gonna set Icy down, look at Julius. Well, go have fun with Lorelai. We'll be down directly.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Let's go.
There you are. You're here. Agent O's not here. General Lorelai is here, looking over a map of a planet. She greets you and waves you two up.
Yes, ma'am.
Intimately involved in mana saber trading, are we? You know that's illegal.
We
Highly illegal. Punishable by death.
we know that it's illegal. At the time, we were not aware of that fact, ma'am.
Explain.
Well, as with many things in regard to this, Malcolm is central to it. He heard Davine was an animal lover, and after meeting, I believe he met with Lord Nemes for the first time doing this, but he set up his own private zoos on that colony with mana sabers. I believe he was breeding and trading them as well across 3 zoos he owned. One of them, to our best knowledge now, with hindsight being what it is, seems to have been taken over by Denaria. There was a feud between them, and then one day he found out rangers were coming for him from Lord Nemes, and bugged out before we could try to stall him long enough for the rangers to arrive.
She sighs slightly. In this business of cornstalk, I saw a documentary. I saw Shaman, she comes over here, Tristan attacking colonists, and the white-haired devil killing armed independent colonists.
Burr!
Uh,
Yeah.
Malcolm, who was Cornstalk at the time, had told us that
How?
Um,
How? How did he just magically become cursed by Cornstalk?
the running theory, ma'am, is I was with him when he killed a gigantic bird, and we now believe that that was a thunder bird, or a spirit bird, if you will.
and he was then possessed by the spirit of the late Chief Cornstalk.
She puts her hand on her.
I know it sounds unbelievable and idiotic, but the sad thing is that's one of the more believable stories to come from the Majestic.
You realize Chief Cornstalk was from the 1700s.
I do now, ma'am. I don't know.
You were under the impression that you were fighting UIR holdouts, insurgents.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. High Command comes asking questions why some of my newest and finest rangers were killing independent colonists. I'll be sure to tell them. You were duped by Malcolm.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Should have questioned it more, but I had seen UIR equipped in that fashion before, so it wasn't outside of the realm of possibility or reasonability.
I'll tell you, whoever wrote that documentary on that independent colony was an excellent writer. A reassuring hand on the white-haired devil's shoulder. Was he actually nice?
Oh yes, he was wonderful to be around at that time. If it weren't for the psychopathy and directing us to kill civilians, he'd probably have been the best leader Malcolm. Well, he was the best leader of any of the versions of Malcolm, but he actually would have been a good leader if those two things were removed.
She shakes her head. Shaman Tristan. Her voice starts to crack.
Yes, I was called Shaman Tristan. He had suspected that I had made deals with evil spirits, and I was promoted to head shaman.
You don't even look like a Tristan.
I quite literally have never understood that part of Malcolm's vernacular, ma'am.
This curse, how long did it last after the conclusion of the documentary? These colonists believe in the curse, that it was a true curse, and you can see how, if you've seen the docu-piece, but how long was he Cornstalk?
For about a day more while he was laid up in bed because he was shot. He then transitioned into, you see him have to hold back laughter and kind of cover his mouth, Spanish Malcolm, before transitioning back into the quote-unquote normal Malcolm.
You see her mouth the word Spanish Malcolm and look at you and start shaking her head.
That was a phase that he would come in and out of where he would dress in a red robe, obtain either a torch or a morning star or a scythe, something like that, somehow, I don't know where he got them, and would march around the ship speaking in Spanish. Ma'am.
Well, I think I'll be coming to watch the Saber King documentary. Apparently there's 2-3 episodes that are going to be airing soon on the eNet.
Yes, ma'am.
Projections suggest it's going to make a lot of money for Earthco. All of it will be going to the Mana Saber Foundation.
As it should, ma'am. Believe it or not, he actually was almost halfway decent at running his little zoo until Denaria Baskin.
He looks over at Julian.
Denaria Baskin, yes.
What?
His nemesis. Apparently, he had made a second park that he had the late Globnock run, and a third one that we have now found out was one Denaria basically stole and took over, and turned into a sanctuary where she then began hounding and suing Malcolm repeatedly.
Lorelai, she really hated him?
Oh yeah, she despised him. There's another documentary, I believe. What is it? The Full Colonel or something like that, Ash? The one where he climbs the mountain.
Yes, full colonel.
Free Colonel?
Free Colonel, yes, ma'am.
Yes.
I've seen the
Uh,
commercials.
Yes, well, I believe Denaria at one point tries to kill Malcolm in that.
Yes, I believe so.
Unbelievable. She looks at both.
It's definitely hard to believe, saying it out loud, ma'am.
You may want to, in the future, use your frontal lobes and come inform me ahead of time about these things. It's quite interesting morning. Having high command. Have you ever seen what they would be called? The elite guards. Trained as bodyguards, red armor. They tend to guard places like Sword Base if you're dumb enough to follow your wife and march into it when you're still in the Headhunters. Have you seen them before?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Having a whole platoon of them come down here telling me they were going to arrest you two. And Mr. Free Two.
Ah,
Right.
You may want to inform me ahead of time so I can tell High Command, relax them, and assure them that I had read your mind and you had nothing to do with the killing and euthanization of rare endangered species.
Yes, ma'am.
yes, ma'am.
In the same vein, um, if you find a monument on the colony that was infested by emus, that was about Malcolm as well.
Yes, we had that had been on the radar. Towns was supposed to blow it up.
Yes, when he got there, there was an old lady crying beside it, talking about how they were heroes for trying to stop the emus.
It took one ranger platoon less than 20 minutes to wipe them out.
Yes, ma'am, but they weren't led by Malcolm Chance, given a farming jeep with a horribly upkept light machine gun duct taped to the roof of it to fight them with.
I've seen the footage. I saw he got trampled by the emus. He seemed to have a knack for cheating death.
That is putting it lightly, ma'am.
I think the curse made him like a cat, multiple lives.
If you see the trailer for Free Colonel, near the end of the documentary, the trailer cuts to black and it just cuts to this unimaginable scream of gurgling terror and horror. Did he actually fall? With her hand up in the air and then down.
Yes,
Uh,
about. How far would you
about-
say?
About. It was about 100 feet off the top, so 2,100 feet, give or take, ma'am.
And he survived.
And he survived.
Somehow.
I think he was severely, to my understanding, was severely injured and managed to arcane gate back to the ship where Eloquin managed to save his life.
You see Lorelai stop a snicker and look over Julius's shoulder. She doesn't see the rest of the squad coming yet. Pulls up this image, and it's a video from Nick's helmet, the Spartan that was with Carter, looking into Malcolm's room. He's watching Davine work out. Malcolm's mumbling to him, to Cornstalk. Go!
Ah, look at her. Look at her beauty. Look at her Stonewall. Glistening in the light. No, she's mine, not yours. You can have Denaria. Davine is but for me. And as he looks over and sees Nick, nothing! As he smacks the computer monitor and they go back to just the different camera angles around the Majestic. Ah! I told you to knock first. I was busy. Now, leave!
The footage ends with the Spartan slowly closing the door, mumbling to himself, Jesus Christ. General Lorelai, I believe he was in contact with Stonewall.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
I believe he was in contact with Stonewall. There are curses that can be placed onto belongings. It has to be something near and dear to someone. In this case, Didn't he have the musket and the uniform?
Yes.
I believe you can imprint part of one's soul onto an object. It takes a high-level spellcaster. I could do it. I'm sure if Nicole practiced, she could do it. Most members of the council can, yes. She crosses her arms. I believe he was in contact with Stonewall. It had to have been a strong curse for him to have all these near-death experiences and miraculously survive.
Oh my god, he was actually possessed by Stonewall Jackson.
There was one dreaded movie you took me to see where Stonewall was willing him back to life. I can't remember the movie.
Chancinator 2.
Yes.
Isn't that the one where he... Yeah, right.
Yeah.
She rolls her eyes. Oh.
And Stonewall's the reason why that was able to happen as well, if this is the case.
It would explain surviving another near-death experience, getting impaled by a pipe, hit on the head.
Yes.
You had him dead to rights.
I really did. There's that one. There's Falling and Free Colonel. There's the emus. And I swear there's another really big one. There's probably more.
As you say that, the rest of the squad shows up, suited up in their armor, and General Lorelei fall in.
Yes, ma'am.
Points
Yes,
back
ma'am.
to the group. She comes over here, starts typing on the computer. Slowly, looking at Davine, and then up and down the squad. As Pequod comes over here, what were you guys talking about? And Sasha awkwardly, well, Pequod grows. Awkwardly shuffles back in line.
Just some Malcolm stuff. Questions. We almost got arrested.
Oh my god. By who?
Remember those guys who threatened to court-martial us when we invaded Sword Base?
Oh, Elite Guard.
Yeah. Them. They came down.
Oh. Arrested for what?
Mana Saber trading. It's illegal. Extremely punishable by death.
Oh! Pequod grimaces. General Lorelei. So, we've had a sighting of Max Tech personnel. Max Tech commandos. We're all familiar with them. The white visage, the ape suit armor, high-tech weaponry, yes? She looks at every...
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, of course.
We have had a reported sighting by an independent colony, large independent colony, on the planet Flender. Colony's name is Flender. Houses about 8,000 people, give or take. We don't keep up with census reports on independent colonies all that well. She comes over here. It's probably nothing. It's probably a holdout of Max Tech scientists or just the commandos. Max Tech has been known to have militarized outposts throughout the galaxy. Whether these commandos are in league with Tewaz and company or not is irrelevant. Go there and kill them. Maybe keep one alive. She gestures over to Icy. Find out where their outpost is on this colony. See if there's any relevant information on our enemies. If there's not, confiscate any tech and bring it back here for study and use.
Understood, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Icy nods her head. Don't play around, don't play games with them. If you want to bring one back, we only need one brought back alive. The rest, slaughter.
Yes, ma'am. Shouldn't be too difficult.
No, it shouldn't. We received this report less than 24 hours ago. They're in the city, somewhere. They've been spotted in the city. My thought would be some type of underground military complex under the colony. Max Tech has been known to do that. Burrow under the city, build one of their little ant bunkers, and siphon off from the colony above. Power, electricity, water, you name it. Report to the Nova. She walks over here.
Yes, ma'am.
And you leave. And you get to the Nova. Like this time Jennifer's come along with Sunny. And everybody's here just talking amongst themselves.
Well, Max Tech commandos, getting them wiped out shouldn't be very difficult.
I mean, like, yeah, it's Max Tech Commandos. We fought those in, what, He looks over at Ceres. You're one of headhunters?
Sarah's, yeah, a long time ago. It
Fought
doesn't
them.
seem that long ago.
No, it doesn't. We fought them, if I remember right, believe it or not. Our first mission as headhunters.
Saris, wasn't your first mission a Drake? Or wasn't it some Pequod? It was in Seattle, actually. It was in a city. One of the few times I got to use the vertebrate's weaponry.
Mhm.
Yeah, it was in a city. We got ambushed by, he snaps and points over to the medical bay. Those people who were trying to capture or to hide Sunny, something like that.
Yes, we were. I believe, and maybe I'm reading into it, but I assumed that they were working for Max Tech, which would make them commandos, aye?
Saris steps here, Pequod here. I think Commander Integra said they were hired mercs.
That's right.
At least what she could dig up. There was no evidence to trace them back to anybody.
That's fair. I'd always just assumed that way because, well, everything else in regard to that we kind of ended up fighting Max Tech, so...
Icy nods her head as Jennifer. There's another documentary from the medbay. Icy, huh? Looks back at them.
Oh my.
She's a documentary fiend, isn't she?
Icy, apparently so, as she drags Sunny out. Look at this! Sarah's, what'd you find now? Trying not to laugh at her, because she knows Frost is interested in her. The Malcolm boat! And a monkey?
Oh
Oh
no.
no.
The
Icy,
Costa-
her?
The Costa
Monkey boy?
The Costa Majestica.
Sasha, another open ranger investigation. Sarah starts laughing.
Oh. If
Davey,
only...
Pequod, are you gonna get arrested for this one, Julia?
Alfie, don't tell Lorelei about this as soon as possible, probably.
She comes over here, puts her arms around your waist.
He made a cruise ship and had the fucking monkey drive it.
Icy, what? Looking at Monkey Boy in the...
Davey covers her face and then uncovers it. He had the monkey as the helmsman of the ship. It was a monkey. It did not know how to drive a ship. It didn't know left from right, starboard from port.
The ship, to my knowledge, ran aground and sank with thousands of colonists, or hundreds, maybe near 1,000 at most, but many, many colonists on board.
Town's SIS didn't even know about that one. I'm pretty close to all the Malcolm drama, and I've never heard of this.
That's because Malcolm snuck onto one of the life rafts while getting off, trying to have Julius and I go down with the ship. Too bad for him, we'd already abandoned. And then Arcane gated back to the Majestic before authorities could arrive.
Jennifer plays a phone call from a portion of the trailer of the documentary where the independent colony harbor master of the big colony town with a huge dock calls Malcolm and tells him, well, Malcolm informs him that he slipped and fell into one of the lifeboats, and the harbor master tells him to get back on the fucking ship because the captain goes down with the ship. Go!
Yes, Harbor Master, I don't know where the bridge is. I slipped on some spaghetti and fell into the life raft as it was going down, so I can't tell you.
Slipped on spaghetti. Captain, you get back to the ship as soon as possible, and you get back onto the bridge, and you go down with the ship. Everyone else leaves before you, understood?
You're breaking up. Goodbye. Click.
Jennifer starts cackling, pulls up a picture of the ship itself. Look at that! Colonel Concord. Is that Malcolm's face on the big thing?
Yes, it is. He paid 800 million credits to have that built.
Sonny, in the trailer, he refers to Monkey Boy and Julius as his sons, his Pequod. Oh god, looking at Julius.
Don't. That was during a real weird time. That was during the time he got me a pet. It was so weird.
Was the pet as she points for Julius to sit down and plops on his lap.
Okay. So, I feel like I need to give you guys backstory on this. One day, he was watching these old, 21st century viral videos, right? Trying to find out his next adventure, his next method of... He points over to Davine. You guys know the line by now. He eventually came across this one video. It was titled something like, Stepfather Called Dad for the First Time. Rolly told me about it and then sent me the video. It was just this kid under a Christmas tree, and this guy came up to him, handed him a box, opened it up, and a puppy came out. Kid started to cry, ran up to the dad, hugged him, called him dad, and the camera pans up to the mom, who looks super happy and kisses the guy. And that's where the video cuts off. So, the next day, after Malcolm watched the video from Rolly's estimations hundreds of times, we just so happened to stop by a more rural colony where the main export was farm animals, their meat. Beef, chicken, pork, everything like that. He told us we had to stop a bombing at this chicken or rooster processing plant. When we got there, Malcolm split off from the rest of us. Me, Ash, Davine, we searched the area, top to bottom, didn't find anything. Malcolm told us, it's weird because it was somewhat good thinking. He told us that the three of us had to stay there just in case it was a trick, that something might happen, to cover all of our bases. So, it was weird, but me and Ash stayed, and we managed to convince Davine. He was actually, excited for Davine to stay. I think he said, "I was just going to suggest that, my boy," to me. And when he was telling us that, we had thought that it was just the curse. Actually, we're actually seeing his body change in real time because of the curse, because he had kept his jacket closed really tight and something was moving around underneath it. We thought it was the curse's, what we call it, Ash, the metamorphosis.
Yes, we did.
So a couple days passed. Globnock was sent back to force us back to the ship. It was during the time where I couldn't fight back, especially with his armor. Ash didn't have any of his guns, and Davine just didn't really care at that point. We got back. Malcolm met us on the ramp, dressed like Santa Claus, in mid-July. He had a fake beard over those circle glasses, the whole shebang. We got onto the ship. Denaria was dressed up like a Santa's elf, and there was lights all around, some of them on Xerix and PT Valk, who were in stasis mode, and this gigantic Christmas tree. I don't know how they got it. Pine trees did not grow on this colony. They must have gone to another place where it was winter, got the pine tree, and came back. I don't know. But it was completely decked out, and he made me sit right next to the tree, which had one box underneath it, which I think Denaria wrapped up because it was just a couple little strips of wrapping with scotch tape all around it. And it was scratching like crazy, and I opened it up fearing it was like some kind of rabid raccoon or something. And when I did, an actual rooster popped out of it, and that was my pet that he got for me.
What happened to the rooster? Pequod inquisitively looking at.
He looks down. We killed it and ate it.
Ah!
it was it if it was a chicken or a hen, we would have kept it. But it was a rooster. It kept on waking me up in the middle of the night more so than Malcolm ever did. It would call like, do the whole cock-a-doodle-doo thing 2 inches away from my face, like 3 a.m.
It physically attacked Denaria and Snarf.
Sasha, rooster and potato stew, Ash? Looking at...
Oh, it tasted so good after having nothing to eat for a week.
How did Malcolm take his pet being killed? Icy speaks.
You want to see the video I took of it?
Icy, absolutely. And Saris turns to look at you, Julie.
He pulls up a video of the restroom door being closed and Malcolm speaking through it.
My boy, where is your pet?
It's dead, Malcolm. We had to cook it.
No! But it was a gift. I thought you'd love me as your father finally.
I'm sorry, Malcolm. I accidentally stepped on it.
Oh. Just go home, my boy. I'll be fine. I'll be out in but a minute. And as you see the camera getting further away, you just hear, oh.
Everybody's laughing their ass off. Pequod, my dad's shown me early footage from a movie called, I think it's Colonel All the Way. You play Malcolm's son and he's trying to get you this action figure. He really went pretty hard on Dad Malcolm phase, didn't he? She's looking right at you.
100% he did. What the video doesn't catch in that was I had given him IBS again.
Oh, God. Saris, more like the curse probably gave him IBS, but yeah.
Yeah. A very interesting time, that. He attempted to take Julius to multiple sporting events. Didn't he take you to some, garbage garage band's concert on some colony?
Yeah, he tried to jump on stage and, jump into the crowd, did the whole, wave thing. There was, 3 people in the crowd, including me.
Yeah.
Saris, so he begrudgingly tried to be Dad in hopes that it would impress Dervy.
Yes, all of his attempts were unsuccessful, I assure you all.
Jennifer, yeah, that kiss cam footage from that baseball game. Was that from Dad Malcolm Fade?
Yeah, that was from Dad Malcolm Fate. He had paid the cameraman, I think. But he had set me in the middle between Davine and him. And Davine... And so he had tried to lean over Julius, stand over him to try and kiss me. I'm sorry, Julie. No, it's fine. You only get beard hair in your eye every so often. That was just so happened to be one of those times.
Pequod gives Julius a kiss on the cheek. As Jennifer, it's pretty cool knowing a documentary director, looking up at a full-fledged director and actor. Oscar nominated.
Yes, I suppose it is.
Sonny, do you know what else is cool? Knowing an animator.
An animator?
Oh.
What are you talking about? Oh, God.
Saris, what in the name of holy hell is that an air bison on a dropship?
You
It's-
can explain, Julius.
Y'all know Avatar: The Last Airbender? A really good show from the 21st century.
Pequod, I love that show when I was a kid. I have all the DVDs.
Yeah, so did Malcolm. He made me draw the air bison as the dropship, just a dropship with an air bison's face. He made me animate that entire goddamn show.
Yeah.
Jennifer Ash is credited as voice acting many roles in this TV show. What was your main role at?
I believe I voiced Ashko, his version of Zuko, but the main one that he really was happy with me for doing was, Fire Lord Ozash.
Sarah starts pointing at Ash and laughs.
I voiced the villains.
Sasha, I've seen some clips from this show. I think Scar voiced Uncle Iroh, Uncle Scarro.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime he talks, it's pretty funny. Just monotone, fatly drawn Scar.
Yeah, it was... Honestly, that one was pretty fun to draw.
I see you drew Fat Scar.
Well, that was the direction
Well,
Malcolm
you gotta
gave.
get us a picture, Julie.
Oh, God. I'll try and look through my wrist computer.
Jennifer, you guys really made a lot of cool stuff, not just movies.
We did. If it weren't for Malcolm, I'd look back fondly on it.
Jennifer, wait a minute. Isn't the Avatar kid supposed to be like 12? I've never seen the show, Sonny. Yeah, he's a very young boy in the context of the show, who has a full face.
Oh, he is 12, and his love interest across the series is the 14-year-old Davtara, played by, and he looks over at Davine.
He managed to get me...
Good.
Managed to get me to say like 3 lines each episode.
Who did Arya play?
Denaria played Darzulia, Ashko's brother or sister.
Yes.
Talents, how the fuck did he get interested in the child's TV?
Julius and I were watching it, and I think Davine walked by and, as you do, stopped for a moment to watch it, and he assumed that meant she loved it.
Oh, God.
Yeah. What was the offhanded comment you made? Oh, this seems interesting. What is it about? And he took that question, which usually means you know nothing about a show, as it was her favorite show.
Yes. It was interesting, to say the least.
Hunk, did you animate the whole show by yourself, Juliet?
No, Rolly helped me out. He's a surprisingly good background artist.
How many episodes were there to this saga?
4.
Oh, he only made 4.
He only got 4 in before he fluttered on to a new idea.
Pecan starts laughing. My husband, the animator.
Although, why do I get the feeling that EarthGov's going to want to finish the show?
I see, I hope not. I actually like that show.
So do I. Imagine having to animate Malcolm's face over Ames.
Jennifer, imagine having to animate an air bison on the body of a dropship.
Yes. Imagine having to give Firelord Ozai white hair and a lazy eye.
Imagine having to play Julka.
Sasha, apparently from what I've heard, he first envisioned it as a live-action movie because there was an actual air bison killed, and he wanted, I guess, to put the head on the dropship, but then he said, this is too much work, let's just make it a TV.
He did manage to get the head on the dropship. It was on the dropship until the day that the Majestic fell.
Rotting away? Jennifer looks at...
At first, I think after a while, somebody on the ship gave up and taxidermied it just so that we didn't have to worry about the, he just motions to his nose, smell.
Towns nods his head. There is an episode of the MWF where he came out as Malktino Heat. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah.
Malky Guerrero.
And he came out in this dropship with wheels on it, Why he didn't just use the Escalade is beyond us. Anyway, he came out with this dropship with wheels and the Air Bison's head on it, so that's how we know.
He didn't use the Escalade because all of the options he had on it made it to where it couldn't actually move.
God. Hunk, just God. What a fucking idiot.
That's putting it lightly.
Yeah. Oh. Malky Guerrero.
Icy looks at Jennifer. Strange for you to come along. You're not allowed to leave the ship either. Jennifer, I don't plan to. I just wanted to come hang out with Sunny and get out of the apartment away from the Zap drama.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Banksy, we should, or blah, blah, blah. Hunk, we should have brought Banksy along. And Icy, no, he's guarding Davine's door.
Oh, such a sweet boy. And she pats Icy's shoulders.
We won't let Zap through. Though I think his meds have probably taken effect by now.
Hopefully.
Yes.
Gotta get to the bottom of how he got that Terminator, or whatever it's called, robot prototype up to the apartment.
I'll do that as soon as we get home. It shouldn't take too long, right?
Pequod nods her head. The nav computer starts beeping, and she gets off Julius's lap and comes over. We want to go in? We're here.
I mean, like, I'm ready. Go ahead and drop us off.
Ready when you...
Pequod, I'm gonna hail the city, find a dock to put us down on. And you hear Pequod. This is the Nova, EarthGov Nova, Arcane Council Strike Squad, hailing Harbor Master, Dock Master, whatever you prefer, Independent Colony over. And there's just utter silence. And Pequod looks back at you guys.
One moment. He's gonna make his way up. No answer?
She has a radio that's like connected to the nav computer, and it's an older style radio that you would use for older style technology that these independent colonies sometimes have, and she hands the radio up to you.
Gonna pick it up. Hello, this is Arcane Council Strike Squad Alpha 9 and the Nova. Come in, over.
Silent.
He's gonna hand it back. Oh, gods.
Pequod looking back at Julius. Max Tech Commandos shooting up a city.
Oh, yeah. Julius stands up. Well, from that we can probably expect it overtook the Dog Harbor, whatever you want to call it.
Hunk, change the frequency and radio into the PD. These colonies don't always have the best tech. The militias, police departments usually have, colonial militia usually have knockoff EarthGov stuff or secondhand purchase EarthGov stuff. Pequod lifts the radio handle up again and hands it to Ash.
Hell, same thing. Hello. This is Arcane Council Strike Squad Alpha 9 and the Nova. Come in.
Static.
Oh no. He's gonna hand it back. No response.
She's gonna get up and start typing on the computer, having the Nova do a scan of the colony. No radio interference, no jammers.
That just means someone didn't pick up, or there was no one to pick up.
Hunk, let's roll.
Remember when I said this should be an easy fight?
Hunk nods his head.
I really shouldn't have said that now, should I have?
Sasha, game time. And walks over here. Pequod, alright, I'll take us down. Lower the boarding ramp. You guys drop out.
Yes, ma'am.
And you do. And you land. She doesn't make you drop from hundreds of feet. Just like 5-foot drop, and you land here right into the city. Power's still on. Streets are empty. Scenic looking place.
Julius looks around, does a quick scan into these two alleyways, looks at Icy and shrugs.
She's looking around, confused too. Hunk pulls up his wrist computer. 12 a.m. on a Saturday night, 12 midnight. Colonies like this are usually hopping at this hour. I'm pretty sure this would be what we would call a red light district. If you look at the signs on the. Yeah. And he points over here at this building.
Right. It's... even if it weren't a set, this is too quiet. Shouldn't there be somebody out and about, even with what's going on? Especially with what's going on with Max Tech.
Icy knocks on this door. She fan out. Try to get somebody. Knock on the door or something.
Understood. He's gonna go up here and knock.
Sasha on Overwatch. Sasha grappling hooks up to the roof of a building with her sniper rifle out as Town starts walking around. Every door you knock on returns no answer.
Go attempt to enter one or leave it, ma'am.
I see. Looking through the window of this place, looks like there's hot tea on the table and stove in here.
He's gonna peek in the window of this one.
Looks like somebody just finished eating. Dishes still dirty on the table.
Similar here. Looks like whoever was here left in a hurry.
Julius, you see a bar. Nice bar. Disco ball. You can hear music thudding from the inside. Completely empty. Some bar tables, stools, overturned. That's it.
They left in a hurry and didn't really care about cleanliness or saving on the electricity bill. He looks over at Icy. Sudden raid from the Max Tech commandos?
Towns walks over here. Icy, maybe, but Max Tech commandos are shoot first, ask questions later. We'd see bullet shells, pulse rifle, 10 millimeter shells. Towns looking around. Yeah, up here.
Yeah. And if that were the case, it wouldn't be like this. It looks like whoever was in here almost just vanished in this house.
Sasa's gonna jump off the roof, land here, and look around confused as I see, huh.
You okay, ma'am?
Fine. This is creepy. She shrugs and looks back at Davine and awkwardly steps back towards Davine.
Davine puts her hands on Icy's shoulders and Julius looks around. Well, I don't think there's much to be found. Should we move up, ma'am?
Hunk looks back at her and I say, yeah, let's go. Keep going, keep moving. We'll head to the Colonial Militia building. It's 3.5 clicks north that way.
Yes, ma'am. On me. Sasha. He points over to her. Stay on Overwatch, please.
She grapple hooks up to the roof.
He's
Right.
gonna start moving up.
Sasha following you guys. Grappling hooks here, up on the roof. Icy behind Davine now. And Town's on point, looking around.
Try and keep with Towns.
Towns points at in here and points to you and then points through this window.
Gonna come and look.
Blood. Splattered all over that table. A lot of it.
Does it look like, I don't know, does it look like somebody was shot up?
Hard to tell. You can go in. Towns, I can hack the door.
Yeah, I'm gonna go in.
Town starts hacking the door for you. Independent colonies don't have the best security as the door opens.
He's gonna go in and take a look at the blood splatter, see what he can tell. Should I roll something?
Sure.
Roll perception.
No gunshot. It wasn't gunshots. There's no holes anywhere, no shells. Looks like massive trauma from multiple sources.
Gonna tell your radio over. Ma'am, looks like there's blood in here. Doesn't appear to be gunshots, more just trauma from multiple sources. Looks like somebody got ripped apart or at least beaten into submission.
Sasha, incoming! as you start to hear from the distance a bunch of screams. People just screaming and running. And Julius, you see Hunk up here. Settle down, EarthGov. He flashes, he shows his shoulder, lifts up a Velcro little piece covering his rank and an Arcane Council emblem. Arcane Council Strike Squad. Alpha 9 as they just scream and run through all of you guys. Ash, you get knocked over next to Towns by one of the bigger guys, running away for their lives. They run down the alley you can. Sasha, just watches.
The hell? Sasha, look ahead.
She looks ahead. Looks like there's a market district up ahead.
No hostiles?
Negative.
Huh. Alright. Orders, ma'am?
I guess we keep going north. Sasha, Towns, take point. Towns takes his UMP and starts walking forward.
Understood, ma'am.
You make your way here. Sasha's up on this roof. And you start to hear the quintessential sounds of pulse rifle fire.
Okay.
Coming from up here.
Okay, so it sounds like sounds like it's Max Tech fighting someone. Probably the local police force or militia.
Sarah's following Ash. Hunk and Towns behind cover.
Sasha, Towns, give me something here. What are you saying?
Sasha will grapple over here. And she aims down her scope, looking around.
Anything?
And before she can say it, you see two Max Tech commandos here. One of them up here has a flamethrower, and he is torching the fuck out of all these stalls. But it looks like he's purposely aiming down the streetway. As this guy's grabbing him, forget the fucking thing, let's go! And as he says that, one of these strange creatures jumps out from, you didn't even see where it came from, and another one jumps out. This one, respectfully tackling this one. Head bites him, you see blood go everywhere. This one, rams this dude with the flamethrower with his dome skull, knocking him down, jumping on him and impaling him with his tail. And he's flailing about with the flamethrower, setting all these buildings on fire and before he expires. As Icy gasps and Sasha, what the hell are those? Oh god.
Sasha, careful, those are... He can see them, right?
Oh yeah, you can see it clear as day. Icy runs and hides next to Dave.
Sasha, careful, those are xenomorphs.
Towns, what?
Those are xenomorphs. Those are the things that were on the sub, remember, Towns?
Towns, oh shit, they look different as Hunk. I suggest we leave.
Yeah, fall back, nuke the colony.
Yeah. There's no point
Right,
in
Nicole? She's grabbing Davine's wrist as more of these smaller ones that look different from the ones on the submarine start appearing, running down the alleyway.
Right?
Davine,
I see.
Davine grabs a hold of her wrist. Nicole! Nicole!
He's not saying anything. As Sasha, Julius, you see her turned around. Behind you! Slowly, very slowly, you realize you are being encircled by things that looked like the ones on the sub. Warrior.
Shit.
They're slowly crawling over the roof silently. Some on the ground, some coming up from manholes in the ground. They made literally zero noise.
Oh my god. Julius starts to back up, and Davine grabs a hold of Icy and starts to bring her back. He turns around to see these ones. Shit.
Hunk Hunk, how many of them are there? He holds up his MP5 as Towns, get down here, and Sasha grappling hooks down.
Ash is gonna snap around to try and see if there's any way out of where they are.
You see Sarah already down the alley, gesturing with her hand, trying not to say anything, because she doesn't know if these things hunt by sound or not. Nobody really does.
You see her down the alley now. Looks to Davine. Can you get Icy and bring her with?
Yes, I can.
Go.
Davine will take Icy and follow her.
Saris tells Davine, I'll go. Points down here. I'll go on point. Follow me.
She'll nod.
Hunk is gonna grab Julius. Let's go.
Yeah, go. Come on.
Go.
Come on, Ash.
I'm coming. Go.
Just go. Ash, I'm taking 6.
Understood.
Well, for you taking 6. You noted. More and more of these things coming over every building like ants almost, or cockroaches. And you're able to infer probably one for every colonist. Lots of them. But they are taking their time, slowly encroaching upon you, not running at you.
Oh, God.
Julius, on the radio now. Let Pequod know what's going on.
Julius pulls up his radio. Nova, copy?
Julius? What's going on down there?
We're gonna need immediate evac very soon.
Well, you gotta get to somewhere I can land.
Affirmative, we'll try to find someplace.
Hang on. I'm locking in on your position in town. Get to the town center. Circle. Square. Main square, they call it.
Affirmative, we'll get there ASAP.
It should be about 700 feet down that alley. I think Saris is going down. Get there, and I can definitely land there. What exactly is going on down there?
He looks around. Bugs. Lots of them.
She doesn't say anything. You hear a gasp.
Pequod, if we go dark, you get back to Gateway. Understood?
Not leaving you.
If we go dark, go back to Gateway. Understood?
Understood. Just get your dumb ass to town center.
ASAP.
Saris is taking point.
He's
She's making sure it's safe for you guys.
He's gonna be following.
Well, you follow. Right here. And you can clearly see, clear as day, this big armored APC. Big ass one. You see a Max Tech Commando falling back this way. He's got a smart gun. He is shooting down the street. Towns has moved up, gesturing with you. Saris is up here with him too, gesturing to you guys.
Gonna make his way up.
And a gruesome sight most definitely unfolds in front of you. As busting out of this building is a drone. You wouldn't know the difference quite yet. Jumping down in front of him and impaling him and lifting him off the ground. Whipping the impaled tail out of him, sending his lifeless body this way, and scuttles off into the building. This Towns runs over here, looks at the APC. This guy's dead. Towns points down the street both directions, not saying anything.
Ash is gonna come up and look both ways.
Well, down to the left, you see another one of these strange, smaller, sleeker creatures. Jump on this guy, drag him into the building out of sight. You hear him scream, some gunshots go off, and then you see his limp body, looks like his head was twisted, get thrown back out of the building from which the creature dragged him in.
Shit.
Up here, you see one guy with a pulse rifle trying to fall back, screaming something inaudible to this guy. This guy comes here. One of these much bigger ones smacks this dude with his tail, sending him flying down on the ground. Gets on top of him, head bites him from behind. vanishes. Another drone coming up through a manhole comes up, grabs this guy, and just takes him down with a scream, never to be heard from or seen again. Towns, oh shit.
Ah. How long did she say until she's here?
He'll pull up his wrist computer again. Nova, ETA?
5 minutes.
Copy. You heard her.
As you see the body, something big must have thrown this poor guy splat right into the building with so much force. He slams through the building and he's just almost paced. Armor broken, every bone in his body broken. Ceres falls back towards Julius, trying not to scream.
Oh no. Everybody fall in. Stay together, these things can come from anywhere, it seems.
Sasha runs up, looking at the APC, looking around, scanning with her helmet, her built-in technology. And she runs behind the APC. Towns is gonna follow her with the smart gun in hand, putting on the harness. Improperly, albeit, but yeah.
Come up. See anything, Sasha?
Sasha looking around. She has her sniper rifle in one hand. You see her. She finds a pulse rifle. Hands it to you.
Thank you.
I come up to her if you want it.
Yeah, he's gonna come up. Thank you.
She hands it to you, and you notice the counter on the pulse rifle reads 00.
Shit.
She looks around as the ground starts to shake.
Oh no.
Sasha, whatever threw that guy is coming our way.
And I don't think we have 5 minutes.
Set up a defensive perimeter. She gets inside the APC.
You heard her. Defensive perimeter here, now.
Towns gesturing with you guys to come up.
Julius nods and looks back at Davine and Icy.
Icy not moving. Hunk looks at her. Jesus. Runs up this. Slams up against the side of the building, looking down the street.
Go. He pats Ceres on the shoulder and runs up. Nicole! Come. He snaps a couple times in front of her face. Nicole!
She shakes her head. What?
Come on. Defensive perimeter. We need you.
She slowly walks up here. How long till Pequod gets here?
She said ETA 5 minutes, about a minute ago.
We're not gonna last 5 minutes.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
No, we're not. And you see her pointing this direction. And busting through the building is a collection of buildings, is a large xenomorph, larger than you've ever seen before. It dwarfs the queen you've seen in the pod and the submarine. It dwarfs the king xenomorph from days gone by, and scuttling about all across his body is, we'll call them drones, but you don't have quite a name for them yet.
Gods.
It lets out a roar. I see that's a commanding cast xenomorph.
Well,
Okay.
where? He walks around and puts his hands on her shoulders. Well, where the fucking rain falls, right? And ain't no commanding cast or whatever it is of xenomorph is gonna kill us. So, we just need to band together like a family does, like a team does, like a squad does, and we need to kick some motherfucking ass.
As you say that, she's shaking visibly. Sasha's head pops out of the APC. This thing runs on power cord. These idiots probably had some around here. Find them! As she looks up, because she didn't get a sight of it. She was inside, and you see her head recoil in shock.
Shit. You heard her. Julius, Davine Towns. You three can move the best out of the rest of us. You three should be the ones gathering power cores. The rest of us stay here in a defensive perimeter.
Icy falls back in towards Davine almost. As this thing is standing there, dripping acid out of its mouth, its large translucent teeth, and it starts raising its arms to its side.
Ah, shit.
Ah. Get her in the game, Davine. Please. We need her.
Davine is gonna put both of her hands on her arms and whisper into her ear, Nicole, I'm scared too. And I can't do this without you. Please. I need you. Because if I don't have you to watch my back and help me through these times, who will?
She nods her head. I'll set up a flame wall. And starts running up this way. Now, we will roll initiative, because we're going to clear initiative. Because all of last week's initiative orders were still there. So, Davine snapped her out of it for now. You're stuck where you're standing. Roll initiative. And we will begin the engagement. As Icy says, I'll set up the flame wall. She turns to Davine. They are afraid of fire. I think it's the only thing they're afraid of, looking up at the gigantic creature.
Davine will nod at her. Poppy.
How many can you set up?
2.
We should try to use those to help set up a perimeter and funnel them in towards us.
Sasha, power cores over the radio.
Julius, Davine, Towns, can I count on you three to be obtaining those?
Towns looks at you. With this? He holds up the smart gun.
Damn it. Didn't even get... Fine, you stay here as well.
We got it. We got it, Ash.
Understood. Might help, but I'm not fast enough.
It's fine, just focus on taking out lower Cass. Maybe fire a few shots at that sucker.
Copy.
We need Ceres's initiative.
Completely forgot, sorry about that.
Almost done rolling for me. All right. And we shall let the games begin with the Alpha. Covered in his drone bodyguards. Relink that one more time. And he will take one massive step here. Covered with his drone bodyguards. As the Nova's on the map, but it's still not here yet, and we will go to Julius to start things off. Be advised during this fight, if you go anywhere near a xenomorph hidden on the map, they're going to come out and attack you.
Ooh. Julius is gonna look around. He's gonna walk up here. That was 10 feet. Shit. Power course. Okay. He looks back at Davine. You watch my back, okay? I'm gonna go grab power course. He is going to just start going down that alleyway.
Which one?
This one right here.
All right, go ahead. You
It's
got the
gonna-
movement.
20. So that's 30, and then another 15 feet right there. Yeah, that should be all of it.
You see 3 power cores sitting here. Looks like the commando unit was these dudes up here. Well, I made a square. But those dudes up here were trying to get to these power cores. Yeah. See 3 of them just sitting there.
He's gonna go over his radio. Big power cores in this alleyway. And he used all his movement speed. Unless I want to double dash.
It's up to you.
Yeah, he'll use his bonus action to double dash. Go up to one and pick it up.
Towns' turn. He's gonna slam up here with the smart gun harness. He's finally fixed it properly on him and point out down the alleyway this way. Because he saw that max set commando get slaughtered, so he's scanning with the smart gun down this alley, ending his turn.
Okay.
There are no xenomorph runners in play currently. They are either hiding in wait or doing whatever xenomorphs do. So, take your turn.
Going to move over here. Look over to Hunk. You have him covered over there?
Absolutely.
Okay, he's gonna kind of pull Davine into the square with them. I'll take that. I'll take covering over here. You go help Julius, alright?
Affirmative.
Okay. And he's gonna take up a position where where she was, and he'll beat Rush out and hold his action until he sees something.
Okay. The APC can't do anything.
Okay, so that'd be Saris. She, looking around at where things could be, she's going to move over to here, pull out the plasma rifle that she has, and again, settle in, holding her action until she sees something.
So for this fight, Icy's gonna put up the flame walls, but she has to channel these flame walls to keep the flame intense. If she gets hit, it might break the channeling effect. But she can keep these up, and any xenomorph dumb enough to run into them will literally get immolated to dust. But if you want to keep it, you don't want her to get hit. And you should be able to see the squares representing the flame walls in 1 second. See them both?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to take her turn. Davine's up.
Davine is going to go help Julius Watcher 6. And ready in action for any xenomorph that might come out.
Nope. The the Praetorian, whatever we want to call him, since he's almost the king. You could talk more about that on the ship. Takes one large step towards the flame wall, inquisitively looking at it, cocking its gigantic head, and it does not rebuke in fear, or bulk back in fear, like xenomorphs typically do to fire. It just stares down at Icy looking at her.
Shit.
He's huge, and he's staring down, looking at her, twisting his head, opens his mouth, and lets out a hiss. As now you start to hear that wet body sound of scuttling xenomorphs all around you.
Oh no.
Pequod, on the other hand, he's not done yet. Pequod, on the other, has made it here. She is hovering over the city. Sasha over the radio. Fuck the power cores, get to the ship. Fuck the power cores, get to the ship. Fuck the. As she sees the Praetorian. He opens his mouth, stops himself from hissing, and fires just a huge glob of acid spit. Julius, you see the Nova take the hit. The shields flare. Pequod, Jesus! As she's flying, she has to pull up not to crash into this thing, and flies this way. It damaged the shields! What the hell? As she's flying away from it.
Ah, damn it. He looks around. Scatter out.
Pequod, I'm coming around for a strafe run.
It might hit you again.
Not from behind.
Oh, God. He looks over at Davine, and she shrugs and looks over at Hunk.
If she strikes from behind, it can't spit out of the back of its head. Right?
Hopefully.
Only strafing runs from behind, Pequod. I'll be back 2 minutes ETA, turning around, waiting for shields to recharge.
Good, good. Careful, because I don't think the Nova can take another hit like that, can it?
Pequod, no. It takes an extremely heavy ballistic weapon to pierce the shield. That was just goo. Icy acid.
Acid.
You're up, Julius, as the Praetorian is now. He looks, watches Pequod go off, closes his mouth, and just turns down and looks at Icy. And then looks at the APC.
Oh, damn it. Since Davine is in the way, I'll just move right there. That's 10 feet of movement he's allowed. And he's going to look around, and he's going to hand the power core off to Davine. And he's going to say, go slow. Any faster than, like, a couple feet of movement, he's going to explode them. Understood? She nods. Yes, of course. Okay, get to the APC.
Towns holding his action. You go.
Yeah, Julius will also hold his action to protect Davine as she now has the power core.
Well, Ash, I would say I know what you're going to say. You're just going to say, well, I don't see anything, and I'm not going to go for a power core. So I hold my action. Well, you might as well expend your held action from last turn. Because charging down on all fours up the alley, they slithered out of the buildings, out of manholes, and they just start charging as you hear Julius having this conversation with Davine down the alley at you.
Shit! Big one's coming this way. Gonna pull out Beat Rush and take my 3 attacks from the last turn. First attack at the one closest. Ooh, it's thinking. I'll roll all 3 and we can parse them out as they need to be.
Miss.
Okay, there's number 2.
Hit. Which one are you
Nearest to me. And if first hit doesn't kill it, the second one's going at it again.
They don't die in one hit.
Understood?
You take one up.
Okay.
And they are charging down the alley at you at top speed.
Okay,
You hear Towns letting loose with the smart. At stuff this away.
well, that was my held action. He's gonna take a couple steps back and continue firing into the group. Targeting this one.
This one, right?
Yeah. Alright. Okay. So that means the acid resistance aura is in play for 20 feet around Ash.
Got it. Might as well make it Xenomorph green.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I don't think there's much else I can do without using everything right now, so I'll let that be my turn.
Lucky for you, the Xenomorphs actually go first. So, the Warriors. They have a 14 initiative. You can't see them because the initiative was rolled while they were hidden on the DM layer. But right between you and Towns are the runners at 23, 14 between Saris and Ash. If you can't see the APC, you should. It's a 10, and the drones have a resounding 3 of an initiative score. And I roll a 1d8 because all of these are going to come up bounding toward.
Okay.
But only one of them is going to land an attack. Now, when you get hit, only 8 damage. These xenomorphs don't strike you like the cloned ones back in the day. This thing tried to swipe your neck, and it got you, but it didn't break the jugular or anything like that. But you remember the xenomorphs are trying to capture Saris. Even the clone ones, they were hell-bent on capturing Saris. Because every king needs a queen. Well, these xenomorphs, you could tell, are functioning much more aggressively, much more different. So that strike means 5 class featured dice are removed from your pool. That will conclude the warrior.
Okay.
Icy's keeping the flame wall up. Saris' turn as Saris sees these strange, smaller, more sleeker, kind of like pumas, xenomorphs encroaching on her and the APC.
Well, not much she can do except pull out the pulse rifle, or not pulse rifle, plasma rifle, and take shots at the ones there. Forgot to refill that. She's gonna take a step back if she can, and
She can't back up it.
Oh, okay. Well, shot at that one at the very least.
Take it.
Miss. Second shot.
Towns kills this one.
Oh boy. Well, she knows she doesn't want to be in front of it, so she's going to at least take a step back to there. And that is all she can do.
Alright. Davine's up.
Davian is going to take her 5, 10 feet of movement. And she's going to... One second, let me reread. Okay. She's going to hold an action just in case a group of xenomorphs try to come and attack her.
Anything else for her? She doesn't want to run that power core back to the APC?
She moved her 10 feet.
Oh, poor Tavy. Oh, poor girl. Pequod's on her way back with the Nova. Davine will definitely need to roll an action, as busting out of this building is a drone. Busting out of this building is a drone. Davine sees this one, Hunk holding his action. He's just gonna kill this guy. Doesn't hurt anybody, no acid splatter, but another one coming down the alley. And Julius... A large group of these drones, on all fours, much like their warrior brethren, come running right up to you. Only 2 of them are in range to hit. We'll say this one claws you across the stomach for 9 points of damage, draining 5 of those class feature dice. You think the same thing. They're not coming to, they're not striking to weaken you and take you. They're striking to kill you. He went right for your intestines. And that will conclude their turn. Running with something. Julius, you're up, and there's xenomorphs in the way of David.
Oh, Jesus. Julius is gonna move in front of Davine. Take his attacks against the one directly in front of her.
Should have got a sound effect of the xenomorph scream. It's dead.
And then, I think he's gonna move back behind her just to block the way to those ones. Then that'll be his turn.
Ash, take yours, because Towns, I'm going to put his attack on the warrior. Help
Okay.
you out.
Well, not much else Ash can do but start shooting at... You said this one? Is where, whichever one Towns isn't shooting at him.
He's going to shoot that one, yeah.
Okay, well, the one to the left of Ash is first.
We'll take your turns and then the runners at 23 up here are going to take their turn.
I'm letting roll.
Good time.
That's 2 shots. Directed at this guy. And
Fucking weird. Why is her health showing up blue? Okay, he's dead.
here's the third
Doesn't
one.
matter.
Oh, Ash is just gonna spray up his admin, and it doesn't matter which one he was pointing that at.
Okay.
Let me look. 'Cause this isn't good. He's gonna pop the vented barrel for 2 more attacks. Aiming at the one to his right. Give it a second to catch up. Okay. So those 2 were directed at this guy.
Should have got a xenomorph sound effect. Oh well. Next time. I promise. Oh, anything else?
That's all Ash can do.
Alright, so these 2 runners have successfully overlapped their aura. Ash, Saris notices this. Ash, they are definitely highly coordinated. Moving together. So Saris is hit for 8 and 5. We're going to roll a 1d3 because there's 3 runners trying to attack. If that runner hits Icy up there, the flame wall goes down, mind you. Might want to consider, even though you don't think you're good at running power cores, because this is not working for you, and these creatures will not relent. Saris gets hit for 9 and 12 points of damage by these 2 runners with their tailwind.
Okay.
That will conclude the runners' turns. We are down to Hunk, who's gonna lift his MP5 with his broken fucking arm and start running over to a power core. Julius, you see him strap it on his back. He'll make his way here with it, concluding Hunk's turn as the APC is still out of action, and you are in dire straits. It's Saris's turn.
Okay. She's gonna move to here. As she's running, she's going to try and shoot this one. Okay.
Explodes.
Okay. And then I suppose as she's running, her second attack will be at the other runner.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Dead?
She's gonna get up to Davine and motion for Davine to hand her the power core.
If Davine is allowed, she will.
Yep.
Okay. And then Saris is going to 10 feet that way with the last of her movement.
The warrior is encroaching on Ash. Very lucky for Ash. This one right next to you. He's able to grab you with force like you've never been grabbed before.
Okay.
Thrust for 40 points of damage right into your chest.
Okay.
Reaffirming the fact they are here to kill you, not to capture.
Okay.
APC still useless. Icy still holding the flame wall. Davine's up.
Now that she gave the power core over to Saris, Davine is going to move down, grab that last power core, and then meet up with Hunk right here, holding the other one.
Alright, Nova's on its way back, turning around for a 709er, or whatever that line is. As this drone's gonna come out here next to Sarah. And Julius is gonna get encircled. Power course with Ceres, though. This one. This power core with Davy. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Julius gets hit for 6 points of damage. Something interesting happens. Julius sees. This is the one that hits you, Julius. The others start scuttling about, disappearing around you. This one disappears through a manhole, vanishing. This one disappears into the building where Davine and Hunk are. This one is still behind Ceres like an idiot. And they're not running away. It looks like there's purpose to their movements of where they're going. And this one's still here in front of you, Julius. And that will conclude their turn, and we're back to the top of the turn order. As Gigantor takes a step down here. And all these warriors around. Two of them
Okay.
pop Ash for 16 points of damage. This one here, and this one here.
Okay.
Julius, you're up.
Julius will. Oh, he should probably do that before. Inside a key. He's gonna limit break. And he's gonna move right here in between these two drones and 4.
How do you kill him?
He is going to grab its head and smash it.
You're going for both of them, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, they're dead.
And he's going to look into the house that Davine and Hunk are going through, just to try and spot that drone he saw.
Oh, you spot more than one. All the ones that disappeared, though they ran off in different directions. Crawling on the ceiling, unaware, Davine and Hunk are unaware that they are crawling on the ceiling, slowly encroaching on them.
Oh, shit. He's gonna yell into the house, book it, as, he's going to run in, and can he try and take the power core away from Hunk?
Yeah, you can take it. Broken arm, Hunk. Yeah, you can take it.
He'll take it up and move 5.
Down's throwing up
Yeah,
a
5.
materials group grenade, trying to top people off. He's not going to take an attack, though, Ash, so he can't help you out.
That's okay.
Definitely try to heal you. Now, the runners are at a resounding 23. Behind Towns is 24. This runner does something interesting. He jumps up on the APC. As Ash, you can see, more runners scuttling down this way towards Towns, who's turned, imagine throwing the grenade. He's purposely trying to get it above your head, Ash, to make sure he gets you. And another runner poking its head out here. Don't know if it's going to go for Icy or the APC yet. You're up at.
Alright. Shit. He's gonna pull out Beat Rush. And first things first. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Stop there. Pull out Beat Rush. And first off, target this guy.
Okay.
Let's roll it. Nope. Wrong one. First shot's going at this dude. You gotta let her roll. Okay. Second shot at the same one.
He's dead.
Okay, then if
What
that's
are we going for?
next one up would be at this one.
Dead.
Third shot is at the one directly in front of him. Let me roll it. Sorry, it takes a bit. It's something about this logarithm. Okay. And
Now ping who you're going for. What warrior?
the warrior directly in front of Ash.
Okay, because you do something with your token where it's. Oh, now it's where. That's weird. Like your token's in like 2 places, sometimes 3 at once on my screen. I don't know why. I don't know if it's your token or. What is your push to talk key?
Q.
Doesn't do it. Oh, there it is. Look.
Is he duplicating for you?
No, it leaves like a. It leaves this behind. Like this,
Right.
but it's always yellow, and I can't tell exactly where you want to be. So this guy, you definitely splatter with the pulse rifle. He's acid coming out of him, but he's still on his feet, barely.
Okay, 5 more feet to get in front of Saris and take the power core from her, and then 5, 10 to get it to here, and that's all Ash can do.
Alright. Hunk's gonna do something interesting. With his broken fucking arm, run up to Davine. Let's see what he rolls for the broken arm. He's gonna grab Davine and give her his 10 movement speed. And tell Davine to get out of there. As with his broken arm, he's gonna raise his MP5 at the freaks on the ceiling. Get out of here, Davine, as he raises his MP5. And he's gonna kill that one. And that'll end his turn. Saris is up.
Okay, she's going to look at these two and motion for Julius to give him, or give her the power core he has.
Julius will hand it off to her.
She's going to motion for Julius to probably help there, as she will take her 10 feet, and that'll be her turn.
Davine's up.
Davine will look back at Hunk, shake her head, move her 10 feet up, and hand it off to Saris, the power core.
Put it right there. Right here. Not in the fire.
She's gonna look around. God damn it, Hunk! Yeah, she's gonna run back and ODM over to that drone.
Go for it. What the hell are you doing? I told you to get out of here with his broken arm.
Oh yeah, fat lot of stuff you can do with that. She gestures to the arm. You get out of here, I can actually fight.
I can hold my own, thank you. And he chops this one's head off. And as he says, I can hold my own, thank you, Davine probably coming up with the witty rainfall. Nobody's as good as a rainfall in a fight. So I should stay here because I'm Davine and you're injured and you're just this loser character, Hunk. Well, it appears Davine might just meet her match as more come through the building. Some coming through the wooden floor, some falling through the ceiling, some acid. She can smell the smell of burning coming through the ceiling, burning holes to get through the ceiling, some crashing through the building around her. Julius most definitely sees a large number of them appearing.
She looks around, looks at Hunk. Alright, how about this? Can she try and pick Hunk up?
Strength, and yeah, sure. She could drag old lazy arm.
She's gonna yell at him. Just shoot them, I guess. And start dragging him away.
They are running at David and Hunk as we do not turn to the top of the initiative order because Pequod is finally back. I'll measure something out here. So she's not hovering, she's doing a strafing run. So she's not putting herself at risk. You know what a strafing run is. You get the jet. You guys are so lucky. Or maybe she's just that good of a pilot. She takes out all of those xenomorphs in one strafing. All the warriors, all these, and she knocks one bodyguard charge off the Praetorian. You hear her, yeehaw! As she flies over, firing her gun. Now she'll be out of range for the Praetorian's tricky acid spit. Davine hears a large, I imagine Davine dragging Hunk, hears boom! A huge foot hit next to her, and she looks up to see this thing hissing down at her. What does she do?
She's gonna look up, grip Hunk's, like I imagine she's dragging him by like probably the collar or something. She grips it and just sort of squeaks.
So we will put this nice blue dot on Davine, and what that means, every turn she takes a 2d4 bleed. She is rendered. 22 points of damage, she'll take the bleed on the next turn, not this turn. Just the flat 22 for now. Davine definitely notices Pequod chipped off one of those drones during the strafing run. And that will conclude the Praetorian's turn. Julius, you see your wife massacring xenomorphs left and right as the Praetorian strikes your mom. Hunk aiming his MP5 up at it.
Oh, this is going great. Let me just, oof. Yeah, here's what he's gonna do. He's gonna move 10 feet up and turn around at this sucker. Fire off his 3 key blasts at it.
22 to hit and peel a bodyguard. Oh!
Damn!
He turns, starts hissing at you.
Uh-oh. Uh, yeah, that's all he can do for right now.
Ash, you hear the sound of the smart gun going off. You look down here, and Talon says, "Motherfuckers!" as he kills this one. But there is more coming down the alley at Port. In the alley, all grouped up in the alley together, not in any buildings. All overlapping their aura. That'll end Towns' turn. The runners use their movement speed to encroach on Towns. You're up, Ed. I can't hear you, Nick. I don't know what. I don't know what.
Sorry. 5 feet to finally get the one he's holding up here.
You get it in. You hear the sound of mechanical, electricity firing off. Such about fucking time. You see a giant laser sight come out of the top, just like the picture. The weapon systems have come online.
Should have more coming soon. As he's gonna pull out Beat Rush, look to his left, look to his right. Okay. First shot aimed at the runner directly in front of Towns. I'll roll all 3 right now, and depending on
And then just pick who you want.
Yeah.
Definitely this one. That was the first one you wanted. Who's the next one?
Second shot at the guy right in front of him.
You have line of sight on this one, not these two.
And then he's, for the third shot, does he have line of sight on the big boy?
Yeah.
Third shot's going at him.
Take him down, another bodyguard charge.
Move here. Take the power core from Ceres, and then is he able to use the second 5 feet of the original 10 feet of movement speed?
Sure.
He's going to move it here and put it in.
All right, it's got 2 charges. Unfortunately, it's all the way down at the bottom of the turn order, but yeah.
And that will actually be Ash's turn. Okay.
I'm going to put this... You're carrying this one, Julius. I'm going to put it right here. I believe you were carrying it, right?
Yeah, I was carrying that one.
Actually, I'm going to put it here, just so it's too confusing as to who's holding it if it's in between. Way too damn confusing. Hunk will push David. He's not trying to hurt her. He's trying to get her the hell away from it this way. And step here. And he'll peel a bodyguard charge off of it. But he's not going to run away. He's not going to leave Julius, Davy, and Ceres. That'll conclude his turn.
Okay.
Interestingly enough, before Ceres makes her wonderful turn. Running down the street. These two bust out of the building. This one with its claws out to its side, protruding its inner jaw, looking right at Hunk and Julius, its tail whipping up above its head. They're not done yet. More coming from this direction. This one here. This one here. And these ones way back here are starting to encroach up on Davine. That'll be the warriors, Ceres.
She's going to try to grab the power core from Julius.
He'll let her.
Move her 10 and put it inside of the vehicle. So that should make 3, right?
Yep. I'm just going to take the drones' turns that are down here. They're going to move up this direction. I'll fix the
turn with the plasma rifle, and she's been having bad luck with it, but I'm gonna aim at...
Any blood attacks that draw blood out of the xenomorph they're gonna kill her.
Yeah.
Take her down to 0.
No, I assume so. That's why I'm not touching them. Plasma rifle. Oh boy.
Davian will take her
We're gonna need,
6 points of bleed damage.
gonna need to get past those guys, so she's gonna turn and aim at this one, I guess. Miss. Second shot. Okay. That'll do something.
Plasma works well against all xenomorphs, so that one's dead.
Okay, and there is not much else she can do. It's the end of her
I'll
turn.
give her that one. She's had a rough go.
Yeah.
Alright, Icy's channeling the flame wall. Davian! Icy's
Davian,
gonna extend the flame wall to try and protect you guys.
Davian is gonna look around, look down at these ones. She's gonna radio up to Sasha. Sasha, can you move down? I have the wrong one selected. Can you move down into this alley? Block it off.
She will. She'll pull right up. Pull right up here, hitting the brakes. Talons walks back here. Jesus.
And then she's gonna go down here, and she's gonna start try and kill this warrior.
How does she kill it? I'll give it.
She's not really playing around anymore. Nothing cute, just a couple stabs through the chest.
Lets out that classic xenomorph scream. Die.
And she's gonna move. Yeah, let's move. Have her move down there. And miss with both of those.
Alright. The APC can finally attack. Its first attack. She's gonna sweep and clean. 4. She'll kill those 4. And she will shoot through the building. This thing has IFF. That's identify friend or foe. So Davian's at no risk of being shot, and it's a smart weapon, smart gun, and kill those remaining warriors. She's going to, unless anybody has any objections. Ash, you see the gigantic cannon turning up towards the Praetorian. Fire off the laser, peeling off a bodyguard chart. Killing the bodyguard. Squad is on her way back. She is still out of the action. These drones, however, have taken their turn. I move them up. They don't do anything this turn. We will return to the top of the turn order. Hunk telling Julius to get the fuck away from this thing as he's aiming up with his MP5. Get out of here, Julius! Leave it!
Yes, sir.
As Hunk says that, ramming in with his crest to Hunk and Julius for 43 points of damage, and we're going to say it knocks you guys back. I'll move him for a second. This a ways, Hunk actually goes through the building, leaving a big hole, revealing all these fucking drones here to you now, Julius. Hitting you both for 43 points of damage. Hissing, showing its translucent teeth, and more acid is collecting around I guess we'll say, lips of its mouth, indicating perhaps it's preparing to use that acid attack. You're up, Julian. The -5 class feature dice doesn't take effect from if he hits you. Should have said it earlier. If you subtracted it, it's fine. Whatever. I have a contingency plan with Towns. But anyway, you're
Okay. Just gonna look around. See that in there. He's gonna radio up to Sasha. I'll try and find more power cells for you.
please do. As she is 0. Use them all. 1 to move, and I'm just gonna say 1 to fire and 1 to fire again.
He's gonna look up at the Alpha Praetorian before he does anything. Gonna try with the light key blast one more time. None of them. And then see how far he can move. Makes sense to just like go down into here. Yeah. He is gonna go into this alleyway and find this power cell.
One sec. Bad fucking luck on the damn key blast so far. So, something interesting happens. Icy definitely powers up because this thing, in its hubris, has walked a little too close to the flame wall. And as you see the flame walls jet up, burning these poor, beautiful drones off of, and that's 4. So she's increased the power of the flame wall.
Okay.
Such a big boy. In its hubris, bringing him down to 11 bodyguard charges, he whips his gigantic claw, lets out a hiss, and stares right at her, who's staring back at him. You will be up, Ash, because with Towns, I'm going to activate an aura form.
Understood.
Streak aura.
Understood.
Go.
Alright, Ash, first off, raises Beat Rush, and is going to look at the drone right in front of him. Ooh, that was a lag spike, and take a shot.
It's because his aura killer. I'll try to change it. Who are you shooting at?
The sucker right in front of him in Ceres.
No, okay. Well, he's a bodyguard charge.
Oh, then...
Do you care? Do you want it? Do you want to just take him off? Because that would hit the Praetorian.
Yeah,
It's
I'll
up to
take
you.
him off. I'll take him off. Alright, that's attack 1. Give me my grit, thank God. Second shot, you know what? Let me look. I probably won't have a shot at these guys because of the big bastard in front of them, right?
No. But Hunk went through the building. You can see these guys. At least the first
Okay.
4 of them.
Well, he's going to first take a 10-foot step there. And, yeah, 2 more shots going into the building at him and him. Okay. So, up. And I've been holding it. I think it's time. Action surge. I see 2 more in the building, right?
These 2.
Alright, then these next 2 shots are at them. Nice. And then, since I can't see anything else, he's gonna turn. Let me think. Yeah, he's gonna turn, and with his last shot of the action surge, look at the big lady there, and or the big man, I suppose, and take a shot at the Praetorian. And I'll spend a grit for advantage. Hits, grit is refunded, and with that, Beat Rush is zeroed out.
All right. Well,
So-
unfortunately for you.
And then movement speed can get him to here. And that's
You
his
now
turn.
have 2 fights where you've run out of it.
Yep.
So, Julius, I mean, it's not your turn, but you definitely hear the sound of scuttling, the wet bodies, and you notice them running this direction, these runners. You saw them as you went down the alley. You don't know if they saw you. They look like they're purpose-driven. They're not, they're not going for you even if they saw you. At least that's what you can infer.
Alright, Julius overcomes, will say, ah, shit, protect Icy. There are some runners coming towards her.
It's gonna
Understood.
turn back to Davey. You good?
Yes, I'm good. Are you good?
My arm's broke.
I...
I'm good. I'm good. One sec. He's gonna grab Davine and pull her up this way, looking back here. Put her right next to Tao. And he'll chip that Xenomorph warrior down to death. Now the warriors act on a 14. They're right in between Saris, Hunk, and Ash. Ash, you're not in line of sight, but it would be Davine, most definitely. Davine, because Hunk's shooting in the building, Davine sees more warriors bounding about, one busting through the wall here. That'll be the closest one to the group. Another one scuttling on top of the APC, behind the turret. I'm not going to put it behind the turret on the picture. Just use your imagination. And behind them, even more. That's all the warriors can do, but this one's definitely close to striking range. Saris is up.
Okay, let me look around. Oh, boy. Well, not good. 5, 10, take a step or two back, and I think... gonna try and take a shot at that one.
Remember, Towns Azora is up.
Yep.
It's hard to see, but I mean, we can only mix so many colors here.
Nice.
I'll give it to her.
Okay, she'll turn and second shot at the one on the APC. Die. She can move to here and kind of set up a guarding perimeter near Icy, and that'll be all Saris can do.
Yeah, V.
Devine is gonna look at Hunk. Should I go protect Icy?
Go!
Okay, she pats Towns on the shoulder and points over to that one
Which one she want?
on the APC.
Yep. He could take care of it with his smart gun. Won't even roll it. I'll just have him finish what Sarah started.
She'll nod and then she'll start moving up.
He sees something interesting. Even though they are afraid of fire, they're getting right up on the fire. All the warriors that were behind the Praetorian, soon to be king, are setting up. She can tell. Probably in anticipation of the flame wall falling, and they're gonna dogpile ice. And even though they do have a natural fear of fire, they are as close as they can possibly get without being burned.
Oh, dear God. She's gonna get back on the radio. We need to take these suckers out quickly. And she will... Yeah. Or actually, yeah. She'll ODM over to this one right here.
How does she kill the bitch?
She is going to. Oh man, what's the word for it? I guess just quickly move over there in the air, cut off its head. Then she'll move up one and try and kill the other runner.
Need that xenomorph scream. What a shame. Should have had it. Didn't even think about it. Oh well. It would get annoying after a while. You've killed a lot of them, I think.
There's enough we could have. I think there's a couple different screams we could have used.
That is true. Anything else for Davy?
Yes. She's gonna move up to that warrior and swing at it.
Dead.
And on that attack, would she have line of sight on Julius?
I'll say yeah, sure.
Okay. She's going to use maneuvering attack.
Okay.
So that will allow him to use his reaction to move, for these purposes, 10 feet, but usually half his movement.
That thing here. Alright, so the drones in here. Let me see, where are you, Ash? You were shooting in here. So you can see it too, not just Hunk and Towns. But they vanish. They start spreading out, scuttling about.
Fuck. I do still have that necklace of fireballs. If it gets bad enough, let me know and I'll throw it, alright?
Okay. Second. Hunk, not yet. I think Big Boy's going down slowly but surely. Aiming his MP5 up at the Praetorian.
Trust you, Dad.
Back to the top of the turn order. Big Daddy's gonna lumber here. And that tail is Hunk's gonna be able to dodge it. It doesn't land close enough to Towns, but it's gonna hit Sarah for 30 points of damage, concaving her kneecap in, breaking her leg.
Okay.
Her movement speed is reduced to all but 10 points, so she's basically a turret at this point.
Okay.
Concluding the Alpha's turn. Julius, you definitely hear the sound, that wet body movement sound all around you now. You're up.
Alright, he's gonna move one out this way. See this runner and fire a light key blast.
Alright, finally.
Then he'll move another 10 feet and start to put the power core out to Ash.
Okay. I am going to take the initiative with Towns and say he's going to try his damnedest to peel a bodyguard off of the king. So you take your turn, Ash. And he has a smart gun, so it's going to hit
Okay.
irregardless. And bringing, I know it's hard to see, he is currently at 8. He's now half down of his charges.
Understood. Well, Ash first off is going to turn with Shatter, loaded with incendiary ammo, and look at the big boy and take his 3 shots. First shot, normal. Second shot, normal. Okay, and third shot, normal. Damn. So it's 2. Okay. Take a step, grab the power core, and 5, 10. That's Ash's turn. Is that close enough to slot it into place?
Yeah.
Okay. He'll slot it in. And then I have 15. I have enough movement speed. Let's see. Let me look at something. Can't make it. He's going to get to... Sorry. Get to about here. Back to where he was. And he's going to tell Julia, go get more. And that is all Ash can do. Wait. Let me see. Yeah, that's all he can do. That'll be my turn.
Okay. Hunk's gonna grab Towns, pull back! Grab Towns this way, into Ash's aura. And he'll chunk one bodyguard charge, leaving him down to 5. And that will conclude Hunk's turn. Saris is up. I'm just gonna say she misses her turn since he's going AFK. Sasha's gonna clean up these ones down here. Icy doing her thing. Davine's up.
Davine will... Yeah, I'd say she would be able to see that. 5, 10, 15. 15 feet. Grab that power core. And then move 10 feet. Right there.
Alright, anything else?
There's nothing in range of her, so no.
Okay. Well, Evasive Instincts was activated on their last turn, and appearing, some coming out of the buildings. This one right next to Ash.
Okay.
This one here, this one here. We've already gone through the turn order. Saris is not getting her turn. This one.
That's fine. Sorry about that.
This one here. All the runners that Evasive Instinct last turn, and a few of them you couldn't see. Busting out of manholes here. Here, you are surrounded by drones at this point, and they are deep in your line. Sasha took her turn with the machine gun, chain gun, killing warriors. If Davine would like to, as this one it pops up, take her turn, I'll give it to her. But beyond that, they will be in their position. And if they are not dealt with on the next turn, the flame wall's coming down as she sticks her sword right into this one's jaw. I like to imagine it's thrusting its jaw out, and she stabs it right into its jaw, ending its turn. We return to the top of the turn order. A loogie of targeted acid spit hits Ash, reducing him to 1 AC for 80 points of damage.
Okay.
It'll also start to destroy this entire building, meaning, they really can traverse the building anyway, but the whole building's starting to fizzle around you, Ash. Down to 1 AC. I'll remember it. I'm not going to change the AC because it'll fuck everything up the next time we copy paste that token. You are down to 1 AC. I'll put something on you to remind me myself, in case I forget. Davine, take her 2d4. Alright. Julius, you are up.
Alright, Julius is gonna look around. You can assume that Hunk can take out at least one, and then Towns can take this one. protect. I see. He's going to run up, throw a few attacks at that drone that he's directly in front of.
Dead on the first 27.
Alright, I'll just say the second attack went to...
I'll solid eye the 11 so you get advantage.
Okay.
Reroll it one more time.
Damn.
And then the other two attacks.
That one's dead.
And then the 28 will go to... before the 28, he goes to another one. He'll say to Hunk, "Can you protect her?"
Yeah, with his arm dangling.
He sort of feels... Alright, I trust you. And he'll go over here to take out the one in front of Ash.
Thanks.
Town's not noticing this one coming up behind him and Hunk, who's preoccupied looking at this one and this one. He's gonna toss the combat knife. Peel a bodyguard charge. And drop him to 20 AC. Now, Pequod's gonna come back before the rest of the turns are taken. Towns does this. So before Ash, Pequod strafes through. But she's not firing her machine gun. She parks herself behind it to not put herself in immense danger. And you see a blue beam come down and start to frost over Big Boy. Unfortunately,
Nice.
Big Boy lets out a shriek, flexes its arms out to the side, and breaks the thin layer of ice that was on him. As Pequod, oh my god, as she's hovering right over it in shock.
Okay.
That will claim a bodyguard charge on. So he's down to 3.
Turn and second shot at this one, the one closest to Davine. No, the runner closest to Davine.
I am generous, but I'm not that generous. I don't see how she has a line of sight.
Oh, I had assumed that there was something with the building. That's on me. Only this building. Sorry.
Yeah. This building she can shoot through because, as I said, the building was destroyed. So pick a drone.
Yep. The drone right here.
Okay.
I'll roll the attack.
I'll just give her the kill because I feel bad for a broken leg. She could have it. She would have got it anyway. But
Yep. And, well, not much she could do but sit there.
Yep. APC's useless. No power core. She can't do anything. Icy projecting the flame wall, looking behind her at Hunk. Davine is up. Take her 2d6. 2d4.
She will move 10 feet this way. Take her attacks against the drone right next to her.
Dead.
And then she will again reach out the power core to whoever wants to take it.
It would be Ash or... I only see Ash, really. Unless Julius, moves up on his next turn. That could work, too. Pequod is going to say over the radio, Julius, do I go for another strafing run or stay? You see this thing? The Praetorian is now looking up at the ship, and it starts to hiss, and then whips its head back at the group looking at it.
Get out of here.
You hear her curse inaudibly, scream at the top of her lungs, and fly off for another strafing run. She is flying off, trying to come back. There is one drone in play. I'll move him up here. He'll bite Towns in the shoulder for 22 points of damage. That will conclude the drones, and now it's Daddy's turn. Woohoo! Yes! Let's see how many runners. All four of them are gonna get a free attack because they overlap. Two of them are gonna get attacks on Davine. Davine quickly finds herself surrounded. She'll get 5, 8, 5, 7 points of damage onto her from their free attack. This one here is able to grab her leg, jaw bite into it. I'm gonna say this one. Misses with its tail, so it whips its tail, and as she's getting bit in the leg, she still has the foresight, warrioress goddess, duck her head out of the way from its tail, just barely missing her. That will conclude Daddy's turn. Julius is up.
Julius is going to run up, take the power core, go down here and put it into the APC.
I'll give it its attack. Or its charge.
And then he's going to look around. Look at this son of a bitch. Yeah, let's try it out. How bad can my luck be, honestly? 3 key blasts at the Praetorian.
Alright. Stripping its last 3 drone bodyguards off of him.
He's going to quickly go over comms after seeing all the drones gone. Sasha, hit the big one.
Copy! As you see the turret turning towards the Praetorian, Davine sees a trail of light green, followed by the black grenade overhead explode. 36 HP returned by Towns, who still has the drone in his face. But that will conclude Towns' turn. Ash is up.
He's gonna look behind to Davine. Do you have them?
Davine looks at him, looks around at all 4 of these things. Let's go.
Alright, he's gonna take a step and pull out the necklace of fireballs, and he's gonna huck it right here, so that it doesn't catch any of his allies in the blast.
Let's see here. Where are you throwing it?
Right about here, so that I don't catch Towns or the APC in the blast.
Why can't I do this in my head? Hang on. God, it's been a long time since school. Plus 36. Blowing all of them up, and actually sending the Praetorian staggering back with its claw up against its face. Or arm, excuse me.
I'm guessing that's all of Ash's attacks to throw. Well, not much else he can do except turn, bonus action to fire a shot of Healing Dart at Davine.
Hunk's holding his action with Icy. Ceres is up. Because the warriors are going to... This one's dead. These 2 warriors encroach on Ceres, Ash, and Juliet.
Okay.
As you do definitely hear the sound of more of them coming. Not sure what type.
Okay. She's gonna turn to the 2 runners and try and give Davine a bit of breathing room. First shot at the top runner on the right. Right here. Second shot at him. And this one doesn't... Let me make sure how he described it. I think the blood haze is just dropping a circle of attack around her, right? It doesn't pull blood from them.
I mean...
If I'm not sure, then I'm not gonna do it.
I would just say stop trying to be cute and fancy and shoot your gun. Because I am more than willing to be generous against certain enemies, but not with this either.
Okay.
Any attack that involves blood in any way, shape, or form. I imagine she can pull it out of them like a dot, even though it doesn't function as a dot. And she's using the blood, right? She's not giving her blood to use it. And any blood attack will instantly kill her. And not permadeath, but she's out of the fight.
That's fine, just was making sure. Then that's her turn.
Going to have Sasha strafe the fuck out of everything she can see. Except she kills 7 of the little ones, and she's gonna put damage onto him. Big Daddy. You hear the wet body sound, but you don't know where it's coming from. Ash, you hear it all around you. You can't really pick it out at this point. Julius hears it. Towns definitely hears it. At the top of the turn order, Dad is going to assume his old position, knocked back of fear by the massive explosion of the fireball. This one's going to hit both Towns and Julius. Towns will lose an arm. Smart gun now inoperable. Julius, leg broken. 26 points of damage. Crunch on that kneecap. On to 10 points of move speed. Gimp legged with Saris. Hunk seeing this happen. Pivot stepping, deciding what to do. Julius, you are up.
He's gonna look down at his knee, call up to Sasha. I can't run power cores anymore. Sorry.
That's fine.
He's gonna pull out the assault plastique and lob it at the big boy.
Hell
Big
yeah.
bird.
Big fucking boom. Where is it? This. Bang.
Staggers back into the flame wall, catching its back on fire, lets out a hiss of anger or fear, stumbling closer. It's flailing its arms and stuff like that because it's on fire all over. Big boom. Big boom indeed. Ash, let's take your turn, because all Towns can do is, at this point, he's going to move back and draw his sidearm.
Shit.
The smart gun's still on him, so you take it back. As long as you get out of here, he just can't fire it.
Okay. Let me think about what I can do real quick. Incendiary's the best route for this. Yeah, not much else I can do. Gonna pull. Not much from where Ash is standing that he can do other than fight like a man. He's gonna look right up at the big boy. Take a shot with advantage. Nice, get the grit back. Let me check something real quick. On. Never mind. It's a con save. Alright, second shot. That's 2 grit back. Third shot. Pop another grit for advantage.
Nice.
That was
Finally
a good.
starting to see it get hit, take damage.
And Ash is gonna move up, considering there's not much else he can do.
This thing finds itself in a very precarious situation after it gets hit with the Arcane Surge level 2. It gets caught in the flame wall in its hubris. And panic. Mostly panic, because it's like all on fire. It hurt. He is gonna, since he's standing in it like a moron, take 73 points of damage tumbling this way towards the APC. She gets her Arcane Surge level 2. Flame Wall gets bigger and stronger as Sasha bolts out of the fucking APC running past Davine. This a ways. Hunk's going to... I'm just gonna have him shoot. Saris's turn. Hunk's gonna shoot the fuck.
She's same thing. All she could do, look at the big guy and shoot. Hits. Second shot. Oh, she hits.
Like to imagine it hits him right in the crest, leaving a big hole in his crest, acid pouring everywhere.
And she's gonna kind of just scoot back one more time, and that's her turn.
Davine. Sasha's picked this core up.
Davine is going to try her best to clear Sasha's way. Putting him gear over to the one she's in front of. And then the other one right there, he's going to attack. And after that, she will run over and... Oh, the dot damage. Sorry. She'll pick up the other power core and start moving down.
Could do. Equad on her way back. There are runners that activated Evasive Instinct, or I'm sorry, travelers that activated Evasive Instinct, but they're not in position quite yet. So we will return to the top of the order with this thing almost in a state of panic. It is on fire, taking tons of damage. And instead of, in its panic, instead of looking for a way to put out the fire, rubbing it, running through buildings to try and douse it with, the force of its body hitting the buildings, the wood, putting the fire out, or just running, trying to put out the fire, scraping its body on the ground, it's still in a state of panic. It can't do anything. It is flailing around, letting out the hiss and the shriek like the queen from the movie we watched the other night. As Towns is going to run back one square here with his broken arm, and he's going to try to come here to set up a conga line for Davine. He's yelling, Davine! Putting out his arm. But he only has one arm. Good arm. Julius, you're...
Julius is gonna look at that happening, nod, and look over at Ash. You helped them out, you hear?
That's my job, boy.
Alright. As he has to look up at the Praetorian, smack his face a couple times, and sort of just stumble over to it.
I'll pop 3 grit to give you advantage on the first one.
Nice. Broken arm Hunk is going to stagger his way this ways with his one good arm out, yelling for Towns. He's gonna leave Icy. Anything else from Julian?
Not from Julius the character. Nick, how much grit does Ash have right now?
4 or 6. He has 6 grit.
Alright, if you can build it up, that's great, but don't go below 6.
Understood. He should. That's why I felt comfortable using it, is with any good luck on my next turn, I should have 9 again.
Okay, that's it.
The runner, more of them showing here and here. Some getting dangerously close to Davine as she hears wet body sounds coming from this direction. Down here, Saris is up.
She'll, I guess, shuffle here so she can help in the conga line, because there's not much else she can do here. And then look at the big boy and take her 2 shots.
Then let's take Ash's turn.
Because I assume she can't see any of these guys.
Nope.
Then 2 shots of the big guy.
Then we'll take Ash's turn.
That hit. Ash is going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 out here. Look at the guys here and take his 3 shot bonus action to reload, and then take 3 shots at the 3 runners that are closest. That was, yep, that's right. Okay. And then he's going to motion to Davine to give him the power core.
Sasha's rolled a strength because she's going to run up, push Davine forward, and run her ass back to the APC.
Okay. Oh, he's still going to try and take the power core from Davine.
It's up to you. Whatever you guys want to do.
She'll leave it to give to someone else.
Oh, she's keeping it?
Yeah, she'll keep it for right now.
Alright, then he will stay where he is and try and hold off some kind of a covering fire for you.
It's probably a good thing you do, because that wet body sound and those evasive instincts that were rolled a turn ago start to appear. Sasha's back in the APC, awaiting the power core's return, as you most definitely see Pequod she's coming in hot. For sure. She is coming in hot. But she's not there yet. They appear from evasive instinct. That's their turn. The king is the Praetorian. It's gonna come down here, start smashing its body into buildings, trying to put out the flames, bleeding acid and goo everywhere. It's able to put out the majority of the flames to where it can collect himself. And Julius, as you see it collecting itself, it just whips right back at you, and it's staring right at you and starts hissing and bears its crest down at you, concluding his turn. He's now free to make attacks, though, that he's not panicking. Fires are out, and he's coming for you on your next turn. You're up.
Julius looks terrified, looks over at Icy. Nicole, how available are you for a final blow?
Ready.
Well, pull the pin.
Wait till she freezes it.
Oh, yeah, 'cause that'll happen. Yeah, he'll look around. Alright. I'll keep a hold of its attention. Okay?
Copy. She's holding the flame walls, and lest we forget, all these warriors are just waiting.
He will 5, 10. Not able to make it, but he will fire. Oh man, wait. No. No, he won't do anything.
All right. Towns is going to gesture for the power core from Davy.
She will hand it to Towns.
Towns is gonna hand it off to Sarah. If she wants to take.
Yeah, she'll take it.
Hunk's going to clap his one good hand against his arm, broken arm, and put his hand out if she wants to get it.
She'll give it to him.
Hunk's gonna come up here, fuck you, and stick the goddamn power core into the back as it starts powering. And Ash, you will take your turn, because they're done. Ceres can take her turn.
Okay, well, Ash, looking at what's going on. Oh boy. Going to attacks at the 3 that are closest, so I guess this guy, and the one next to Davine. Nice. 1 miss, 2 hit. He's going to look around and see the bad situation, and he's going to move back into the alley and kind of try to pull Davine in with him. Or pull Davine into the alley behind him. It's up to her if she lets him.
Yeah, she'll let her.
Then she'll be in the alley behind him, he'll be in the alley too.
Ceres is up.
Can she see the drones or no?
You can see this one.
She'll shoot at that one with her first shot. Nice. Turn to the big boy and take her second shot. Yeah, that'll have to be a miss.
It's hovering over. You see Pequod look. She's up in the Nova, but you see her. You can almost see her from the cockpit where you are, Julius, and you see her looking down at it. She scans this creature, and you hear her over the radio. Jesus Christ, Julius, the cryo beam won't work. You have to hit it with something big. And Icy, maybe we shouldn't wait till it's frozen.
He looks over at Icy and then at the APC. Sasha,
Copy.
hit it with something big.
She will. She'll blast it in the chest, leaving a big gaping hole. What falls out is not acid, but it looks like globular, fluorescent, green, glowing stuff. We'll leave it at that. It does not function like acid. It doesn't start burning the ground. You've never seen a xenomorph drop stuff like this before. As Icy, with her Arcane Surge level 2, is going to push the flame walls out, killing these clowns and goons. Pequod. You hear. There you go. Character sheet wasn't good. Please, God, let this work! And she fires her cryo beam. And you see this thing reaching its claw out towards Julius, just stop as the claw's twisting right about here. And its tail was also lifting up in the air for a tail strike. And it's pretty well firmly frozen. And Pequod, holy fuck, it worked!
Ah, thank the Lord.
Still hissing at Julius, though. And you see the ice, it's starting to shake its arm, it's starting to break out of it. We'll return to the top of the order with this thing still frozen, and Julius, you're up.
Yeah, he's gonna look back at Icy. Now, final blow.
Now, as she lets the flame wall go that has killed the xenomorphs up here and steps here. Woo!
Oh boy.
Let's go.
Time for some rolls.
Final blow. She teleports Ash here. We can see thy enemy. Una woman. How would, since I control the character sheet, how would you like to kill this thing in your Bushin for?
Ash riddles it with bullets, enough that it like drops to not one knee, but down, so it's holding itself up with one of its front claws. And he takes a step back, lifts up his hand. Please, God, let this work. Fires a charged key blast and basically shatters it.
Good choice. As you see, it gets superheated as it takes in the key blast energy and shatters into a million pieces all over the place. More of that strange globular substance hitting the ground. These xenomorphs, Davine sees them. Piece the fuck out. They all start vanishing. They hiss. They start to not bow their heads, but hunch down, not knowing what to do, and they start retreating. En masse. Scuttling away like the insects they are. Sasha comes out of the APC. We fucking killed it! Holy shit! I hate fucking bugs!
Yeah. Same here.
Oh my God, fuck bugs, as Julius sits on the ground and lays on it.
Towns with his broken arm grabs David's shoulder and looks around. You good?
She wipes a little blood off her face. As good as one can be. And she'll put his good arm around her shoulder and start helping him over here.
He's gonna come. He'll come with her. Come out here. Join the celebration. Icy is going to come help Saris, looking shocked at what's left of the Victoria. We actually did it.
Yeah. We did. He's gonna come help her too.
She walks right up to Julius. I can't believe we actually killed it.
I mean, I told you. When rain falls, we kick some motherfucking ass. He puts his hand out.
She looks down and mends your knee for you.
Oh, that is a useful thing to have.
Yeah, if I didn't have to channel Flame Wall, I probably could have helped.
Trust me, the flame wall was... well, it probably kept us alive. And he'll give her a hug. I'm way proud of you, kiddo. Or boss.
Kiddo's fine. She puts her head in your shoulder and hugs you. Hunk, waving his arm, and she, right, goes, who's first? Town's up. Saris. As Icy comes over and starts mending Saris. Pequod is, can I land, Julius?
He looks around. You're clear.
She lands. The ship, Icy's gonna help Saris up. Saris giving Ash a hug.
We did it, darling. We fucking did it.
Yeah! I second what Sasha said. I hate bugs. Ash.
Agreed. This is twice now we've had such a delightful run-in with them.
For here, Icy, okay, puts her hand out. Towns, I insist. Hunk, no, you first. Towns, age before beauty. Hunk, no, go ahead. I'm the toughest, I could take it. And what's Davy?
Davin is looking between the two of them. Oh my god, just Hunk gets it.
Good call, Mom. Icy starts healing Hunk's. Icy will then go to Towns to finish the job. As Pequod does not come out of the just appears on the drop ramp with the flamethrower looking around.
We're good. We should get out of here quickly so we can nuke this place.
We
Agree?
actually did it! Yeah, Icy turns around. We actually did it and hugs Davy.
Davine is somewhat surprised at the sudden hug, and she hugs her back. Yes, I believe I'm the third to say I also hate those fucking bugs.
Me too. More than anybody will know, as Sasha jumps off the APC, we are taking this back quickly, and then we're getting the hell out of here.
Agreed.
Saris, yeah, it would look nice up on the floor 2 of the apartment next to the lovebird.
I think so. Although I think it'd be good to bug out before more end up here.
Yeah, 1 second. And Saris starts running off safely. Grabs a power core, shoves it in so Sasha can drive it back on to the ship, and you will all board the ship in pain, but no more broken limbs. Mission successful.
Oh, he's just gonna flop into the couch next to Saris. Oh, I hate bugs.
I think Icy's still hugging Davy, and she put another hug on her. I think that's our squad motto from now on.
Fuck bugs.
Fuck bugs. Big time.
It's a good one. Oh, I don't even.
Coming up here, good.
I don't even want to know how many rounds of ammo I used.
So, Sasha, looking at Ash, ran out of ammo in that pulse rifle again, did you?
Yeah, and I almost burnt all the incendiary rounds for Shatter.
Towns, well, we got a smart gun and another pulse rifle, if that's any consolation. For all the broken fucking limbs, as Pequod gives Julius a hug and squeezes him very tight.
He'll squeeze her back. Oh well, I think it is.
The fuck was that thing? That wasn't like the king we saw, nor that I think they called it whatever it was, the big one in the sub. That was something else.
I see. It was a command cast xenomorph. I think it was a king, or close to a king, but not a king yet. Praetorians. It looked like a Praetorian.
So wait, let me get this straight. These things become other casts?
If necessary, yeah. Icy took a sample of that globular substance, and she has it in a vial. It's what we call royal jelly, and she hands it to you.
Royal jelly, what's that?
It's secreted by queens and whatever else, empresses and who knows what else, but this stuff can turn, the rigid head ones into Praetorians.
Oh.
It can turn queens into empresses, and in this case, I think a Praetorian into an actual king, not the cloned monster we fought years ago. That was an actual king.
Oh. Okay. So he's gonna hand it back. So it's basically like an evolution stone in Pokemon.
Yeah, only way more gross and way more deadly, because who knows what it can do to the other casts.
Yeah, that's, whatever those other ones were, the quick ones that ran around, whatever they were, I ain't seen anything like them.
I see, they come from animals, usually four-legged animals. Runners.
And I saw the warriors on the big ones with the rigid heads. I saw those on the sub. Damn, do they hit harder. than the ones we fought.
Towns, what were the sneaky ones covering the Big Daddy? I see drones. Stealthy.
Smarter than the ones we fought all those years ago, too.
Much smarter, much more coordinated when a command cast xenomorph is on the field. Thankfully, the king didn't have any psionic abilities that could affect us. The Empress did.
Well, even if that was the case, I'd like to say everyone here is strong enough up here, taps his head up here, that might not matter.
Sonny, injecting ass with some morphine.
Thank you, darling. You are wonderful.
Jennifer comes over. Icy still has the hug around Davine's waist. Can't beat him, join him, Davine. Hugs Davine.
Davine looks very confused, and she'll put her other arm around Jennifer and start patting her shoulder too. Can't beat them, join them.
So what did you think, Jennifer? Jealous of the frontline fighters after what you saw?
Nope, not at all. I was quite terrified. I looked away when the big monster showed up, and Sonny, that thing even scares me.
Yeah, it scares me too. Oh, badass work with those firewalls.
Thanks, Icy. Let's go. Davine sits down next to Hunk and gives a thumbs up. That was scary.
Yeah, and he looks down at the sneaking suit and at the damage done to it. Looks like there's gonna be some repair work due for this old boy.
Looks like vacation time. Sarah speaks up. At least a weekend off.
Oh, that'd be nice. Maybe we can request it. Oh.
Pequod pulling Julius this way. I guess we couldn't bring back any of the Max Tech goons?
No. They all died.
They got blended.
Okay. She puts her hand on Julius's chest and kisses his chin, removing the mask.
He pets at the top of her head. Yeah. I mean, it was just a suggestion, or if we were able to take a Max Tech guy back, we were supposed to, but let me tell you, we were not able to.
Towns, when we were on the ground, I sent out a pup. These little robots, he pulls up a robot. I sent it down into the sewer, a manhole one of those freaks jumped out of. It came back sometime around the time the three of you killed the Big Daddy. I've got data on whatever they were hiding under there.
Well, don't leave us in suspense.
Towns opens it and starts typing. It'll be a minute. Typing on his wrist computer.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
offloading data now. As Hunk, haven't had my arm broken in years.
Yeah.
I haven't had my leg broken in. He starts counting on his hands. 7, 8 months?
I see it since the Majestic. Yeah.
Yeah, same one too.
Yeah. Isn't that funny? For once, it's a fight that I escape without breaking something. Who'd have thought it?
Hunk, are they always that big? And I see, hard to say.
And the 3 times I've encountered them, there were 3 that were around that size. But who knows?
I see nods her head. Hunk, it was good teamwork. We made it out. Through teamwork.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Made it out alive and, for all intents and purposes, somewhat scarred. But we made it out, and that's more than a lot of people can say when they deal with xenomorphs.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we're the sole survivors of that colony.
Hunk nods his head. Yeah, with the exception of the people that were running past us, but I imagine they got all snatched up.
There were some, warriors backing up our 6, so probably.
And even if they didn't, there's no coming back for them. They're either going to get snatched up later, killed by the things, or I'm. It's not my place to say, but I assume we're going to burn that damn thing to the ground, right?
I see it. It will be up to Lorelei. She'll probably crack the planet like she did the last one with the. Yeah.
It's the only way to be sure. Like we saw, the drone ones, they can vanish and hide like nothing. You could go through and have dozens of Ranger battalions sweep that planet, and just one might be able to get away, and that's all it would take, right, Icy?
And if it got on one of the Ranger ships and got back to Gateway Earth, it's game over.
Yeah.
Sasha, we got a hell of a cool APC out of it. You guys gonna have sex in that too? She takes off her helmet and gestures to Pequod and Julia.
Julius looks down at Pequod, squints his eyes. I mean, like, we'll have to see. We do favor the vertibird, but, you know, everything is up for a good shot once in a while.
Pequod, I don't know much about Max Tech APCs, but what I do know is that thing looks like it has some serious suspension. So it might be really good for, like, limit breaking. And eventually when he can motion break on me. And Jesus Christ.
Careful, you don't want him to accidentally break you.
She starts laughing.
Right, yeah. Real good suspension. Should be very useful as he puts his arms around her and pulls her in.
We should try it. She comes. Oops, they're huge.
Just remember to wipe it down when you're done.
Sasha, yeah, we'd actually like to use that on missions in the future.
Yeah, of course. We'll wipe it down.
Towns. Sasha with the pulse rifle, Towns, and we have this and that. That's a win in my book. Finally removes the harness completely and lets it hit the ground.
I agree, and with that I can fulfill a promise to good old Hamer. Told him if we ever got one in, I'd let him play around with it and shoot it.
Sarah's not bad, but we should definitely hold on to it.
Agreed. The pulse rifle, if need be, I think we can part with, but the smart rifle, smart gun, I think it's better to keep.
Pequod looking up at you, Julius. I radioed back to Lorelei as soon as you guys said bugs were involved, so she'll make a decision.
He nods at her. Oh, I'm sure she will. Probably crack the planet, which is basically the only option at this point.
And see, I didn't get off the ship. She rolls her eyes and blinks twice up at you.
And I'm very proud of you.
Assertive, Julius. Assertive, Julius. She says again, grabbing your neck.
She pulls her in close. I'm very proud of you for following simple orders.
Ooh, baby. She blinks twice and licks her lips.
Oh.
Hunk, not here. Not in the presence of my freshly healed broken arm.
Right. Yeah, sorry.
There are children around. He points at Jennifer, who has let go of Davine's laughing. And technically speaking, Sunny's like 9 years old, if you think about it. She starts laughing.
He's got you there.
Everybody starts laughing.
You know, that is something I don't usually think about.
The Pequod, well, on a lighter note, I radioed back to the apartment. Everything's fine. Banksy guarding your door, Davine. And Zap is, doing well.
Good.
That's very good to hear.
I see, and you were incredible, grabs Davine's hips, looking up at her, eyes sparkling with her helmet off. And you took this? Well, you didn't use this one, and she has the sword, and she's swinging it around. Killing xenomorphs left her, whoosh, whoosh, starts swinging it around like a little kid. Towns, Jesus, ducks out of one of the swings. Just playing with the sword.
Davine pushes Jennifer back behind her. Darling, sweetie.
Huh? She swings around with the sword. Wacha! Makes a xenomorph scream.
Yeah. She slowly goes over with both of her hands outstretched. Let's calm down.
Oh, sorry. She hands the sword back to Davy. You were just incredible. Most melee fighters don't do well giving the sword back to her in melee range of those things.
She unfurls or rolls up the sleeve of her coat and shows her the bracers. Only because of you, Histrum. And she'll pinch her nose a little and shake it.
She gives her a thumbs up and smiles as Towns patting the smart gun. You know, if you don't have your arm broken, this thing's pretty badass. Hunk, yeah, as he sticks himself with morphine.
Yes, they are. Letting the gun do the shooting is rather refreshing.
Not the first time you use one of these, Ash?
Nah, I used one the last time we were fighting xenomorphs. It was something else. Very nice gun.
Sasha nods her head as Saris points over to the pulse rifle. And like you said, we got a nice high-ticket piece right there.
Yes, we do. It means I can probably put that one up, keeping the A94 for the AN94 for a rainy day.
Jennifer, we should go back and watch Free Colonel. As right here. Oh, I see. We're gonna have rainfall day. If you're up to it, Mom.
You know what? Yes, I think I need to not be in the apartment after. She gestures out to the floor. That.
Rainfall. Lorelei will clear us for rainfall day or weekend. I see, holding Davine's hand after what we went through. For sure. Jennifer, what's rainfall day? Just the zoo? Only rainfall's invited?
I believe so. It's a day for all of us to bond and get to know each other better.
Hunk nods. Yeah, trust me, it'll be good for them. All of them. And he looks up at Pequod, and Pequod, I'm happy to go. I'm excited. Good. Good, as he sticks himself with another shot of morphine. Jesus.
You feeling it too, Dad?
Yeah, I'm a lot older than you, even though it doesn't look that way.
Gonna punch him in the shoulder? Shut
Ow!
up. Oh, wrong arm. Sorry.
And look at it this way, rainfall days, Ash, you can't have dreams about lazy eye Ash trying to adopt you, David. That's a freaky ass dream.
Dreams about what?
Saris grabs her stomach and starts laughing. Every time she laughs, she stops because it causes pain, but she keeps laughing. Sasha, what the fuck were you on?
I don't know why I had the dream, but in my nightmare, Ash asked me to adopt him while staring at me with only his lazy eye. The other one was closed.
Saris, for the first time laughing at a lazy eye Ash reference.
Oh.
What did he say to you?
He continued to call himself Arnaki. And he said, I am a better son than Julius ever would be.
Sonny, was it a dream or a nightmare? And she's looking right at Ash inquisitively.
I'd say that's a nightmare.
It definitely felt that way. You appeared out of the bushes. I was in the forest.
Well, as interesting of a dream as that may be, rest easy. I don't think that's something I'd be wanting.
Hunk, no, we got work to do when we get back to Gateway anyway. We gotta figure out how Zap got that robot up there just so it doesn't happen again. And, yeah, we got our plates full.
You wanna help me, Dad?
Yeah, I'd like to get to the bottom of this because Nicole's boyfriend can't stand guard over Davine's room 24/7.
Agreed. And yeah, it is a good question. Aside from just needing to know for security reasons, I personally want to know because how the fuck did that Old man, get that up there.
Towns, he could have lifted a displacement grenade off me, but I don't have any missing. I'm pretty meticulous when it comes to my gear.
And even then, do you
But
think...
maybe he lifted something from SIS, I don't know.
I don't know. I don't think Zap's the most stealthy of people.
Oh, I can't wait for the 3 hours of him apologizing to baby girl. It's this vicious cycle of the idiot refuses to take his meds, does something stupid, then Scar gets the meds in him, then Scar berates him for an hour and a half about what he did, upsets Zap, makes him feel guilty, then Zap goes and buys stuff for baby girl and apologizes to her for 20 minutes over and over and over.
A vicious cycle indeed.
Slightly better than the vicious cycle of him just doing shit over and over without the meds.
Can't believe Scar had to clock him when he was running at him nude. I heard the scream. I was up late that night getting something to eat a few nights ago, and I just heard "Ah!" And then I heard "Oh!" as Zap got punched in the face, and I came in, turned the lights on, and there was Scar in front of the bloodline sign and naked Zap.
Something I hope to never have to see again.
Saris, well, you had to see full frontal naked Zap. You saw it all, pretty much. That's, should be once in a lifetime.
It should be. It should be. Why do I get the feeling it's not going to be, though?
Pequod rubbing Julius's chest in a circular motion. So how exactly did it happen? Something with chocolate milk. And Sonny, Scar said we should put the medicine in a liquid. Ideally warm, but Zap likes chocolate milk. So I ground it up, put it in the chocolate milk, gave it to him. Told him take it, his meds were in there. I think he poured it out in the sink. Lately, the reason he's been so good is because we've been crushing it up in a drink, and he's been drinking it. Pequod, that sounds dangerous. What if somebody accidentally drank his drink? And Jennifer, that won't happen. Pequod, okay. And kind of looks at them confused.
Well, I mean, what's the alternative? Scar having to shove his hand down Zap's throat every day?
Sonny, exactly. He gets his hand bit. You see those tusks? She makes tusks with her finger. He has, they do a lot of damage. There's a reason Scar's hands are constantly bandaged. So if we move it to liquid intake, not only does it act faster, but it's safer for Scar as a whole.
The only other alternative that's safe is just getting Scar a dart gun and having him dart Zap with it every day.
That is true. Sonny, that is true. Better than melting the pills down and General Lorelei coming and thinking we're doing cocaine or something like that.
That's true too. Maybe we should look into it for days like today.
Yeah, well, we had the taser. We were originally given a taser, but he gains strength when he thinks we're LD-50 spies. An insane amount of strength.
Yeah, he shoulder checked me about 10 feet and then threw Banksy about 5.
Jennifer starts laughing. Yeah, gets really bad about LD-50. Then he starts yelling about Comelia and Cody.
Yep, Cody.
Pequod looks at you confused. Oh wait, I'm Camellia, right?
Yeah, you're Camellia, I'm Cody.
Ow.
Davine looks around. I'll never forget the day where he was mad about LD-50. He busted into my room and said something along the lines of, "Baby girl, don't worry, I'm here to protect you." As he picked up one of the little paintbrushes I had and started trying to stab Scar with it.
Everybody starts laughing, even Hunk. God, poor Scar. He probably wishes he never signed up to hang out in the apartment.
Probably. No, there was also the time that I woke up late at night and went out only to hear him wailing about LD-50 is at mid, he needs help.
I see. Looks at Davine, tugs on her wrist a little bit. Hurricane Zap. Remember that one night we both got woken up to Sounded like an industrial fan blowing, and he was out in the computer room with a big ass industrial fan just blowing on him.
Yes, I believe he said it was helping him sleep.
Hunk, where the fuck did you get the fan? I see, it's a mystery. It was last week. It was like 3 a.m. Hunk, what happened to the fan? I see, I teleported out into space.
It scared us enough that I came out with both swords and Icy with her defenders. It sort of made us angry, so I told her to just teleport it away.
And then Zap just ignored us and went back to playing a war zone by himself, but as if there was other people there.
Right.
LD50 with 2 at mid.
Should we invest in, like, getting bots for him to play against, so it's at least less unnerving?
Pequod, I've been considering buying the rights to the game. They're pretty cheap nowadays for me, and if I buy it, I can hire some developers to put in some bots, but really it's up to Zap. It's however he wants to experience the game.
Maybe if you buy it, you can relaunch it.
As Sunny's wrist computer starts to ring, but her ringtone goes off. Everybody turns and looks at her. Sunny, that's my ringtone now. Excuse me. It's into the captain's cap. I see. What a stupid ringtone. Watching her leave.
Yeah,
Ah, well, if it was Zap trying to call her or text her, it makes sense.
and it could be worse. It could be Malcolm yelling something.
Sunny comes back out, closing the wrist computer. Zap just wanted to check to see if baby girl was alright. He's concerned about baby girl. He hasn't seen her all morning.
Ah, I see, so we're back to normal Zap.
Yes. She's trying not to laugh at poor Davines.
Again, it may not be much of a consolation, but at least he loves you.
Yes, he does.
Sasha, I mean, when he's on the meds, he's great. Makes you breakfast every morning. It's all caring and concerned, like having a granddad or something. But when he's off those meds, Jesus.
Yes, he does remind me of a grandfather.
From Grandpa Zap to Battlemaster Zap.
Ship docks, and coming up the elevator is General Lorelei herself.
Quickly up at attention, saluting.
She waves you all down at ease.
Thank you, ma'am, as he flops back into the couch.
Pequod, still grabbing and holding Julius, General Lorelei looking down. I see we come back with gifts, treasure.
Yeah, treasure, ma'am. Nice toys. They served us well.
Sasha lifts up the pulse rifle. General Lorelei nods and waves her hand at it. Report. Julius.
Well, ma'am, we made contact with the colony, or at least tried to, while we were above in orbit. There was no response at all from either the PD or the dockmaster, harbor master, whatever they refer to it as. We eventually went down into the city. Pequod dropped us off. We began to search around. It was quiet on all fronts. Looked recently abandoned. We made it further into the city, and there we found 2 Max Tech soldiers being mutilated by some, I believe they were runners, ma'am, xenomorph runners. We made it further into the city, trying to get evac, a safe space for the lieutenant to land and pick us up. We made it to the town square, and there we found a Alpha Praetorian, something that was in the process of changing into a king, ma'am, alien king. we began to fight it. We were unable to land and evac because swarms and swarms of xenomorphs began to reveal themselves, and the shielding to the Nova was flared because of an acid spit thrown by the Alpha Praetorian. We began to fight it off using power cells, putting them into an APC to aid us. Eventually, me, Icy, and Ash were able to use a combo attack to destroy the Praetorian. Man,
She nods her head. So you took it down with teamwork.
yes, ma'am.
Excellent work. Everybody.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sasha, we also requisitioned. When I got into the driver's seat, the UI on the machine came up. It was a Mahler something APC. It's in the cargo bay. General Lorelei, keep it. We have APCs in EarthGov. Keep it. Maybe it'll come in handy next time you run into xenomorphs.
Thank you, ma'am. And hopefully, well, best case scenario, we don't need it again, but knowing our luck, hopefully it comes in handy.
And the planet, what would you suggest?
Pains
Well,
me.
ma'am,
You go first.
Anybody?
I would suggest we either crack it or nuke the site where the xenomorphs were, but there is no telling how far they have gotten so far.
As much as it pains me to say, I think we crack it. It's our only real option other than quarantining the planet forever, and that leaves an option of something getting off. So
Hunk, when we killed the big guy, there was tons of the little dudes still around, and they all scattered like roaches. So they're still all there.
yeah.
She nods her head as Towns finished finally offloading the data. Pulls up a hologram of the underground facility they had. General Lorelei comes in, leans in, inspecting it. Towns, from the data the pup was able to pull off of their CPUs. Just security cam footage, no hard data in terms of text logs, but he starts playing some, and you see, it looks like they had xenomorphs stored in this facility underground. Kind of like the ones on the sub. And the staff of this facility looks like they were just living there, hunkering down. The footage time lapses a little bit, and you see, much to their shock, the xenomorphs just get released. They don't bust out of their holding cells, their stasis tanks. The stasis tanks retract, and they start running out. Looked like a group of 20 or 30 of them with no commanding cast. And then somehow, over time, after they killed the majority of the people in the facility, started grabbing colonists. The last couple Max Tech commandos having no choice but to try and fight. And yeah. Towns keeps replaying the footage, so it looks like magically they broke out of their holding cells and did whatever the creepy bastards do. General Lorelei, huh.
Broke out. Right.
Well, that's what happens when you try to control bugs. It blows up in your face.
Sasha, or let out by whoever had control over that facility.
Yeah, isn't that funny? We get the call about there being Max Tech there, and coincidentally, right at around the same time, they get let out. They escape.
The Towns, I think you're missing the big picture. Look at the footage again. You see, the xenomorphs, they don't break out by force, they are let out, killing the majority of the people in the facility, as if they didn't know it was about to happen. Town shakes his head.
That's my thought process. I think, if I were to make a guess, they were let out on purpose by Tewas or whoever. is in charge of that. Either as a test, or my thought was maybe to draw us in and kill us. But I don't know. That may be putting too much importance on us.
General Lorelei, they wouldn't have any way to know that the colony would call for help, but it's plausible, I guess.
Or it was a test of their bioweapon. I don't know.
Do they need to test these creepy things? Town speaks up, Lorelei. Who knows? Who knows?
I don't know. Well, what I do know is thousands of people are dead now, so that's wonderful.
Lorelei, what's the time on this footage in Town's 2 days ago? They broke out 2 days ago, and in 2 days they took over that whole colony?
Jesus. It's like a cancer spreading.
With that rate of expansion, it would only take, what, couple weeks to overtake Earth.
General Lorelei, this big creature, it was the controlling one of them?
Yes, ma'am.
What little we know about them, there was no queen? Or if there are even queens, if there really are females, she air quotes.
To our knowledge, ma'am, there were no queens on site. Just that Praetorian.
They also weren't attacking like the ones we've encountered before. They weren't trying to bring us back. They were trying to kill us.
She looks very puzzled. Doesn't say anything. For one of the first times, she looks dumbfounded. Everything we've had reported from the past Alpha 9, she's looking at Icy, suggests they capture and whatever they do to people.
Yeah. Looks at Saris and then shivers. Well, you'd have more experience, I see, but the command casts are very intelligent, correct?
She nods her head.
Maybe they were smart enough to notice that we aren't someone to be messed with and we could actually pose a threat?
Icy, the Empress does have psionic abilities, and it's still out there. She puts up her finger. So, maybe their psionic abilities goes beyond galaxies. Wow. She looks really confused for a second.
Perhaps it was the Empress trying to tell whatever that one was that it was meant to kill us. Or at least kill everything on the planet.
I see. I know he was weird, but you guys knew him. Gulchin. He was cool. He wasn't the brightest, but a long time ago, when we fought the first Praetorian ever, we went to a colony that was overrun by them. It was really weird. Vincento just sat on the roof and threw grenades. It was strange. I don't understand how he was even a ranger, as General Lorelei coughs at Icy. Sorry. Anyway, there was no queen there. So maybe it is what the Empress just dictating. Praetorians only show up if there's a threat to kill, not to. At least that's what Gulchin said it seemed like. And she's stuttering a little bit, thinking about poor Gulchin. When they showed up, they stopped trying to capture us. When the Praetorians showed up, and they started trying to kill us. They're the military leadership caste. She shrugged.
That's what I was gonna say, like a commanding officer in the field. If that's the case, and you said it was molting into a king.
This one definitely was. She puts up her finger. The one we just killed. Yeah.
Then then that makes sense, right? Because a queen would not go out into battle based off what we know of them, right?
I don't think so. We had to fight our way through a hive to get to the Empress. Well protected. She holds up the royal jelly vial. I'm just basing my assumptions off the fact that that Praetorian had this. Basic Praetorians don't have this, which means it was going to be a king given the fact it was out on the front lines fighting.
Right? So, assuming the queens and empresses won't go out into battle, perhaps a king operates like a general, motioning troops around and actually commanding them in the field.
Sasha, it sure seemed that way to me as I sat in the APC waiting for power cores. I was staring that thing down. They don't even show up on infrared. Sasha shakes her head. General Lorelei. Huh. Really? Inspecting the smart gun.
Was there any kind of tracking mode you were able to use that successfully kept track of them?
Sasha, it only had infrared and basic and night vision. So who knows? Maybe there is one.
Well, we don't really have a body to play with, so it'd be hard to find something that works.
Pequod kisses Julius on the cheek, and I stayed on the ship. Isn't that right, Julius?
Yes. Yes, you did.
Assertive, Julius.
Yes, you did. And he grabs her chin and, God, makes her look up at him. Very good.
General Lorelei crosses her arms and laughs. General Lorelei, well, mission accomplished. We'll crack the planet.
Understood, ma'am.
We'll do preliminary scans of the colony, see if anybody's left, but we may have to weigh our decision based on how many people are left. I doubt many are left, given what you're describing. So.
Oh, we had a couple dozen run past us, but that's about all. That's all we saw.
Hunk, they probably got grabbed, I think, right, Ash?
That was what I was going to say, my assumption, but even if they didn't, I don't see there being many more than a couple dozen people left alive on the planet.
She nods her head. Well, excellent work. Again, excellent work. I'll relay this information to High Command. Take the rest of the day off. Relax. Icy, can we leave the station, please? General Lorelei, for what? Looks down at her and then back at Julius. Another beach trip, Julius. She's staring right at Julius.
No, ma'am. A zoo trip.
Zoo trip? She looks confused. Hunk, rainfall day. Oh.
Yes, ma'am. We're planning to, as a family, go to the zoo.
Huh. And who's all going? 'Cause
Well-
there's only 3 rainfalls, just the 3 of you.
Well, it would be the 3 rainfalls, my wife, and Banksy.
I think it's a wonderful idea. Of course you can go. Icy gives her a thumbs up. She shakes her head and laughs. General Lorelei, go back to the apartment, get some R&R, enjoy your zoo trip. I have to get to the bottom of something. She looks at Davine, not to bring up bad memories, but you know that robot?
The voided out robot, ma'am?
Yeah, it disappeared from SIS's cold storage. SIS's cold storage unit is down in JSOC, and it has vanished. Saris, me and Banksy just threw it back in the operating room thing near the interrogation room. General Lorelei, what were you people doing with that?
I'm going to find that out, ma'am. It would seem Zap was off his medication somehow, and I'm going to find out how, but he managed to get it up into Davine's room.
She looked shocked.
Hunk and I are going to get to the bottom of it, but he got it up there and managed to finagle with it enough that he used it to tear a kobold plush that Davine had in half.
Dear God. She shakes her head. Okay, well, it's the bottom of it then. Just let me know. Give me a call.
Yes, ma'am.
There's no way he could lift that by himself. Dismissed. Relax. Enjoy your trip. And she leaves the ship.
Julius will look down at Pequod. You really made me be assertive with General Lorelei in the room.
She likes it, trust me.
Oh, I bet she really likes it.
Hey, maybe next time she's mad, you should try that, Julius.
Oh, and then can I sign my death certificate, Ash?
Sasha, yeah, just grab her by the chin and like you just did Pequod and get assertive Julius with the Ranger General.
Oh yeah, seems like a great idea.
Talons probably make her faint.
Oh
Yeah.
god.
Sunny's gonna help Ash off the ship, and you will return to the apartment. Everybody's spreading out, dispersing, going their own ways. Hunk and Jennifer in the kitchen. Sarah's in the kitchen. And you're down here, Davine, in her return to her clothes as Icy's gonna go find her boyfriend.
Well, that went well.
Julius shrugs. Yeah, we're all alive. He pats his shoulder, picks up Pequod, and I'm sort of hungry.
Pequod nods her head. Me too. Hopefully Celesta's cooking something good. Something smells great.
Yeah, I'll get a bite before I get to the bottom of that.
Yep. As Julius walks in and Davine sort of just stares at at the place where Snarf always would sit for a second, shakes her head, and then goes up into the branching pathway.
Bean sees Rolly, Zap, and Scar painting miniatures. Zap turns around, baby girl, I missed you. Comes over and gives her a hug.
I missed you too, Zap.
How you doing today?
She awkwardly returns the hug. I'm doing well. How are you?
Very good. I was quite worried about you. I had this dream where I was being helped with a robot, and we was carrying it around, and then you was screaming, just screaming. You look like your face went right, bloody murder screams. But thankfully, Scar told me it was just a bad dream. Scar, yes, just a dream. Isn't that right, Davey?
That sounds like a terrible dream. I hope you're doing better, Zap.
Scar, not as bad as a dream of Ash's lazy fucking eye demanding you adopt him. Zap, what?
Oh, I had a bad nightmare.
I never
Ash.
seen Ash with a lazy eye.
Oh, I'm sure you would have. The picture was up in the kitchen for many months.
That was Ash. He looks up at me. Jesus Christ.
Yes, I believe his posters are also all around Gateway.
Oh, that ain't true. Come on, sit down here, baby girl. He pats the seat next to it.
She'll sit down.
That ain't true. Now there's pictures up, and Ash definitely hears this as he's walking out, seeing Towns and Sasha here talking. There's a posters up for Colonel Commander. Ash, you hear it clear as day.
As he walks in, thank the gods.
Zap, would you mind helping us paint some of these Squad Sigma miniatures? You're pretty good with those paintbrushes.
Of course, I'll try my best.
Scar, you'll do well. You and Rolly are really the only good ones. My hands are too big and cumbersome for this.
She pats his shoulder. I'm sure whatever miniatures you do look great.
He pulls up a Malcolm miniature. I know, and it looks like a 2-year-old painted it. I didn't really put much effort into this one. Look, I made the eyes red.
Well, that one is understandable. I wouldn't put much effort into that one either.
Check this one out. He pulls out another miniature, and it's Chief Cornstalk Malcolm miniature. Pequod is very quick about adding miniatures to this game.
Oh, is he actually good in the game?
Yes, he's the one good unit basically in Squad Sigma, with the exception of you, Ash, and Julia.
She chuckles. Oh my.
He gives an inspiration buff to all allies around him called Reassuring.
Oh god. Must be like a +2 to morale or something of the sort.
Yes, all his units automatically hit and wound if they're within 5 feet of him. But he only can take 1 wound, so he's very weak. Much like when he got shot and basically died.
Oh well, at least it's very accurate to real life. I can always give Patricia kudos for that.
Here in the kitchen, Pequod making Julius carry her up here, as Suletta is cooking some grilled cheeses with tomatoes on. Rough mission, she turns around seeing the shape you guys come in.
Bugs.
Las bugs? Oh, the ugh.
Yeah, xenomorphs. Very fun.
Punk sits on Lasley's lap. Ugh. She lets him as Rocco moves out of the way and curls up next to Jennifer.
Dad got a broken arm, so did Towns, and Ceres and Julius got broken legs.
Pequod and I stayed on the ship and am awaiting my positive reinforcement from assertive Julius later tonight in a new APC that we required.
All
Yeah.
of this is true.
So let a positive reinforcement? Looking confused?
This can sound really weird. I reward her when she's good.
Say it, a good girl.
Yes, I reward her when she's a very good girl.
Sasha, they're gonna test the suspension on a Max Tech K2 fucking APC. And Suletta, and rolls her eyes.
Yes. Yeah, they're very fun for them. Oh.
Suletta comes over, drops a grilled cheese in front of all of you. Comes over here. I heard from the poor boy having to guard Davine's bedroom door. It's rainfall day.
Yes, we're planning on going to the zoo today.
Good. I think that would be good for Davine, given what she had to go through this morning.
I agree.
Leslie, we've taken to just agreeing with Scar, and we're telling Zap he just had a bad dream. Because we didn't feel like hearing Zap cry that he did something that terrible for 6 hours.
Good plan.
Punk works for me. We gotta get to the bottom of the fucking how it even got up here in the first place.
Yes, we do.
Pequod eating her grilled cheese.
Yeah, he takes a bite of the grilled cheese. Swallows it. God damn. Auntie, you make the best grilled cheeses.
She winks as Jennifer, look at this! Who's that? And points at the demon child. David's not around, so I can show these things. And Sarah's, what the fuck is that? Pointing at the demon child.
It's the demon child.
Sarah's, what's the demon child?
It's if Davine and Malcolm had a child together.
Pequod, you can't tell if she gagged or she's choking on the grilled cheese currently going down her throat.
Yes, it appears that the curse of Cornstalk has some unforeseen consequences when it comes to children.
Pequod gulping down some water. Suletta sat in front of her. Suletta, it has a mouth under its eye. What is the demon? Where did they get the demon child image?
SIS put Davine and Malcolm into a little what does your child look like generator thing, and that's what it came up with.
Suletta starts laughing. Oh dear God, poor Davy.
Poor Davine.
Leslie, put that shit away, Jennifer, before she comes in here and sees it. Jennifer closes it.
I have to get to the bottom of that, but afterwards, Auntie, uh,
Hmm.
we've been needing to discuss what armaments to use for the Torgies, correct?
Yes.
Would you be open to going out and discussing that today? Maybe you said we might be able to go down to the Marauder Academy at some point. Maybe do that to try and get some inspiration?
She nods her head, turns around, pinches Jennifer on the nose. Would you like to come see the aerial, Jennifer? Yes! Yes, we can go. Saris perks up. I suppose we should bring Zap and Mr. Freetooth, his keeper.
Yes, I think so, and maybe we can get them dinner on the way home afterwards.
So let him. If Zap is a good boy and does not make a fool of me and himself, I'll even take you down to Groom Lake. We might see an old friend.
Oh, looks at Saris. It's safe for Saris to go as well?
Suletta nods. Groom Lake is where the heavy arms is held, the one Zap worked on. I think he'd like to see it. Might help him mentally as well.
Yes.
And who knows? Maybe we'll see an old friend. As she comes and sits down here and starts drinking her tea.
There may be some slight ulterior motives there, Auntie.
Hunk, isn't Pinhead... Looks at Julius. Never mind.
No, finish your thought, Father.
Pinhead Larry is stationed at Groom Lake. Suletta, huh. Who would have thought?
Huh.
What a shame you'll be predisposed somewhere else.
It is a shame. It is a shame that we have. And he starts tapping his chin with both of his fingers. It is a shame that me and my dear sister, we will be able to formulate a more well-conceived plan than just going there and jumping him.
Jennifer, yeah, rainfall day. Only rainfalls. No going up and beating up Commander Jared at Groom Lake. Icy, what? It makes Banksy come in.
Well, if all the rainfalls go and do it, then I don't see what's wrong.
Commander Jared's at Groom Lake. Icy speaks up and Suletta, yes, that's where he's been sent. I'll take Ash and Scar, and if Rolly wants to come to the Marauder Academy, and then Zap down to see the heavy arms. Would be good for him. Icy, okay. But he's at Groom Lake for sure. Suletta, yes. And Icy winks at Julie.
Julius gives her a little, like a hang 10 sign.
If you're gonna do it, just don't get caught.
Yes, we'll have to find some way to hide our identities.
Saris, you can wear superhero suits or some shit.
Julius looks at Icy. Perhaps.
Icy nods her head. Pequod, I could buy you some top-end cosplay stuff.
Julius nods. I call Spider-Man.
Icy laughs. Yeah, I mean, you did look good in the Spider Colonel suit.
Yes, we'll have the great Rainfall Man 1 and the Great Rainfall Man 2 going to beat up Pinhead Larry. It'll be just like a comic book.
Yeah, please, whatever you do, I'm fine with and approve and agree, but please record it.
Oh, yes, sir. I have no issue with that.
Icy, did you hear the good news?
Oh?
Your recruitment poster has been replaced on Gateway with Colonel Commander.
Thank the gods. Oh, it's beautiful. It's so good. Never thought I'd be so happy to see a Malcolm poster.
Pequod, I begged my dad to take them down. It was funny, but at the same time I felt bad, and he got all annoyed and, fine, I'll just put up some shitty Malcolm movie, daughter. And he picked Colonel Commander.
Thank you, little sister. It feels so good not to see, debatably, the darkest part of my life in front of me again.
Jennifer, can we watch this someday? Points. Oh, this looks great. Look at Malcolm. He's fat.
He was this in between one of his massive weight swings.
Suletta, I hear we're going to be watching Free Colonel in the near future.
Yeah. Yes, we are.
That's going to be fun.
My students at the Marauder Academy, many of them are into the MWF. She puts her hand on her chest. I will not lower my intelligence enough to watch it. That being said, I do have them report to me when Malcolm Rhodes is featured on one of the episodes. And when they report that he is featured on a given episode, I do go back and watch the Malcolm Rhodes segments. He was almost, as Banksy closes the picture, endearing. That list.
Well, he picked a good person to rip off in the American Dream, didn't he?
Pequod, my dad said they basically are almost out of post production with the Malcolm Rhodes documentary.
Incredible.
So that I will have to watch that someday.
Agreed. And I'm sure there's many more promos of his that we can watch.
Suletta, you wouldn't happen to have any on hand.
I do, actually.
Icy starts laughing.
He's gonna pull it up and press play. To which you just see Malcolm Rhodes sitting there in a chair, just the camera focused on his upper body, and he goes, "Now, every time you hear the people say, you're walking down the streets of CZ or of Pagasi or the streets of Point Pleasant or Furiosa, the people say that Malcolm Rhodes the best performer out there, greater than any sporting team in the world, greater than General Rocco. And you know why, baby? Let me tell it to you now. Because it's the first time it's been done with soul. You understand? It's been done many times before by a great many men in great hordes and great numbers. But all that needs to be said is right now it's done with soul. All of it, baby. You've done stuff with soul before. You took your little wife and daughter to the zoo and you did it with soul. You was a good father with soul. You saw the manathabas and the giraffes with soul. You understand? I'm doing it with soul, that's all. I don't mind telling you, Mouth Flare, that reign is over. It's over. And I'm gonna tell you, once I was a little bully. I used to beat up people all the time, but what's wrong with being a bully when you've got soul? Everybody loves a soul bully. That's great. It's amazing that being here, walking and strolling the sidewalks of CD. Let me tell you, what's going on now, though? Write this in your books and put it under your pillows, 'cause the fairy's gonna bring you something for it. Mr. Soul, the American Dream, 290 pounds of sweet-smelling soul, baby. With everybody else in the back, laughing and joking, Big Malcolm out front cooking and smoking. I'm gonna tell you, I'll beat that damn dirty Malk Flair, and I'm gonna do it all with soul. And that's where it ends.
Pequod whips her head to Julius. Soul! And she spits all over Julius.
New Julius will do it back at her. Oh!
Suletta cackling. Oh god. The main word in this promo was soul. He picked an S word to emphasize on the
You have to do it with soul.
I say soul. Soul, Sasha. Sasha. Oh god. Malcolm Flair, or what was his name? Malcolm Rhodes, excuse me.
I hate to say it, but Malcolm Rhodes, at the very least, was actually a good promo.
Suletta, tell me something, collecting herself. Saris, I think I know what you're gonna ask. Suletta begins laughing again. Saris, who won the feud? Malk Flair or Malk Rhodes?
To my knowledge, in a deviation from the actual Dusty Rhodes story, Malcolm Rhodes actually did end up beating Malk Flair for the world heavyweight, for the majestic heavyweight championship.
I see 298 pounds, more like 350 given all that extra body weight.
Yes. Yes.
Leslie, imagine if I had trained you two with that lisp of those 5 years.
You would have been able to kick our ass at any point, but I would not have been able to take you seriously.
Leslie, drop and give me 50.
Oh god.
I think you would have killed us because we'd have been laughing.
Leslie looks down at Hunk, nudges him a little bit, and Hunk is knocked out asleep.
Poor guy. He used a few vials of morphine.
Les, well, I think you might be on your own trying to get to the bottom of this.
I assumed so. Well, I'd better do that now before people start leaving. And sits up. I'm assuming you don't know anything, Jennifer.
Jennifer, not a clue. Neither does Sonny. I had my headphones on. We were playing SWOTOR. I don't know.
Right. Well, I'll head up and look around in the area, maybe ask around.
Leslie, I'll take him to bed. Takes him upstairs. Hunk, yeah, he got all weird and Towns. He got all weird and protective, dragging me and Davine around. Stressed out, the old guy. Broken arm. And then I got my arm broken.
Not a good
Yeah.
feeling, is it?
No. Good dad, though. I
Yeah,
had a dad.
it certainly sounds like that.
I see. Rainfall day? Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, rainfall day.
In Pequod, we can get food at the zoo, or we can go to Tommy's after. This grilled cheese was good.
Yeah. Auntie does make the best grilled cheeses.
Yes, she does. Maybe, do you guys want to meet up with our group after everything's all said and done at Tommy's? Have a nice big dinner out?
Pequod, sure.
Yeah, I don't see why not. Oh, right, before I forget. Thereth,
She looks back at you, please.
remember to do it with Thol.
Oh, I always do it with soul, baby.
Yeah? Take your, little wife and sister down to the zoo and look at the sabers and giraffes, Juliet.
Yes, sir.
Suletta, this is one Malcolm phase. If it ends up all of us talking with this lisp in this apartment, I would actually be okay with this. I am the one responsible for getting rid of some of those pictures in the kitchen. Pequod, you're the one that moved them! Suletta, yes, and there's nothing you can do about it. Pequod, whatever. I'm a good girl.
Yes. Yes, you are.
Again, wipe down the APC when you're done.
She laughs as you guys come in. Pequod, ready for rainfall day, Davey?
She looks up and she has, like, those goggles on that you see engineers usually wear that makes her eyes, like, 10 times bigger. Oh, yes, of course. She sets down the miniature she was painting, puts the brush into some water to dry it off, or keep it wet, and she'll take off the glasses and stand up.
Jennifer's gonna take Rolly to play SWOTOR. They both touch the side. Zap. We'll see you later, baby girl. Have a fun day at the zoo.
Yes, of course. See you later, Zap. She'll do a little bow to him and...
Oh
Give
no,
us a-
let me give you a hug, baby girl. Scar starts laughing.
Yes, of course. She'll give him a hug and then turn to Scar and give him a little hug, too.
Be safe. He looks down at Zap. I'll keep an eye on him.
Thank you, Scar. You're far too good to us.
He smiles as you guys, the Rainfalls, leave for Rainfall Day. Sasha is gonna turn to Towns. Let's go back to your place. And Towns, I should get more necklaces of fireballs for Ash. That actually came in handy.
Please do. That saved our ass.
He laughs as they disappear. And Suletta, time to go get Zap and Scar, and we can go down to JSOC and get to the bottom of this together, and then to the Marauder again.
Yes, ma'am. Let's walk down.
Let's go. Go round up your flock.
Hello, boys.
How you doing, Ash?
Good. Good to see you're right as rain, Zap.
Feeling good. Had a bad dream, but I'm all good now.
Looks at Scar. A bad dream indeed. Um, you want to come with us to the Marauder Academy?
I'd love to. Scar, yes, that would be fine. Why are we going?
Well, for one, we have a discussion to make about the Tolgeese 3, don't we, Zap?
Yes, we do. Ash gotta make up his mind about what he wants.
And I think going there and conversing with you two is the perfect way to get those gears rolling. Because I'll admit, I've been reading over your book, the book you gave me, but there's nothing quite like talking to, well, let's be honest, the two foremost experts alive, I'd say.
Zap nods his head. We going now?
Looks at her.
So let her down to JSOC first.
JSOC first, we have to get to the bottom of something. Work, you understand.
Oh, okay, fine by me. I like going down there. It's pretty fun.
It is. Let's get finished up there quickly, and then we can have ourselves a nice old day out.
Sounds good to me. You guys will make your way down to JSOC first before we go to the zoo. And here you are. You make your way down to JSOC.
Alright. Where's
They are
the...
not at the top of the steps. They are over here talking, these three Spartans.
Alright. The cryo area where they had it. I'm not...
So let this way, and points with her finger and starts leading the whole group.
I'll trust you.
She takes you around this way. Takes you here, opens a door. As you can see, there are multiple levels to it. Look familiar. She opens the door and stands out of the way.
Yes, they do. Crying wolf, the monster, and the dumbass.
The disembodied head of that man.
Where he deserves to be. He's gonna look
Zap.
around.
Huh. Place looks familiar.
You might have been down here at some point. He's gonna look around and see if there's cameras in there.
There's not.
Alright. He's gonna look at the floor. Does it look like the thing was drug out?
Hard to tell because the floor doesn't freeze. It's like the floor in that room where the generator comes out at you in RE4.
Right. So it doesn't seem like there's... Well, it'd be hard to tell, but I don't see any drag marks. Do you, Auntie?
Siletta is inspecting around. No. And to be honest, I don't care.
Well, that means whoever took it out had to be strong enough to lift it, is my assumption.
Yes, and the culprit is most definitely not strong enough. Zap, who's the culprit? Siletta, oh, who knows?
Not sure. Some crazy person is all I understand it to be.
Scar, very crazy. As Saris comes over here and pokes Ash in the shoulder and points to the Spartans, and then points to Frost, and points to Jim.
Not yet. We need Hunk for it. But good thinking.
She nods her heads and smiles as Flavor, Sir! And they all turn around and salute in a lot.
He salutes back. At ease, boys.
Scar is gonna move out of the way to let you guys move up.
Wondering if you can help me with something.
What can we do for you, sir? Buster speaks up. Frost, gotta go! And disappears as Jennifer was walking towards him. Cluster, watches him leave. What can we do for you, sir?
You know that prototype Max Tech assassin robot that's in the cryo storage, correct?
Yes, sir.
It appeared up in the apartment, and I was wondering if you two saw anything that could help me get to the bottom of how.
Cluster, we moved it. And points to Flavor. Flavor, yeah. This guy, points to Zap, said he wanted it up in his room for some type of decoration and something involving a baby girl. Siletta, looking at that.
And you went along with it because...
Well, he was asking for help and he's part of your family, sir. And Zap, I do vaguely remember speaking to you boys this.
Alright, fair enough. Okay. When it comes to something like that, if he asks you again, just run it by me first, alright?
Zap, what exactly happened?
Uh, he looks over to Scar. Should I tell him?
Scar just shrugs and shakes his head.
You moved it up there into Davine's room and it startled her with it.
Is that the thing that kills Snarf?
Yes, it is.
Oh dear God. What have I done? He looks at his hand.
It's alright. She understands that you were trying to help and she's doing better. It's okay. Just,
I have to make it up to baby girl somehow.
I'm sure you can. Alright, man? It's
Know
alright.
how to make it up to you. I heard that there's a dragon that's very important to talk to. I'll come talk to it for you.
Maybe not. Do you want to know what a good way to make it up to her is?
Play Swotor with her.
That's a good one. Just be there for her. That's the best way to make it up, right?
Yeah, I cook her breakfast every morning as long as I'm doing well on my bed. Snarf left explicit instructions to cook her breakfast every morning. Suletta, kind of like Davine. Oh,
And you are being very good to him and to her by doing it. I'm proud of you, Zap.
it's a shame he's dead.
It is. For now.
Scar, yes, for now. And no talking to dragons. Trust me.
Nah, we can't have you go. We need you back working on the mobile suit and... I mean, if you went, who would keep Jennifer company?
Saris, I thought that dragon was like Deep Six classified. How does he even know about that? Scar, David and Icy stay up late sometimes talking. We can hear them. The walls are pretty thin in our bedroom.
Sounds about right. And, I mean, we technically, because most everyone in the apartment has the necessary, credentials for it, we do kind of talk about that kind of thing somewhat flippantly now, don't we?
It's alright. Suletta waves her hand. Let's go to the Marauder Academy.
I think that's a good choice.
Sir, we'll relay information to the other members of Crimson Squad not to double check with you or Julius or anybody of rank in the apartment.
Understood. Not angry at you boys. You did well. You, as far as you knew, were following orders from the squad, so well done.
Thank you, sir. Now it's time to find where Frost ran off to. Cluster, yeah, he's been acting weird. They disappeared.
He's gonna look at Jennifer, look at them walking off, and kind of chuckle.
Is that Marauder Academy time, my beautiful pilot goddess? And Suletta blushes slightly. Yes, Marauder Academy time. Rolls their eyes.
Let's go.
As down here, the rainfalls have made it to the zoo. Now, it is still early in the day, not a lot of people. Some park rangers around. Definitely smells like a zoo. So they have the zoo. There's not a lot of people here. So they have the zoo mostly to themselves. And when you come into the zoo, you are greeted by two Allosauruses.
Julia, Davy, like, jumps back and hides behind Binksky as Julie looks up and jumps. Oh, Jesus.
Banksy, since when did EarthGov start cloning dinosaurs? And Icy, those are dinosaurs Malcolm found that were recovered from some movie set, from my understanding. Pequod starts laughing.
Ah, Jurassic Galaxy. 2, perhaps? Maybe
Icy,
1.
I think it was the third movie that never got filmed, but he was accruing dinosaurs on some colony.
Oh, yes. He was gonna call it Jurassic Galaxy, The Lost Badge.
Icy starts laughing.
Alright. He pats his legs. Where to first?
Pequod, wherever you want to go, she's looking around. Look at that thing. points at it.
He looks at it, and Davine will go over and start reading off like the little bio thing they have next to the name.
He reads the little bio thing. It is a hipander, is what it's called. A hipander. It's a asexual creature. It can change sexes to reproduce. They are extremely rare, extremely fragile, but highly intelligent. They have an intelligence level that rivals dolphins here on Earth. They secrete from that beautiful, I call it a headdress. You can call it whatever you want, but in the bio, I call it a headdress. They secrete from their headdress enzymes that are used in, it just says military healing technology, but Davine would be able to acquaint the materials group, grenades, talents, throws. Or the nanodarts.
She takes a step back. So, that is a very useful animal to have. We could give towns. That's amazing, actually. I love that.
It is huge. It's a big ass animal.
She leans forward and looks at it a bit closer. It's beautiful.
I see having Banksy lean in, holding her. They are beautiful. They come from a nova. There's a lot of them on a nova. A lot of them. They prefer swamp environments, believe it or not. And usually, it doesn't say that in the bio here, but they can create, she points up to the sky, natural aurora borealises when they change sex, being asexual. Pequod, that! Even me and Julius can't do that. As she's looking at it.
If I could, I would.
She starts laughing.
Davine tilts her head. How do you know all of that?
I see, I had to study most of the species on a nova when I was young. Master Yen, the turtle guy, made me study the vast majority of known species. I think there's probably more unknown than known on a nova. You ever hear about the giant kraken on a nova? Banksy, giant kraken?
Giant kraken?
Pequod, yeah. Steps back here, there's a big ass kraken on a nova. Big, it's been spotted on scans, stuff like that.
Oh, well, I was not aware of that.
I see, a nova's a dangerous place.
Yes, a very, very dangerous place. She scratches her face.
I see, it's a shame we couldn't actually talk to Kamul. We could probably understand exactly what happened on the planet, like why all the wildlife got mana charged like crazy.
Oh, trust me, if there was a way that I could have kept him alive enough for someone to talk to him, probably would have been useful, but it was a to-the-death kind of battle.
Icy nods. I doubt I could have read his mind. Like the xenomorphs, probably. One of the things that makes them so scary is when you peer into their mind, all you see is blackness. Yet they're incredibly intelligent creatures, so that is why I get freaked out when I see them. As this Allosaurus here lets off a roar, Pequod, maybe it recognizes Julie.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Julius squints at it, moves forward. Maybe it does. And he starts moving back away from it.
You move near the enclosure of this large, majestic-looking bear creature.
Julius whistles at it, and Davine, noticing it, runs over and starts to read the bio out to everyone.
This creature does not come from a nova. It's one of the rare creatures here that wasn't a Malcolm clone or comes from a nova. It is a Kios bill. Kios bill. Good luck spelling it. I can tell you if you want to know. But anyway, it's a Kios bill. It comes from a very small planet near a supernova sun. So, if you acquainted to the Milky Way, which you know, Mercury in this galaxy. And so it comes from a planet that close to a supernova sun, like Mercury here in the Milky Way galaxy, and they are incredibly hardy creatures. They can When under duress or stress, generate enough body heat to melt AR-500 steel within 20 seconds, which is the strongest steel known to man.
She takes a step back from this one. Oh my. That is extremely hot.
Pequod, yeah, that, wow. And Banksy, why is there only one of them? I see, because when they were around their mates and they mate, they'll generate heat. That, I think, is a male looking at it.
Julius leans forward, and then if the heat is generated, basically snaps his fingers, the whole park or zoo will be shut down.
Yeah, they'd have to probably trank dart it or kill it.
Oh. Well, thank God they've planned to not let that happen.
Pequod turns around. Hippos? Just looking at or rhinos?
He leans forward. Yeah, those look like, I don't know what those are. I see.
She starts squinting her eyes and makes Banksy carry her over to the little description thing and gestures for Davy.
She walk over.
I see, I really don't even know what these are. I've never seen them before. They look almost prehistoric. Davy,
Davy-
you want to read?
Yeah, she'll read out the name and a bit of the bio.
They are Yukon rhinos from the Cretaceous period. Cloned, found on a colony. Cloned by an unknown entity. That's exactly what it says in the bio. These creatures are out of space and time. They were found on the same colony as the Allosauruses, kept in a very large cage, malnourished, and this zoo has worked very hard to feed them, take care of them, bring them back to tip-top healthy condition. Banksy, wow. Where the hell did Malcolm get these?
My guess would be another Max Tech facility. Or the same one that Jurassic Galaxy 1 was filmed at.
Pequod coming up here next to Icy. Unless he started cloning them with the help of... Insert stupid title Nemesis here.
Yeah, maybe, what's a good one? Admiral Nemesis.
Admiral Nemesis. Pequod starts laughing. Turns around. Now I know that one, Davine. Come here, Mom. Look at this.
She'll walk over.
What do you think of that? And it's big. This is a big cat. Twice the size of a lion.
She lets out a little whistle. It's large. It's very nice looking also.
It's an Arnaki mountain snow leopard. The Arnaki mountain range is on Anova. Pequod looking at it. Icy, yeah, comes over here. Pequod, they were my favorite animals growing up. They have access to frost magic.
Really?
Yep,
That-
Pequod points down at the bio, reading this information off to Mom-in-law.
So that would be good for a ice wizard? As what do you call it, a guardian?
Icy nods her head. Very good, actually. Extremely good. That's a great suggestion, looking at it. Pequod, they're notoriously hard to capture. This one, it says here, was found wounded on Anova. And so they brought it back here. They're notoriously hard to capture because they can summon snowstorms and disappear into them. Probably one of the most elusive animals, she's reading this off the plaque, known to EarthGov. This is the only one in captivity. And she's reading here, soon to be released.
Oh. She puts a hand up to her chest and leans forward. What's your favorite animal now, Pequod?
Pequod, now, that's hard. I think it's just the kid in me. Still them, she points out. This was the first animal I saw in a textbook. My dad bought me this big textbook of animals, an encyclopedia of known, air quotes, species to EarthGov. But at the back of the book was a cool, almost cryptid unknown section, and back then these things were still considered cryptid or unknown because only stupid people go to a Nova.
Huh. Yes.
Willingly, she puts up her hand,
Well, I was gonna say Malcolm was pretty stupid.
and he definitely unwillingly dragged you guys along. She starts laughing.
Julius nods as Davine turns around to Banksy. What about you?
Favorite animal?
She nods.
I've always been partial, and one of the reasons I was excited to come here, frost tyrants. Myself, there's one here.
Frost Tyrant.
Yeah, it's here. Way, 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 way up there. He's pointing on his wrist.
Well, we'll definitely have to go see those today. Perhaps that's our next stop.
Pequod frost tyrants are from, and Banksy, not a Nova. They're from a small frost planet. Like, think Pluto in our galaxy. I don't want to spoil stuff about it, but they're very rare. Extremely rare. They look like a frost T-Rex. I see another good guardian for a ice wizard. Pequod sounds like it.
Davine nods and looks over at Icy. And your favorites are snow leopards?
Yeah.
I actually got that one right. And then you, my son, rabbits, I believe. And Julius is looking at the Allosaurus still, and he turns around. No, actually, otters. Otters are my favorite.
Icy otters are awesome. Floating around on their back.
Literally not given a care in the world.
There is a mana otter species on Nova. Pequod speaks of.
Really?
They crack mana eggs. They steal the eggs from mana bird. I don't know exactly what species of birds, but it's a Nova. So birds that lay eggs that have mana eggs in them and mana in them, and they take them into the water, crack them, and lie on their back and drink the egg yolk. I still have that book. She speaks.
Julius chuckles. Man, I never knew there was mana otters. I would like to see one someday.
This park ranger moving out of the way. Pequod, well, we could always go sightseeing around Nova, but probably not the safest.
Oh yeah, probably not. He looks around. And
moving up here.
he looks up at Icy. Icy, let's go get some drinks for everyone.
She nods. Banksy puts her down. She comes over here.
You guys go ahead. And David will nod and follow Binksky wherever he goes.
Pequod following Davy and the park ranger moving out of the way. Pequod, check those out.
She'll look over to where she's pointing.
Royal Snow Harriers. Think about the same thing with this one. From a Nova, there was a time where people thought they were a myth until they started sneaking their way onto what would be at the time, unfortunately, slaver and slaver and pirate ships that would land on a Nova, stupidly trying to pillage a Nova, most of them getting eaten. But the first known contact with them was they snuck their way onto those type of pirate ships and stuff like that, and they made their way back here, somehow to Earth. Not an invasive species, mind you. They don't cause any harm to the environment, but they prefer cold environments. She points around, and Davian can see they're in a dome, and it's a controlled environment.
She walks forward again and stares at them. So, they look so almost mischievous looking.
Pequod, they have been known to have access to wind spells, even though they're called frost. And they can project, I guess through like thermagery, or whatever that spell's called, their cackles on the wind, scaring away predators.
She chuckles. I quite like that, actually. That's very amazing. And for the first time all day, she gets like a super wide smile on her face.
Pequod sees her smile and blinks twice and gives Banksy a thumbs. What's happening down here?
Julius going a bit of ways away from Davine, he leans onto one of the nearby enclosures and looks down into it. Nicole,
Hmm.
you think Mom's doing okay?
She bites her bottom lip for a second. No.
Uh, well, that should be obvious. I suppose a better question is, has she been doing any better?
I think so. She was. She was doing well up until the end of whatever happened at Cornstalk. Pretty sure she's still seeing. She gestures from her eyes with her hand, seeing Snarf every once in a while. And honestly, even if Zap wasn't around to unwillingly antagonize her in his PTSD state, I still think she'd be doing bad.
He sighs and rubs his forehead. You read her mind today, right? Was it just the dream like you said, or did you delve a bit deeper?
I didn't really have to delve that much deeper. When people are strongly thinking about things, their thoughts come out, even if you don't want to see them. And, well, she wants to throw herself in an ocean. Hence the basis for I don't think she's doing much better.
Julius pushes off the little fence and rubs the base of his neck. Ah, Jesus. Holy crap.
I see all of our chips are gonna get put down on that dragon.
What if he covers his mouth like he doesn't want to say it and he uncovers it? What if the dragon says no?
I see. Did it seem like a selfish creature? Would it, out of spite, say no and doom its race if it really has eggs? That would be, I don't know, that would be the only hope its race has, those eggs. It needs us, we need it.
Didn't seem like a selfish creature, but I mean, when you're angry, you're sort of stupid, and the thing is certainly angry at us. At least me and Ash, given our past experience with it.
I see, my plan is we have Lorelei, Lasley, Suletta, as many powerful people as we can there. And if it says no, then we'll find another way.
What you want?
I'll try to bring him back if Davine wants, but there's a chance it goes really bad.
I don't think she would risk that. But who knows? I'm not in her mind. If she doesn't, if she doesn't start to get better after a while, or until like the cult's done with, or 3 months' time, we need to send her to like a psychiatrist.
You see, we could do that, but she'll probably get taken off active duty.
He bites his bottom lip.
And she won't be allowed to hang around the apartment just because she's our mother.
Yeah. But would you rather have her throw herself into an ocean?
Oh, I'd much rather get the dragon to agree to something, and that will hopefully give her hope. Hopefully.
Yeah. Hopefully. He pushes off the fence again, puts a hand on Icy's shoulder. That'll be okay.
She nods. I think it will. Grabs your wrist. She's actually happy right now. She's rolling her eyes back, reading Davine's mind. Maybe more rainfall days.
Rainfall days. Definitely seems like a good idea.
We should do one once a week with her. What's the big deal? Lorelei will let us go.
Yeah, and even if she doesn't, you'll still make us go.
Take her wherever she wants to go. There's plenty of other zoos.
Very true. No zoos like this one, though. And he gestures all around to all the strange animals in it.
Or we get her a baby panda.
He looks at Icy. No. No, that would be... He looks away and back at Icy. That would be against the law.
She closes her eyes and shrugs.
That would be against the law. He puts his finger back up to his chin and starts thinking.
So is beating up Commander Jiren.
Yeah, but that one we have, bites his lip. We have, what's that called? Deniability. They won't be able to tell it's us.
That is true. She looks around, noticing cameras everywhere.
Huh.
If Malcolm can start an 3 illegal mana zoos for mana savers, what's one baby panda gone missing?
He looks around at all the cameras. I mean, like, it wouldn't be difficult. They're right there.
Snap of a finger.
Snap of a finger, one little fly down there. I can grab one up. We'd need a distraction, though.
There are rangers around the zoo. She's looking around.
We'd need a real good distraction.
These three have made their way up here. As I see, I think from what I can tell, from Davey, from Mom, if we could just get that dragon to agree to something, that's all she's gonna need. She's the strongest woman I've ever met. But we gotta get the dragon to agree.
Yeah, and if the dragon doesn't agree, then we'll have to start thinking up another plan.
We'll make it agree. She puts her thumb up.
Well, if there's anyone who can make it, it's you.
Well, all of us, I can't talk to it. We need Ash.
Silver-tongued devil.
Threatening it just because I can kill it, threatening it isn't going to help, I think. It's been sleeping and lying there for how long? It's basically been dead all these years anyway.
Yeah, true. Death would probably be a comfort of some sort.
Icy looks around. Oh yeah, Ash isn't here. Look at this.
We shall fight Ash's backstory on the beaches. We shall fight his backstory on the landing grounds, and we shall fight that stupid fucking backstory. We shall never surrender. That's an actual quote by him, by the way.
Icy, don't tell me he had a Winston Churchill face.
It was like 2 days he tried it out a little bit. He gave like one speech. This was the ending line to it.
She puts it away. I don't want to pull. There's a lot of great Malcolm quotes out there. I don't like bringing it up in front of Ash because he suffered enough. But I guess he isn't here, so we're good.
Yeah, he isn't here. Unless he's hiding in the bushes like Mom's dream.
Oh dear God! You see Icy shivers. What was his nickname?
Arnaki. It means little lamb or lamb, something like that in Elvish.
Ugh. She shivered.
You should try and learn it. Might surprise Mom.
I could say it. What if I polymorph myself to look like Ash and come up behind me?
I mean, he thinks about it for a second. 20 credits says you don't do it.
I'll do it. Fuck that. She starts walking this direction. Now, we'll return to the Marauder Academy as some mischief is going on here. And Suletta welcomes you to the entrance of the Marauder Academy. Zap and Scar making their way up. There you go.
My gods, look at them. Looking at the suits.
Suletta's gonna move out of the way so you can move up. Quite impressive. And every generation of Marauders up until she walks up here, not all the way, Pointing here, I believe you've probably seen this model, Rico's model, up until the Archfiend incursion, and you've worked with Marauder pilots in the current model.
Yes, but I don't see the current model anywhere.
Well, there's no reason to have it here. This is a museum. They're currently in service. They wouldn't be in a museum. Not yet! Probably in, oh, I don't know. Advancements in Marauder technology have been slow over the years.
Understood. Well, I mean, that means we've been using the same ones for quite a while already, haven't we?
Yes, there is a push. She crosses her arms, looks around. There's a push to deconstruct some of the mobile suits to advance Marauder technology quicker. Some politicians agree, some disagree.
I don't know. It's above my pay grade, of course, but I'd question deconstructing something like mobile suits when we really don't know when the next... Well, like right now, Calamity Wars level threat shows up.
Suletta nods. However, these Marauders don't kill their pilots if they're not strong enough.
That's true.
Hard discussion. Politics. Always bills being passed and denied.
Crusty old people in dusty old rooms arguing, yes. Well, hopefully it's different here. I'm not as well versed in EarthGov politics, but not fun.
I'm sure we could spare a mobile suit or two. Or General Lorelai's ideology is find strong enough individuals to pilot the suits and arm and pilot all the suits once more. Either way, sometimes it takes the near catastrophe for people to make a decision.
Agreed, people get complacent. I think they have time to argue back and forth when there's, well, this, right?
Yes.
But they are gorgeous. I'm assuming they're in chronological order, starting closest and ending farthest from the entrance?
He walks down back here. Correct.
So that
Right to left. This would be the first Mark 1 Marauders.
that would be Calamity War era?
Shortly after. I believe there was some nation that was attempting to produce these in secret. Then the Calamity War happened, and after it happened and everybody started to get along, it only took the near destruction of the planet for everybody to start getting along. But all information became, I wouldn't say public knowledge, but shared.
EarthGov, right.
China, I think? I'm not sure. China, Japan.
It makes sense because then he looks at the rest. It's got a different design than a lot of the rest of them do. It's distinct.
Actually, Zap comes up over here. She is distinct to a point. If you look at the Mark II here, it looks quite different. However, sometimes the old ways are the best. This is the Mark III that looks quite different as well. And then if you return to the Mark IV, they went back to this design because it is the most reliable. Like a firearm, you have reliable firearms and sometimes more finicky, unreliable firearms. They might be better at certain things, but in combat, reliability is what matters.
That's why I prefer my revolver.
Then, of course, up here, with technological advancements before the Archfiend incursion, 50 years? The Mark V. And then, 6 or 7 days into the Archfiend incursion, the Mark IIIs. Or, excuse me, the Mark VI.
It's a beautiful piece of machinery. You know, I've said it so many times, but back when I was in Gallia, I never would have imagined something like that was even possible.
Like a gigantic... she looks at it.
Golem.
Fire golem, yes. Good word choice.
I fought an iron golem once, but that was a massive suit of metal held together and given life by magic, right? This is I believe I said it when I first saw both the aerial and the vertibird. This is beauty. It's technology working in a rhythm. It's refined in a completely different manner. It's incredible. I will never get used to the technology we have.
Suletta nods her head. It can be overwhelming at times.
Yeah, and that's for people who grew up with it.
Scar, these are pretty interesting. If you can pilot one, can you pilot the other? Suletta, no, universal cockpit controls did not come into play until the Mark 6s. So if you can pilot a Mark 6, you can pilot a Mark 7, the current Marauder frame.
So, if, and things would have to be pretty bad for that to happen, if we needed to use any of the old models, you'd have to train people to use them.
Suletta nods her head. Correct.
And I can't imagine there are many people left who know how to use the older models.
Suletta, some instructors here at the Academy would most definitely know how, but for the most part, no. And it would be a steep learning curve, actually.
I can imagine they probably handle... This is an assumption, but they probably handle completely differently and are much less refined than the current generation.
Yes, Suletta nods her head to an extent. More buttons. Many more buttons.
Which is probably part of the reason why they'd like to use mobile suit tech to make the new ones. See if you can almost entirely get rid of the buttons.
Jennifer, do they make model kits of these? Suletta, they did for a time. Not many. They weren't as popular as the mobile suit model kits, from my understanding, but they most definitely did. Jennifer, I'd love to have all 6. Do they have any model kits of the Mark 7s? And Suletta, no. But I believe they made model kits up till this one, the Mark 6. I know Rico has one in his office.
Well, we'll have to keep an eye out for you, for those for you. Excuse me. Looks over at Saris and kind of raises his eyebrows twice about it.
Saris mouths tell Frost.
He's gonna nod. Well,
Suletta, I'm sure Tommy Wiseau could figure out where they are, or Towns. Towns could find anything. He's quite useful.
he is. Good man. I'm happy he's with us.
Suletta, he wasn't happy to be with you. Not at the beginning. She comes up here and laughs. I would hear him down at SIS begging not to be on this squad.
No, he wasn't. But then again, it seems that way with a lot of people. I mean, Mom wasn't happy to have me and Julius at first, and now we grew on her like a bad rash, I suppose.
Saris nods her head and laughs, says Scar. How long exactly did you train with her?
Oh boy, 5 years with Mom. Yeah.
Scar, isn't training with her very illustrious? Absolutely. She's damn hero like her sister.
They are.
Then how the fuck did you end up on Squad Sigma, Scar? Who did you piss off?
Didn't piss more, we impressed the wrong person. It would seem Master Chance saw our combat record and picked the best of the best to play glorified bodyguard for his little whelp of a grandson.
Jennifer, he sure picked some good ones. How come lasted a long time?
For better or for worse. Well, for worse, I should say.
Jennifer, I don't know. These documentaries are great. I think it's for better, minus all the lives he affected. Suletta rolls her eye.
Yeah. Well, I directed a few of them, so we'll get to watch those. Please. Oh god, knowing Pequod, she's gonna fucking submit them to some film festival.
Jennifer, Sundance Film Festival.
Oh. Knowing her, she's gonna do it so she can make fun of me and get me on stage accepting some award, just like she did with the Oscars.
Suletta laughs. Sarah, so what's it take to be a Marauder pilot? Suletta, the same as a pilot of a ship, Pequod, for example, would be more than accepted into the academy. A high degree of intelligence, a high IQ, good test scores, and any basic service record will do. Beyond that, you have to pass basic training.
I'm assuming reflexes, much like piloting?
Yes, the training is far more extensive, physical training, as opposed to Pequod flying her ships. But beyond that, anybody can. Just takes the will.
Makes sense. Not quite the same kind of roll of the dice. You can be taught through, and hard work can get you to the point where you can pilot one of these. It's not the roll of the dice luck. That seems to come with mobile suits, eh?
Suletta nods her head.
Well, let's be happy that I was lucky, right?
Suletta, you did. I am still shocked that. I'm still shocked Malcolm let you get in the tall geese. I understand it. He figured it would have killed you, but I'm still shocked.
I am too, although even if he'd said no, I wouldn't have listened.
Did he not think you would have just turned on him and stepped on him? Suletta turns around.
I honestly don't know.
Or was he just that scared? Suletta looks at you.
I would assume he was that scared, but his mind is an enigma.
Scar, I wasn't on the ground with Ash, but he was that scared. He told me once he would not unleash his secret weapon unless it came down to the line. Suletta, what secret weapon?
Monkey boy.
Suletta. Oh, the thing that came out of his hat?
Yes, the same monkey that piloted a cruise ship.
Suletta puts up her finger. Actually, I don't care. I really don't care. She shakes her head. I don't want to know about Malcolm's cruise ship.
That's for the best. Ah.
Zap, I saw somebody on TV, Ash, who said, it was a couple days ago. It looked like that Malcolm. Is Malcolm the guy with the beard, Ash?
Yes, he is.
He was on this show called the MWF Globdown, and he said, hard work pays off, dreams come true, bad times don't last, but bad guys do. Then he took this toothpick out, threw it in the camera.
Malk Hall. Yes, I quite remember that. It was Glovin Nash and Malk Hall.
Oh, Jesus, Malcolm Ramone.
Malcolm Ramone. It was the same character, but he just would alternate the name. It was very interesting.
Because he forgot who the hell he was supposed to be playing, because he was playing like 20 different people. Sarah starts laughing.
You don't... I don't know. Yes, and his finisher, the Colonel's Edge Powerbomb.
Letta shakes her head and walks up here and starts typing on the elevator. To the aerial, or would we like to gawk at the Marauders more? They are beautiful.
No, I think we get to the very special thing to look at. Right, Jennifer?
Can't wait! Me and Snarf went to see it once, a long time ago. So Letta, yeah. Typing on the elevator. I took Jennifer and Snarf to see it. I think it was the first weekend she was here at the apartment.
I remember. Yes. That was good of you and him. He was an exemplary man.
Suletta, elevator starts to come up. She had to put in a long code sequence to get down to the aerial. Tell me something, Jennifer. Was he cooking breakfast for her back then, too? Jennifer, yeah. He wanted to ask her to come, but he was too nervous. And still a little kooky. Suletta.
If only he told any of us.
Suletta rolls her eyes and glares back at you. If only the rainfalls weren't so dull at times. All three of them. She gets into the elevator. That includes the adopted rainfall.
Yes. Well, I can't say much. I was too much of an idiot to realize it either.
Suletta crosses her arms as everybody gets on the elevator. Well, I hope they're having fun. Surely they're having a good time. Julius and Icy not up to any mischief. As down here, back. Icy has polymorphed herself into Lazy Eye. Julius, she's walking up this way.
Oh God.
She
God.
waves for you to come over.
He comes over.
She turns around and the eye is extra lazy. How does it look?
Oh God.
What
You're
was
gonna
the
give
name again?
Arnaki.
She collects herself and comes up, not directly behind Davine, but just staring at the back of Davine's neck.
Julius turns around and puts his hand over his mouth to hide his laughter as Davine is looking at whatever animal they're in front of.
The act dogs.
The yak dogs, yeah. And
Icy's going to walk up a little bit closer, and Banksy, out of his peripheral vision, catches. What the fuck? Jesus, Max, back here! Pequod, oh my fucking god, he came!
he turns around. Oh my god, no. Ash!
Arnaki! Comes up to
No!
She has a piece of paper polymorphed into her hand. Arnaki wants you to sign it to David.
I will not adopt you!
He disappears into a cloud of smoke. Revealing Icy, who gives her a thumbs up.
Julius stumbles into their field of view, laughing his ass off.
Banksy laughing, Pequod, that's not fucking funny, I almost had a heart attack.
You almost had a heart attack!
Yeah.
My worst nightmare almost just came true.
Icy starts laughing.
Oh, God. Julius wipes his eye. I'm sorry, Mom. She sort of taps her foot. Did you have to have fun?
Icy points at Davine, you're half smiling.
She tries to hide the little smirk she has going on. No, I'm not. I'm angry with you two.
Icy laughs. Arnaki!
Julius starts laughing again.
Pequod, I did not find that funny at all. I was about to run for my life. Because there's no way Ash would look like that. Unless Malcolm showed up and tortured him in the span of an hour and a half.
Oh, God. If Malcolm came back from the dead, that is certainly what he would do.
Ugh. Icy. Frostworms points over here.
Frostworms?
Frostworms points over here. And Pequod, yep, they're from Anova.
Oh, come on, babe. Become the zoologist you so want to be.
You know what? I should go back home and get that book. We could read it sometime, Julius.
That we can. I would love to hear you reading to me.
Pequod laughs, pointing at the frostworms. They do come from Anova. They come from the regionous mountaintops of Anova. There's no name for them, but they call it the Ring of Frost, akin to the Ring of Fire volcano ranges here on Earth. But these things are believed to have evolved from some type of crocodilian cousin on Anova. And whatever happened on Anova that turned all the wildlife crazy, this was the result.
She leans in. They are certainly odd looking, if you think about it.
Pequod nods her head. They are, but they're cute in their own way. After the Calamity Wars, there was as I said, a lot of idiots who would go to Anova, try to capture these animals and sell them. And so there was a big ring of trading these animals around. for use as weapons, guard dogs, or just eccentric people that wanted to own them. EarthGov cracked down on that, got rid of it, and I believe these are the only ones in captivity currently, though it doesn't say that here, but yeah.
Poor things. She looks at
Nods
him
her
a
head.
bit. She looks at him a bit closer. Tilts her head. You know, that's a question I've never asked. She looks at all of them. Do any of you prefer, like, the hot or the cold?
Pequod, hot? I prefer cold, honestly. Not as cold as Raven Rock, but you can always put more clothes on. If it's incredibly hot, you're just fucked. Banksy, I'm in the same boat. Grew up on a farm, so winters and still having to work out in the winter. Cleaning things, maintaining farm equipment, very boring. Why I joined the military. He shakes his head.
Yeah, cold. The hot gets too hot for me, you know? I got that fire blood in me, or whatever you want to call it.
I see, when I was a kid, I liked it hot, tropical environments. And the older I got, and the more OCD I got about things, the less I liked the heat, because I don't like being sweaty. My armor I wear into battle has a very nice air conditioning system built into it. And Pequod, aha! Speaks.
Ah, all the best from the forge, yes.
Icy smiles. Pequod cold as ice.
Cold as ice, just like an ice storm.
Pequod, just like Arnaki.
Oh god.
Pequod comes over here. Well, you know a lot about these, apparently. She points down to the mana sabers. Icy comes over. Yep. Unless you're the Ranger General, owning one of these is highly.
Yep. Yep. He pats on the fence a bit. Oh, yes. The Saber King. You know, I actually was with Denaria for most of that. It was one of the only times we decided to work together.
Banksy, I thought Denaria hated you given her disposition towards you in that last documentary.
Oh, she probably hated my guts, but I don't know, just something about the Saber King. It made both of us want to form together, create an alliance of some sorts. An uneasy alliance, but an alliance.
Icy to defeat Malcolm's shitty zoo.
I was planning on more killing Malcolm, but that was probably her goal.
The Pequod, from one of the trailers I saw, I think Scar was on your side.
Yes, he was. I believe he was one of the ones that wrote all those letters to the city council, or colony council.
Pequod, I would love to see Mana Saber King myself.
Oh yes, you'll also get to see Ash's robotic arm being torn away, and Julius feeding some mana sabers.
Icy, with her hand on her chin, puts up a finger with her other hand. That is one thing that confuses me. Why was Malcolm saying he would never financially recover because of Ash's robot hand? I thought Malcolm just gave him a crappy one.
Julius perks up. Well, the first one he gave him, you know, because he was taking care of mana sabers, you gotta have a more steady hand than, you know, whatever Ash had. The bunch of scrap metal and wires. So Malcolm actually forked out like $100,000 on Ash's replacement arm. That was almost immediately, like 2 days later, torn off by a mana saber and completely destroyed.
Pequod starts laughing. Serves Malcolm. Not Ash, but Malcolm, right?
Yep, and then that whole I will never financially recover from this thing happened, and Ash was given, I would say the total amount added up to 10 credits.
Icy shakes her head. I was so stressed when Ash first came back. Frost Tyrant this way. Points over here.
Why were you stressed?
Yeah, Pequod asks the same thing at the same time as Julius. I see. Do you not remember what he looked like? And Saris would have. If Saris had saw him like that, I don't think she would have taken him.
Well, if I saw my significant other looking like that, I probably wouldn't have taken him back either.
I see. I don't care what anybody says. He was hardly recognizable from the Ash I knew when I dropped you guys off with Malcolm on that fateful day on Swordberries.
Oh, trust me, you got used to seeing him look at you like, and he'll just close one of his eyes slightly and look at Davine, who shakes her head and has to cover her mouth to hide her smile.
I see. I don't think I really recognized him when we found you with Tewaz and whatever that dragon lady was until he started talking. Because, Ash's voice, the way he talks, it's distinct. Well educated, even though he isn't, because he comes from basically 400 million years ago. But either way, I didn't recognize him. Pequod, I don't remember. I was so in shock at seeing Julius. I thought Ash just looked like a lump.
Yeah, I remember everyone describing him as a lump.
Pequod, if only Ash had just shot Malcolm and been done with it.
No, trust me, that was strong consideration during Great Colonel.
Banksy starts laughing as Pequod. Frost Tyrants, I think Banksy's filled you in, but they are extremely rare. Hard to capture. I think this one was captured, she's reading on the little plaque, 300 years ago on a pirate ship as what they would call a pup. A Frost Tyrant pup, and it's been raised apparently in captivity here ever since. There was one Frost Wizard who... Huh? Pequod looking down at the... Look at this! She steps out of the way.
Davine steps up and looks at it.
Apparently, a seating member of the Arcane Council who specialized in frost magic had one of these as a beast companion. I wonder who that could be as I see. Wow! Suletta had one of these, huh?
Huh. Well, what happened to it?
I see something to ask her when we see her.
Yeah. Hopefully I won't drag up bad memories.
I see. What do you think about bringing her along on Rainfall Day, the next one? And Memory Ann?
I think that's a wonderful idea. It'd be easier to keep an eye on you two. And she looks directly at the siblings.
Icy starts laughing. Maybe next time Suletta's alone in the kitchen, I'll Arnaki her.
I don't think you would get the same. An icicle would probably be coming your way. Or at least Julius's.
Does she just roll her eyes and ignore me? Icy speaks.
I don't know. Lazy Eye Ash is somewhat scary.
Especially when he comes out of nowhere. Banksy speaks up. Pequod, normally I laugh at stuff like that. I did not laugh.
Julius starts laughing, and Davine shakes her head. Out of the goddamn bushes, you two.
Icy continues laughing as you guys head over this way. You're not in the fucking... Just moving you. There you go. Boom. Boom. As Ash finds himself... and company, I should say. Find themselves down here with the aerial. Suletta points at it. Look familiar, at? Been... how many years since you've seen her?
Oh, 2 years. I saw her on our last mission as headhunters, but that's it.
Suletta, 2 years and at this point almost 3 if you think about it.
Oh, gods, it has been. Look at her. Beautiful as ever.
Scar, when was the first time you saw this, Ash?
It was only a few weeks into training with Mom, right?
It was her birthday. I came down to visit her on her birthday. That's the first day we met.
It is. Seemed
I had high hopes for her next birthday that you would still be around, you and young hooligan. And you were. And then the next birthday, you did not do anything for her. And then the next birthday, you didn't do anything. Or the birthday after that. And then when she left, you wondered why. She crosses her arms and just stares up in the air.
I know. I know I was a terrible, terrible son.
Zap, that don't sound like a Scar.
I
Really,
was-
Ash?
I was an idiot. There's nothing else to say.
Saris, remember when she took us to Jupiter Falls and gave you that 1-year anniversary cake?
I do. There's nothing more I can say other than I'm going to make that every last one up to her.
Jennifer, at least she didn't have to bribe you with a gay man, from what I hear. Scar starts.
No, she didn't. You know, it's funny. Do you guys know? Well, Saris does and Auntie does, but do you three know why we were training with her in the first place?
Jennifer, because you wanted to be the best?
Well, for me, and that's why I wanted to, but Julius was there as punishment.
Scar, punishment?
Julius was a snot-nosed little brat when he first came into the Headhunters. And at the time, Commander Integra thought who better to whip him into shape than Lazuli.
Saris, I'd say Mom made the right decision. It was for the best. Look at Julius now. I mean,
Mortal soldier climbing up the ranks very quickly.
talented. Leslie would always talk about Julius. I was at the bunker a lot more than you guys. Bragged to me about him over and over and over. Someday he'd be maybe even stronger than her. And look at him now, flying around doing all that. Saris puts her arms up and then puts them down. Julius shit? I don't know what else to call it. I just call it Julius shit.
He is incredible, isn't he, Auntie?
She nods her head, looking up at the aerial. One of these days, we should go to one of our extended family reunions. I know she wants to take Julian, but she doesn't want to impose and ask. We do have one coming up pretty soon. She always would brag about him at the reunions.
You guys should take him.
Oh, good luck getting her to ask.
I'll see if I can. Maybe talk to her about it, or is that too presumptuous?
Suletta maybe bring it up to Julius. Puts her finger over her mouth.
Good idea.
I am not going to ask.
Can't blame you.
Looking up at the aerial.
Wow.
Scar, no hidden Escalade here. Suletta starts laughing.
No. Just, the aerial. I remember that day. You took me up into the cockpit and Mum was furious. I forget, I just touched it. And I got a nosebleed from it, didn't I?
You touched one of the joysticks, yes, and you did get harmed slightly, but I wasn't going to let you put the helmet on.
No, of course not. Why would you have? I was just at the time, some idiot who was there training with Mum. Wouldn't have made sense.
Suletta turned out for the best, if you ask me. Though I never thought you would have been piloting the tall geese down the road.
Neither did
I always figured you for a Marauder pilot myself, but I'm glad you found your Ranger way.
I am too. Oh, gods. Does it... I don't know, because I've never piloted the same one more than once. I piloted the tall geese once for about... Oh, gods. I think the whole fight was done and dusted in like 8 minutes. And then I piloted the Epion for about 10. And that's my experience, but does it get easier the more you pilot one?
Easier. She's looking up at it. I don't know, easier. I don't think that's the right word. Perhaps more fluid, yes. Understanding the precognitive abilities that the Epion system offers, the understanding, the grasp, the collation of the data in our brains becomes easier, yes. But in general, easier, I don't think so. It's very draining to pilot them for extended periods of time, even for me.
That makes sense. I don't think we're really meant to have that kind of power in our heads, you know?
No, I don't think we are. But they did win the Calamity Wars. She points up to it. So,
And
I know when I first started piloting her back during the Archfiend incursion, the Archfiends had gigantic titans, beasts, not like the Archfiends you see running around Ring 8 under Marine command. And there were hundreds of these things. But time feels different in the cockpit, doesn't it?
it does. I don't know how to describe it. It just didn't feel like. I was surprised when I heard it was 8 minutes. That I had
Zap
been
comes up
fighting.
here. Zap comes up here. A lot of the original pilots would report that, and they would be in extended battles for hours. Ash. They'd be in those battles for hours. Let's just say 4 hours. They come out the suit. They couldn't believe 4 hours had passed. However, you give them about 10 minutes sitting down, letting the adrenaline come down, and that 4 hours worth of stress that system puts on the pilot hits you all at once. And that happens over and over and over and over. Goes to show you why so many of those kids died in these suits.
Yeah, now that I think about it. The night after the Torgies, I was dead to the world. It was insane. And it felt like a blink of an eye that I was in it. I don't know, it's incredible, but terrifying. I have quite a respect for these things.
So that a high degree of intelligence is required to pilot them. Intellect, at least, for prolonged periods of time. That's why these things chewed up the kids they put in them and spit them out.
Right.
But children's minds are more easily adaptable. That's why it was the only option.
Drastic times.
Damn right.
You,
Shaletta, I haven't had to pilot this thing for an extended period of time, Ash, since the Archfiend incursion. In fact, some of the last action I saw was crushing whoever those Max Tech people outside that weapon temple that nuked. Some of the last.
wow. Well, I can't imagine something scary enough that she gets called out. You too get called out very often.
Hard. Test runs and just keeping.
I can imagine. You showed me something almost a year ago now. She's sentient, correct?
So keep it cool.
Uh,
Yes.
oh. What was it like? First I should say, are there others like that?
No, I don't believe enough by the same individual. In fact, most died. This one is unique.
What was it like when she started to gain that?
A shock. Stiletta died. And seeing the ground.
I. Um. So, it just was sudden one day then. Well, I can imagine it must have been shocking. For something that had never been conceived of before to just suddenly happen. Nay.
How do I sound?
Up. Less robot.
That is strange. I have a good connection.
So it just suddenly started happening one day?
Yes, about a year before I met you.
Did she speak to you, or how did it work?
Only through the helmet. I had to put the helmet on to commune with her. Apparently, its name is the Ariel. Its first pilot. She lasted much longer than most of the children back during the Calamity Wars. Perhaps it felt comfortable. I piloted her for so long, perhaps she, gestures up to the Ariel, felt comfortable enough to come out, so to speak.
Makes sense. Then that leads to a follow-up. Is it different piloting her now that she is sentient? Is it different from before?
We work, I wouldn't say better, but more in tandem together.
You and her as opposed to you working with the Epion system.
Correct.
Have you ever disagreed with each other on a course of action? And if you did, what happened?
We've never come to a disagreement.
Makes sense. I mean, she probably has taken a bit of you as well.
Soletta looks up at it. She makes the decisions. When I came down your final mission in the Headhunters, picking up that Max Tech APU unit, whatever stupid thing that was, oh, that was her decision. And she had fun crushing it.
She's quite the clever one. I would assume nothing less from the Ariel and from my aunt.
We should the Tallgeese turn out that way, let him make the decision.
I think so. I mean, even... I don't know. It was it was insane working with the two of them. I think I've mentioned before that it didn't feel like they were sentient, but it felt like there were things that they pushed for. Does that make sense?
Pushed for or pushing us, perhaps?
Perhaps. I don't know. That's what really messed me up in the Torgies was I think I tried to pilot it like it was a car, and that nearly killed me.
Like, like Dad taught you to drive a car.
Yes, like he did.
Well, you didn't know what you were getting into.
No, but we made it through thanks to Julius and his quick thinking.
Yes, I don't know much about those prototype units, whatever they're called, but I do know you were about to die.
I was, if it weren't for him. Piloting the Epion was different, though. It felt, one, I worked with it, not trying to pilot it, but it felt more. I don't know. I felt more confident the moment I started working with the Epion. It was weird.
Suletta nods her head. Perhaps the strains of the engagement let you relax your mind more and let the suit take over, given the fact you were facing down whatever that thing was exactly.
Maybe. I don't know. It's something else, isn't it?
Suletta, indeed she is. The Ariel is unique in the sense of its armaments. If you notice, there are no beam weapons, or firearms, if you will. There's a shield, a sword, plasma sword, akin to the same one the tall geese that you piloted had, and then these red spots on its shoulder and head control a nanite swarm.
Nanites. Yes,
Yes,
like the ones used to heal us.
these ones don't do any healing. She crosses her arms and smirks. They are devastating. They eat their targets alive.
That's clever. Like a swarm, like falling blades. Death by 1,000 cuts.
The Ariel does have Vulcans in the head ports up there at the top, as you can see, but that would be the only true ranged ballistic weapon.
But with its other armaments, it doesn't really need them as much.
Well, I believe that's why the area was chosen during the Archfiend incursion. Um, it all happened so quickly. Um, I'm sure there were some rushes to judgment, but the Ariel was chosen of all the mobile suits, and the nanite swarm proved very effective.
I can imagine, and it's something that it sounds like it's very difficult to defend against in general.
It is. I quite look forward to the day I get to get my hands on one of those prototype units.
Hopefully.
The nanite technology can't be replicated. And Zap, yeah, that's true.
Hmm.
It comes from big ass mobile armor thing during the Calamity Wars. They killed it, and then they started taking it apart and put it into the aerial. Not me, other engineers.
So one of a kind.
Yeah, very dangerous.
Fitting. Much like my aunt. Beautiful, yet deceptively dangerous.
Suletta smirks. Would you like to go see the heavy arms, Zap? Zap, absolutely, it's been years. Suletta, let's make our way down to Groom Lake, and then after you see the heavy arms, see what it has to offer, perhaps you can come to a decision as to what you'd like the Talkies to have.
I think that would be a good idea.
Very good. She claps her hands together. And we go back to the zoo. Gotta find you guys. There you are. Now you're looking in the Spinosaurus enclosure.
Both Julius and Davine are leaning back from the dinosaur. And Julius looks at Pequod. Another one of Malcolm's clones, I'm guessing?
Pequod, yeah, that's what it says right here.
Yes, of course it would be.
Banksy, what dinosaurs didn't he get a hold of?
She thinks for a second. I can't remember. I don't think he ever got a pterodactyl, but then again, I did block a bit of that out.
I see Malcolm with a fucking army of pterodactyl.
Oh, you want to talk about something that seems terrifying?
She starts laughing as Pequod moves over here, starts pointing to the pandas, but sees this poor young child, this guy gasping trying to catch him, fall. He was crawling under the gate. Quick, kids, get away. You take your eye off them for 2 seconds. This woman letting out a shriek, Pequod turning around. What's wrong with Jesus? Points down here, and there is a gigantic alligator. Huge alligator in this pen who has surfaced from the water, hearing the kid fall into the water.
Daving gas runs over and jumps into the pen with the alligator.
Icy comes over here, looking in. Banksy reaches for his sidearm. Off duty.
Oh, shit. Davine gets down there, looks at the alligator. I did not think this one through.
The alligator inhales and grows in size, like a pufferfish almost, revealing it is not a normal alligator.
Isn't that my luck? Goddamn a Novan alligator. She quickly picks up the kid, looks up at the dad. Are you ready?
Come on! He's putting his hand down to her. Take my hand!
She reaches up and grabs his hand.
He pulls her and his wife, beautiful elf woman, helps her over the fence as this park ranger lady is sitting here eating her lunch break. What's wrong?
Did you not just see any of that?
She takes off her headset. Huh?
Oh, that explains it.
Well, back to duty. She comes over here and starts putting food into the Druk's cage, not going in the cage.
Davine starts breathing heavily as she holds the kid. Oh, sorry. She hands him over to the father. I believe that one's yours.
Thank you. I will keep a better eye on this. Who are you? Thank you. He's like shocked. The woman comes up, gives Davine a hug.
Davine hugs her. It's really no problem. I think anyone would have done it.
I see. Yep, our mom's the coolest.
I have to agree. She is quite awesome.
Pequod, best mother-in-law in the world, as far as I'm concerned.
Davine, hearing that, cracks a big smile. Very nice words, everyone, but truly it was nothing. And she looks at the father with the little kid. And she rubs her face. And if Icy can pick it up, a certain question starts building up in her mind.
Oh, she definitely can. As they bow respectively to Davine again, and we are leaving the zoo. Not the zoo's fault, but we have to get the fuck out of here. And they... Icy, looking at Julie.
Julius looks over at her. What?
Gestures with her head, Banksy carrying her over.
Oh. Julius walks over. What's up, Mom? Nothing, son, nothing. Taps her cheek a couple more times. An odd hypothetical came up in my mind. Nothing to worry yourself about.
I see a
Really?
hypothetical that can be truth, as long as we hold out hope.
She smiles and looks down. I wonder if that would even work.
Banksy, what? I can't read minds.
She looks up at Banksy. Would a kobold and an elven woman be able to have a biological child together?
Banksy, yeah, I've seen one.
You have?
He nods his head. Dad used to have a farmhand that was, well, it was an elf and I think the woman was a kobold. The elf was a male, but yeah. They have like, they're shorter in stature, little scales all over him. When I was a kid, he was around. And then he passed away. He was like older. But yeah, he was an old guy. Cool, small. I thought he was another kid when I was a kid, given his size. When I grew up, I was told why he was so short. But yeah.
Davine gives him another big smile and grabs his hands and even does a little jump up and down. That's very good news.
Icy nods, and you can have it too.
If we hold out hope.
We have to. She looks at Davy.
Yes, we do. And she lets go of Banksy's hands and hugs Icy a little bit. And lets go of the hug. Yes, we do.
Maybe we can. I don't know. Icy looks at Banksy, and Banksy. Me and Nicole were talking. What if we, on some rainfall day, take a little road trip? But we go to like a campsite instead of a long, because we can't get cleared for leave for months and months. And we could go camping and invite Suletta and Marianne along. I know a good campsite by my dad's farm.
Yes, of course. And she stops for a second. I would like to meet your parents as well.
Banksy nods his head. You can meet them.
Yes, I'm sure if someone else here hasn't, they would like to as well.
I see. I met them.
Good. It's important to meet your in-laws.
Icy smiles. The first time we left station, when Lorelai said, "Go have fun," we went. I got to go meet his parents.
That's wonderful. I'm sure they're amazing people if they've raised such a wonderful man.
Banksy nods his head, and Pequod, maybe Arnaki will show up on the camping trip. I swear to God, if I'm in my sleeping bag and Arnaki is staring down at me, I'm gonna punch her. She's looking at me.
Julius looks over at Icy slowly. A little mischievous smile pops up and he looks away quickly.
She shrugs and starts laughing as Pequod, alright, come here, there's no Arnaki down here, and points down to the pandas.
Davine will walk up next to her. And Julius will walk up to Pandas. See, she gets really excited and puts both of her hands up to her chest. Look at them. They look so... They look so stupid.
Icy starts laughing, so does Pequod.
Well, yeah, that's one of the reasons I like otters. Yes, sometimes there really isn't more of a reason than just that. She turns around. Did you know that they usually eat for like 12 hours a day?
So, like Gulchin? Icy smiles.
Oh, God, yeah, Gulchin. Cleaned out that tavern one time. Jesus Christ. It's exactly like Gulchin, except they only eat bamboo. Usually around 12 kilograms of it.
Pequod, how do you know all this?
She looks at Pequod and pinches at her lip. Well, It was Carter. He's the one who introduced pandas to me. I don't think pandas really existed on Galia, and if they did, it was some like pre-evolutionary type version of them. You know, big, monstrous. I wouldn't be a fan of those. Carter introduced them to me, and Snuff bought me a book on them.
Icy nods, and you guys can come here hopefully very soon.
She nods. I'm sure he would love to see these with me. I would love to see them with him. I'm sure he wouldn't get annoyed by hearing me talk about them.
Pequod, I don't. Banksy, I don't. Icy, I don't.
Julius, I mean, I don't. Oh no, I know, just... She turns around and looks at them. It would be nice to hear his input on them too.
Pequod nods her head. Banksy, you want to go see the wacko penguin?
Yes, the penguins. I would actually like to see those.
They were pretty cool. Coming on down here. Pequod coming as well. Pequod, anteaters. So this place does have some normal animals. Komodo dragons, he points over here.
Right, yeah. So it isn't all Malcolm animals and Anova animals.
Look at these, Pequod pointing down at them.
You're
What's the
correct.
deal with the females? Pequod points at them. I see. They're basically called celestial penguins, at least the females. If you look at them close, you can see through them. People say it's like seeing into the galaxy itself. They are made of 100% pure raw mana. Nobody really knows why or a lot about them. Pequod comes up here. Yeah, there's not a plaque.
Julius tilts his head. So I'm guessing these are like a delicacy to predators on Anova, then, if they're pure mana.
Icy nods her head. I think it's assumed so. That's why she points down to the male. The males grow huge, and it's huge and armored. Another good animal that would make an excellent frost wizard bestial companion.
I would suppose so. A good protector for when you're casting spells.
I see they have the power of the moon, so it's
The moon? Is there...
on full moons in the Enovian system, the females evolve into the celestial forms.
Oh, okay. He leans forward. Is there like a special type of magic people usually associate that with or something?
Water, they can control the tides. Those little things, she points at it, can cause a tsunami if they so choose.
Davine leans forward too. Oh my. That is very powerful.
Pequod, looking at them, very dangerous, Mom.
I never thought I would be jealous of a penguin.
Banksy, so how did these ones get here? I see, don't know. Probably some pirates took them from Anova as babies, and Earthgov seized the ship and brought the babies here, and now there's a whole pack? Like I said, there's not a lot known about them. They live by the sea, like any penguins on Anova, and nobody goes near the sea in Anova because gigantic kraken.
Oh, right. Gigantic kraken.
The two oceans on Anova are at the top of the planet and the bottom axes of the planet, and it's been theorized that there's a huge cavern that this kraken can traverse up and down.
So no matter what, you have a chance to encounter it if you travel the sea.
Icy nods her head. These penguins are native to the northern pole, same like here on Earth, but nobody goes near that place.
They are quite cute, actually.
I don't know if it would make a good bestial companion, the females I see pointing down, but it would be a hell of a pet.
Yes, it would. Just have a pet that can cause a tsunami with you all the time.
Well, as long as you don't freak it out.
Julius leans forward. In our family? Really?
Yeah, Icy shrugs. Zap would probably cause a tsunami that somehow hits Gateway. Icy, oh baby girl, look at this penguin I found. Ah!
Davine starts laughing. And she puts a hand on Icy's shoulder. That is probably what would have happened.
Or Zap would take the female away from the male. Banksy speaks up. If you had both, then the male would come in and start beating the crap out of it. I was just saving it, Pequod, for baby girl. Please don't help me!
Calic. Call him Calic.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, I'm not up to speed with the bloodline colloquialisms. Pequod starts laughing.
Yeah. Maybe the males would be a good spellcaster companion.
I see, yeah, I think so, but there's plenty. I can't wait to ask Suletta about that frost tyrant. Hey, watch this. And she set me down, Banksy, and Banksy sets her down. I was thinking about stealing a baby panda for you, Mom, but the more I thought about it, I don't know. I think you'd probably get mad, yeah?
Well, I would definitely tell you to put it back.
Given the apartment, the more I thought about it, Zap and a baby panda. Not good bedfellows, but what is cool is, you see that guy over there?
Yes?
A cloud of smoke. She snaps her fingers and Godzilla music starts playing as Arnaki approaches the park ranger from behind.
Oh god. Oh no. Julius takes out his wrist computer and starts recording.
The park ranger looking around confused. Where is that Godzilla music coming from? What the? Jesus Christ! Arnaki puts out his hand with a piece of paper and a pen. Arnaki! Security! And he runs.
Oh shit. He turns off the wrist computer. Oh god damn it.
She snaps her fingers and comes back here. And Banksy picks her up and starts.
Davine covers her face with both hands and starts laughing into them.
Pequod, you see how fast that guy ran?
He ran faster than me, Davine, and Towns combined.
Holy shit, that guy is going as Pequod's watching him. God! Motherfucker! She's watching him! Arnaki got him good!
You know, that's what they need to do for the Olympics. Just put Arnaki right behind him. Scare all the runners.
I see, I'm always available.
Well, I'm sure the Olympics are coming right up.
Arnaki is available. That should be our new secret weapon. We just summon Arnaki.
I wonder how scared we can get, like, Lazuli or something like that.
I see. Oh, now you're talking. We can't scare Ash. He's just gonna know it's me. But we could definitely fuck around with people.
Davine shakes her head. Oh dear God.
Arnaki pays Scar a visit at 4 a.m.
Oh no, not Scar.
Oh god.
He gets tortured enough as is.
Oh my god. Imagine Arnaki paying Jennifer a visit at like 3 a.m. Or what if Arnaki, Icy puts up her fingers, just waiting in the armory at 5 a.m. when she wakes.
Holding a cup of coffee, asking for her to adopt him.
I see. I'm really glad you had that dream. Not that you were going through that terrible moment, but this is useful.
I'm glad it is of some use to you too. And she laughs and pats both their heads.
Icy's jaw goes agape. Arnaki goes to see General Lorelei.
Oh no.
She can't read my mind. Pequod starts laughing.
100 credits says you doesn't.
I'll do it.
Oh, well, a bet's a bet. 100 credits on the line now.
I see. God damn it. If only that picture of Ash wasn't spread around everywhere. Pequod, sorry. Arnaki could beat up Jiren.
Oh, god damn it.
But if I go Arnaki mode on Jiren, then Ash is gonna get in trouble.
True. You can't do that to Ash.
Arnaki thinks he says it. I can't say it. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Davey nods. It's alright.
I see. Well, you wanna? Well, we've seen most of the animals. Unless you want me to steal one of them or freak out more people with Arnaki, I don't think you want to see the Droogs, do you?
No, I'm okay on the tricks.
Well, we could hang around here for a little while, then head up to Tommy's. Ash wanted us to meet him there.
Right, yeah, I am getting a bit hungry.
This was fun. Banksy speaks up. You should definitely invite Miss Suleto.
Yes, of course. I'll definitely try and ask Letty.
I see. I'm sure she'd like to come. She could be an honorary rainfall too.
Honorary Rainfall. You're full Rainfall to me.
Thank you. Icy smiles at her. Pequod, poor Arnaki will never be mine. God. That's just disturbing, Pequod coming over here. So fucking disturbing.
Oh,
Do you
yeah.
actually make the eye extra lazy, Icy? Icy, I'm just going off the image I saw in Mom's.
I think my mind made him his eye extra lazy.
As you guys will spend a little more while here admiring the penguins than we go here. You get off a dropship that Suletta has taken from the Marauder Academy. And there are guards around, but they don't molest you in any way. They don't, like guns up in your face or something like that. But Saris does. Yeah, Ash, those are the guards that would come to arrest you, I think.
Yes, they are. Joy.
Let's try to avoid that, Ash. Anything about Malcolm we should let Lorelei know that's an active ranger investigation. Suletta, what are you talking about?
Well, we nearly got arrested because I didn't know that the Mana Saber King was an active investigation.
That moron made documentaries about everything he did.
Yes.
Who was the director on this documentary?
Me?
She starts laughing. One of the rare phases he was actually kind to you, Asherion.
Yes, because he knew I was the only one who could make him look good.
And he had a greater enemy, from my understanding, Denoria Baskin.
Yes, the goddamn Denaria Baskins.
Suletta walks up here, types on her wrist computer, Scar, what are you doing? As everybody comes up here. Come on, Ash, she waves you.
Yes, ma'am.
I have access to all the mobile suits.
Oh?
The sand-covered floor bed actually starts to part and separate, and you hear the sound of something lifting up. And slowly the heavy arms lifts up from the ground on a platform in a standing position. As I said, I have access to all of them.
Well, isn't he impressive?
That would you look at that? 4 Gatling lasers, 2 attached to each arm. 275 micro-tipped heat-seeking missiles. 2 Gatling lasers built into the chest. A beam knife built into the wrist. And a Hellcat Hellfire. I know it's a lot of hell, but that's what they wanted it named. Lodged into the back if you really want to nuke the fuck out of something. This suit can really cause a lot of damage in the wrong hands. And of course, the Vulcans up across its chin there. See them, Zash?
Yes, I do. A lot of damage in the wrong hands, or a lot of damage in the right hands.
Towards the end of the Calamity Wars, they had this thing called the Eagle Unit they would put on it. Big, No, they were olive drab, mind you, but they look like boxes. But inside those boxes, take a guess what was in them. He'd wear 2 on his legs and 2 on the wrist.
Oh, don't tell me it's a ton of rockets.
Even more rockets. Wasn't my idea, but when they asked for it, I made it happen.
Hey. I mean, more boom is never a bad thing if you can use it right,
Zap starts laughing, takes off his hat, looking up at it. Suletta, if you think back to the tall geese and what you know of the aerial, and you look up at this, 3 different distinct suits, different styles, different weapons. This is full on DACA, if you will.
Yes. This looks like, not to be insulting, but almost artillery.
Zap, yeah, that's pretty much the purpose. It's not that fast, not that light on its feet like the aerial, or even the Epion, tall geese too that you piloted. But if it plants its feet and can start firing, good night.
Don't have to be fast if you can rip anything to shreds before it can get to you.
Correct. Much like the Flauros, if you ever heard of that one, 2 big beam cannons on the back and a gigantic railgun that forms those two from those 2 beam cannons.
Makes sense. Much like anything, mobile suits, I would assume each had their own purpose on the battlefield.
Zap nods. Yes, they did, and this one, they do a good job maintaining it. And Suletta, it hasn't been moved in 500 years, Zap. Zap, goddamn.
Well, one could say that's a very good thing. How did you end up working on something like him?
Zap, I worked on tanks. And this thing, if you look at it and you look at its armament, it's kind of like an anti-aerial tank, anti-aircraft tank, right? The missiles, anti-aircraft. The Gatling lasers, think Gatling guns on tanks. Only these are beam Gatlings, not your traditional ballistic Gatling. And things were just going to shit back then as Jennifer comes up and that they were looking for any grease monkey dumb enough to work on them. And I volunteered. Extra pay.
And the chance to make history, right?
Got that right. I mean, I was pretty good at my job at maintaining engineering tanks. So it just all came natural. I guess that's why they came after me.
Makes sense. You'd want the best of the best to make something like him.
Zap, damn right, getting out of the way so you can move up and take a better look. But you work on tanks, Ash, it ain't like working on this thing. This thing was deep sixed. Couldn't talk about it. I was stuck living on base, working on this thing, basically 16-hour days. Had to get it ready, had to get it go. Every time it would go out, get beat up, have to fix it. It was deep six classified stuff back then. That's why they pay so well. So let up hush money.
Makes sense. You were also working with technology above and beyond anything we'd ever used before.
Zap nods his head, which brings up an interesting point. If you think about the tall geese that you piloted, you had a dauber gun. They call it a dauber gun. You could call it a heavy cannon, whichever you prefer. Beam saber, shield. And it has the tall geese. What's overlooked about the tall geese is the vernier thrusters on the back, extra thrust power, compared to this thing, which doesn't function that well in space or water, but on land it's excellent. And then there's what was the other one you piloted, Aaron?
The Epion.
What about the Epion? That was even more deep six than this, given I think it's sword technology from what I heard. But Epion basically all up close in your face stuff.
It was. It was up close and personal, if everything I remember from it, yes.
And then, you see this is more ranged, and the aerial is pretty much all up close and personal. What are you thinking about for yourself?
Well, I think leaning more into up close and personal is intelligent for this, now that I've thought about it more. the we're likely to end up fighting things like, large xenomorphs and those, what were they called? The Ray units, the prototypes. And I think it's better for them. More of a, I don't know what the correct terminology would be, but an up-close and personal fighter.